Trying to make it two in a row this morning as we get going after a very nice rally yesterday right into the close. We're extending those gains here so far this morning in the pre-market. And oh yeah, there goes the entire down move, by the way, since the Iran conflict started back a couple of weeks ago, right back to where we started on both the NASDAQ and the S&P. So constructive to say the least. Meanwhile, more bank earnings to deal with this morning. Kind of a mixed bag. I mean, Goldman was a little bit of a disappointment yesterday. Did claw back some of that initial down move to end the day, basically halfway back, essentially to where we started going into the report. JP Morgan, WFC a little bit more negative this morning. Citi as well, a little bit, well, reversing right now, but kind of chopping around here. So all eyes on the banks, all eyes on macro headlines once again this morning. But I mean, the market clearly just continues to shrug this off, and it's just as you were.
As you were just saying, like, we just erased the post-war losses. So I went to the SPY.
Yeah.
I used my tool there to drag what the percentage is off the high. We're 1.5% off all-time highs.
Nothing.
Right now. It felt completely different 2 weeks ago, right?
So did you back the truck up down there? And
I got to tell you, this time around I did.
No,
I didn't buy this time
I wish I bought more.
No.
Always.
Took advantage during the tariff tantrum last year. That's where I really couldn't load it up. I really haven't loaded the boat since then. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about. As you mentioned, JP Morgan in focus, Wells Fargo, Citi. I don't know if we've got Citi yet. Should be out shortly.
Moving around.
They're out, yeah?
I don't know. It's just moving around.
Okay. But what I really liked about Morgan is that we saw the fixed income, commodities, and currencies division of Goldman yesterday really take a hit. 10% down year over year. It was completely different. JP Morgan, which is the same division, grew at 21%. So their traders clearly a lot better this quarter, growing really nicely.
It is actually just coming across here. Citigroup Q1 FICC sales and trading revenue 5.17 billion. Estimate was 5.02 billion. Looks like a beat. Q1 equity sales and trading revenue 2.08 billion. Estimate was 1.73. I mean, the trading numbers that have been coming out of some of these banks so far, I mean, Goldman yesterday, just absolutely crushing it.
It's fantastic. At 21% here for JP Morgan, obviously sitting and crushing it as well. So lots to talk about today, guys. J&J also in focus. We'll keep an eye on that. Bloom Energy blowing through $200. I hope you guys were holding on to that one. Also, you've got a tie between who am I calling here? Lucid as well, with some management change. Novo Nordisk with a tie-up with OpenAI, and you're getting some possible American Airlines and United mergers talk here. It's been a while since we've seen
a big plane merger.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just seeing this note on Global Star GSAT. Amazon is buying GSAT for $90 a share, which was out earlier this morning. That's a couple more headlines coming across here this morning on this. So we did just get another uptick there on GSAT. Again, Amazon buying Global Star here, another one to look at this morning. But yeah, to your point, the bank has been, I think, pleasant surprise to this point. Let's see if we can continue the trend. But I mean, the beats are getting sold a little bit, but I mean, there's been some mix. Goldman was a little bit worse off.
Yeah, they've been trying to do a little bit better efforts. They had that cap, but they're definitely not one of the best performing banks. You can kind of see that in their earnings reports. Look, mixed Q1 results, as you mentioned, Brendo, EPS $1.60, just barely above estimates, but they did miss on that revenue number by about $340 million. So that's probably going to weigh on the stock price today. We'll see if it gets better on the financials before and during the war. We were talking about, this could help boost them.
It's crazy. We have to, I mean, you pulled up that higher time frame of the overall market here, but it's worth, if you haven't done so, guys, yet. We're right back. Right back.
And, by the way, I know Wells missed, but Citigroup's at 52-week highs. Like, Citigroup blew it out of the water. They are the best reaction of any of the banks, better than Goldman Sachs. Let's not forget, yesterday you had double digits on Oracle. You had the IGV going 5% up for Oracle today, as it is making it. Those software names that were getting smoked, like across the board. Security was up. IGV was another point here after making a we're not breaking all-time highs without everyone participating. And Randy, alongside Tesla, which we're a little more interested in Tesla's upgrade than he's chuckling because Ford caught an upgrade as well. But they're up 2 points. Everything's looking pretty much up except for the VIX and except for oil prices, so we'll take it. Ooh, banana time.
Yeah, it's banana time. Yeah, we are new all-time highs. Like I was saying, Friday. I mean, I think Thursday. I think maybe even today. You're only 1% away from here. You're getting really, real close, and it's really nice to see us get all the highs of the last couple of weeks get going. We now have 695. We're looking at 700 break. You're not like that $12 away from an all-time high, and nothing's really even resolved. We can watch out for oil. I mean, every day we look at oil over on the show, right? But still, you would think, and I was listening to Craig the other day, every time oil has doubled, the market's gone down 20%. You know, oil's doubled, the market has done nothing to get back to highs. So obviously, they're expecting here Warsh to come through, have a decent rate cut. I would assume at this point, looking at rate cuts now all of a sudden, and then we just have to all of a sudden, bank earnings are back. Yesterday, Goldman Sachs opens lower, closes only down 1%. JP Morgan, same kind of ways. You know, nice downside push, now trying to make it way higher. Last week, the Citigroup was the best of the bunch. Citigroup ripping the highs again here today. As we continue to go, name it, I really like BMJ. Downside will be down for very long. They won't close green today as well. That is down 1%, so that'll close green. So that'll also help the S&P and the Dow get back up to highs. And yesterday we had the banner tribute flip go through. That's still at the same levels. That's breaking through $100. And then you get Amazon coming out and buying GSAT. So Neil gets some little buyouts going on there. So that's good. GSAT going out at $90. So that's going to be a good little runner there as well. Now halted. That'll come up, open up at $90 cash. And you just make that one. Whatever it opens, doesn't matter. It'll just be a market making thing. And they'll be back and forth with GSAT. So there you go. Great top coming through on the space. And there goes Amazon, man. Like we were all wondering what was going on down here at $200. Well, now you're 20% higher. And you're going to take out the longs or the low, the highs here. After making those longs, you're going to start to win again here on Amazon. So, yeah, great opportunities today to get into the market. I think it's like whatever you're looking at, probably, you know, I've actually looked at these oil spots yet, but there's might be the only thing that's down. I mean, lots of things going on. And then I have my number one idea today actually is IBIT. I mean, let's go. There goes crypto, man. We talked about that. 74 and change. Good move yesterday. 75,000. Let's see if we want to hold that. That's up 1.5%. So I don't know. I'm looking at everything today, and I think it's going to be a good risk-on day.
It seems like realistically, you could be looking at oil. You could be looking at. You could trade the VIX if you want. Oil looks incredibly weak today, relatively speaking. We do have a super chat from Rusty. Is it? Yeah, it's. Oh, it's no, it's not Rusty. It's Rust and okay. I'm just gonna call you Rust. CMND, and also Sharif Avir wants to look at hot today, but CMND about to yuckity yuck. So every now and then, you're going to have one of these where, what is this, clear mind medicine? Yeah. It's met primary endpoint, an FDA-approved phase 1 and 2A clinical trial for alcohol use disorder. That would be good, but it is giving up the entirety of the gain. Usually you think, you see that reversal thing, you also see an offering or something there. But the only story is going to be one, but it gives up the gains. But there are other small cappers that are moving. I know someone was mentioning Hoth might try to make a run at $1 today. That should be potentially play out, but it's the underneath the up. I don't know how much you're going to like that capper is not an all-time high for AMD, but that Friday top of 250 with some room to run. You can tell 5 days in a row it's made 52 week high. Or 5 days in a row it's broken the open and made a 52 high yesterday. It's just so much change. And of course, on our watch, we Bloom Energy, because they have Oracle expansion, and did it hit 200? I think it hit $200. Yeah, it did. Hit 200s back to 198. That's up 12.5%. There is a lot to look at that is incredibly bullish. So, buckle up. It'll be fun. Barring some kind of ridiculous headline.
Tesla, another one of those trying to get going right now, actually back through 359, 360 here this morning. Nice gap up, though, an upgrade this morning here from UBS on Tesla. Was one of the strongest out of the gate yesterday morning. We took out the highs from going back to last week, but I mean, it seems to be all positive all of a sudden for this thing.
I like how like they upgrade it, but they're just kind of like begrudgingly upgrading it, Brendo. So key call, valuation stretched, no longer stretched, I should say, to justify the sell rating. So it's like begrudgingly, we're going to have to give you neutral. So shout out to UBS. No, they did upgrade it, guys, from neutral or $52 price target. They see a more balanced risk-to-reward ratio with the recent sell-off on about 21% year to date, give or take. So they're saying this is a good time to buy.
Great. Let's put it that way. It has been great for Tesla all year long. Here's economic calendar real quick before we continue along. It's worth noting. PPI coming up at 8:30 this morning for March. We'll also get a couple of debt auctions. Maybe we're watching the very short-term debt auctions around 11:30 this morning. See how the bid side of that is with the current conditions, and then a bunch of Fed speak. I mean, it says afternoon, but typically when that happens, they just talk all day long. So we'll keep an eye out for some comments here from Fed speakers.
Kevin Warsh getting the papers in so that he can finally get through the Senate. That should be interesting.
Sorry, like, I was reading it yesterday and I was like, sorry, what? Like, the guys have how long to get this ready? And it's just...
It's not even like confirmed that he's going to get through. There's some Republicans that are going to challenge him, so it's not a done deal. Like, I'd like to see how this all plays out in the Senate.
Yeah.
Right? So
Crazy. Tesla guys, thoughts this morning?
I actually like Tesla. I like Tesla. It was pretty good structure-wise in terms of like yesterday holding $350. Like last week, 350 was resistance. It broke 350, and then in the afternoon, well, a couple times, and it was late afternoon, but then I guess that would be like midday. It was also able to hold that level pretty cleanly. So if it wants to just stay with this whole stair-step idea, I mean, the prior high was 55, so I just kind of like, okay, maybe it's not exactly 55, but this was 355 in here. You get a topping tail there. As long as it holds on to the prior high, there's still more gap to be filled. Tesla, I forget the valuation and all that. That was probably even in upgrade note. It's got room. Whoops. Oh, now it's going to zoom up even further because that's going to fill in. You've got room to 365 up here, so I think a dip and rip looks good. And even then, if you can break through that 65, there's plenty of room to rally. Like, this is barely gone relative to some of the other names that have bounced. And if you look at this, talking about this channel for the last little bit, looks like we've held pretty cleanly, and every single time we sort of held the bottom of the line, it's made its way back up to the top of the channel. That's another way to get you into that low 70s. So even with the muted, hey, we just continue in this downtrend, the curl is on from this low. I think we're headed to that 375 for test, and even better if this can break out of this channel. Forget about it. That's where you can see some explosive upside. To me, nothing really fundamentally changed here for Tesla. Let's be real, but sentiment is shifting, and when sentiment shifts, you got to be willing to move in the other direction. So respect the fact that it's in that channel, but it's at the top. So 375 looks like probably that by the end of the week, but the 55 is where I want to go initially here, a different rip. If he loses that, there's still even 350, so it's worth 2 shots to me.
I have Tesla written down as the second best idea of the day today. I've been number 1, Tesla number 2. I don't know if it's the best one or not, but definitely an idea that I'm looking at. I'm trying to buy some 355s, 354s down into here. So if we do get a move down in for Tesla, I mean, like yesterday, we had seen some action right off the open, and we talked about how to properly trade that, and definitely a missed opportunity right there by capping and then, sort of gather bothering and then making that move. So let's wait to see. Yesterday, you know, Tesla does make it didn't like gap that high. It went from 347, 350 almost, and then back in a little bit to like $3 or so. Depending on where we open today, if the market can come back in $2 or $3 back here to 354, 355, then I really do like that long in and around this area. So if we can get that back in $3 today on an upgrade from UBS, Tesla has to go. So I'm going to be all over this one. Risk on today for Tesla, 0.7%. So I'll be sitting here trading TSLA and see if we can put on a decent winner for you guys there. And then Ford also catches the same upgrade from UBS and talking about they may be a little under estimating the power of Ford into 2027. So we'll see if that can get going again here. I own Ford and it's been good. I mean, I think I'm somewhere around $9 or so on Ford. It does go up to 15, which made it for a good win. Next time we get up here, we'll probably cash them out. So really like Ford trying to take out the 200 period moving average. Here we go, nice upside for them today. And then we did have Lucid with some sort of something today for Lucid. Let me just read what this is on our note here. Gapping up after announcing the company will receive $1.05 billion in new funding right there. So by the way, if you just do that as well, you can easily type it into the chat. There you go. Cut off 1:50 p.m. Oh, that's for the midday. All right. We'll just let that run. And there it is. Yeah, so put in chat whatever you want, $ stocks, any sort of a stock you want us to look at it. We'll hit the stock visualizer and we'll get that going. But there's Lucid, right? I mean, this stock has been an absolute crater. You know, you don't want to be investing really in anything EVs these days, but Lucid would be definitely that. There it comes right back in and almost at, well, it's at 52-week lows, all-time lows pretty much. Right now we split 1 for 10. That was a complete disaster. And then right down into here now back into $8, creating an all-time new low here for LCID. You want to talk about, I mean, poor Saudi. That's the first time anybody will say that. But you do have this move out at 550, you know, for Lucid with its high at 650. Kind of reminds me of Rivian with their high around 180 or whatever. There it is right there, Lucid 550 there back in, this was $550 back in 21. Today it is $8. So that's the story of Lucid. And of course, it was never 550 as a stock. It was always split adjusted. So yeah, that name getting absolutely pumped. And maybe some relief rally. I would say you would fade any rally in this beleaguered EV name. Although I like the cars, just don't ever see any of them on the road. So, but that's it. So I bid Tesla. I got Amazon right on here and looking for one more idea, maybe in the banking space. I really like Amazon today. I think it's doing everything it needs to do, man. It's got that GSAT, like we said, going up at $90. We'll see where that opens up right now. So they're going to get involved into more of the satellite space. So that'll be good here. We'll talk about trading GSAT later. But yeah, Amazon.
By the way, it's not only cash because it's also or shares. You can elect to. I don't know if it's prorated, but they're allowing you to take 0.321 or whatever Amazon shares, which is interesting because sometimes the people prefer if it's a really good company taking the stock.
Yeah.
So that'll be it gives a little more excitement. So, and the fact that it's up on that, the fact that Amazon is up, despite the fact that there's a potential share portion of that, is pretty bullish. Usually,
I mean, they're not even paying that much for this thing. I mean, this thing was $80 yesterday. No. It's going out at 90. I'm surprised GSAT would even agree.
Well, there was a rumor last week on it, so it bounced a little bit early. So usually it's like a 90. Look at like the previous 90 days is a more
it doesn't seem
better
like
gauge of premium, but it looks pretty cheap on premium wise. Even if you go back to last week, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I got Amazon again. We're gonna be trading Amazon. I'll probably just be trading these three names: Amazon, Tesla, iBit today, and we'll dance around and look at some different names. Meta, Microsoft, all these names really battling back, which is real nice. I mean, you could have picked up Meta at 540, less than that. What a mistake that was. You talked about not loading up. That was 530. It's 650 right now. Google was 270 and change. 325 right now. So, maybe there is some get up to go in names like Tesla, that has gone absolutely nowhere, if anything, down now. So Google, man, giddy up Google. It's really great. I mean, it's nice to look at your accounts finally. And as they just said on the desk there, what a crazy time it was just a couple weeks ago, where we were all the way down here, and now we're all the way up. So that's why it just pays out to pay for indexes, right? Get someone to manage your account for you and just buy the best name with the S&P 500, and you don't have to worry too much about it. You close your eyes and just keep on dollar cost averaging in something like this. Because if you did, then you probably would have bought up here, but then you also would have got some money probably in down here, giving you a better average price, right? That's what the whole point of DCAing is. So, okay, I don't know if we're ready for Joe or what. You let me know there, Andre. And okay, then we can go over to Joe for options.
All right, guys, welcome. A lot going on here in the derivatives market. So let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with NVDA, and we're going to be looking at this $190 strike price. Yes, we're trading above that right now, but after the open, I'm going to be really curious to see how we react around these highs. Now, we have a substantial amount of open interest. We quite often talk about this leading into earnings season, even though it's one of the later Mag 7 to report. The last, to be honest, this is still a lot of size, and we do have a congestion zone within 190 through 195. So I want to see how the market is looking to absorb this. We're going to look at yesterday's volume as well too, guys. 58,100 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. But then we can also take a look at the bid and the ask here. We're sitting around a $3 spread, which isn't bad whatsoever. Considering we're almost at the money, our delta metric's going to be sitting at 46, which is essentially for every $1 change. So if we climb to 191, you'll see this contract value change $46. So on the ask, it will go up to $249. Now, as for our gamma exposure, the closer that we are at the money, you're going to see a slight increase. Even though that metric slightly, it's not elevated at the moment, I think at some point, if we do continue to climb, you will see a slight increase on that front. And then our at-the-money IV is actually starting to cool down, right? So that could be some bullish sentiment here. All right, moving forward, let's take a look at the next slide, and that's going to be Intel. Intel has been on a substantial run as of late, guys, and we want to look at this $70 strike price as we inch higher, but we're only trading around $60 right now, but I think that we have the opportunity and the potential to climb a little bit higher. We're going to take a look at the open interest here, guys, 31,800 contracts on that specific strike price, but then yesterday we had 42,600 contracts opened and closed. Now, as for our bid and ask, guys, we're only sitting on a $1 spread. Not too bad whatsoever. This is where you're going to be collecting on the bid if you're going to look to right, and then as for the ask, that's what's going to be if you're purchasing. Now, for our delta metric, we're sitting 19, right? We're far out of the money currently, but that will increase as you start to gradually climb higher. Your gamma exposure out the money as well, too. And as you get closer to at the money strike price, you'll see that slight increase. At the money IB sitting around 69.7%, and that's elevated. Before we move on, I want us to take a look at the actual contract's value over the past couple of days. These were almost worth nothing at some point. So earlier in April, we were sitting just at a couple of dollars, and then you see that substantial return all the way up to just below $80 there, $78 to be exact. So that's a big time move within a short period of time, especially after a contract came from something worth $1.40 and then lost the majority of its value. Now, moving forward to the next slide, we are going to be looking at silver. Silver and this potential contract, or this specific contract here, guys, we're going to be looking at a base, and we've been holding up at this $68 mark pretty good. So what I'm thinking here is that we have a potential floor in silver. Why? Because this is going to be the largest amount of open interest on this contract's expiration cycle, 22,500 at that level, and then only 778 contracts opened and closed. Now, as for your delta, once again, always going to be negative as you are on the put side. Your gamma exposure, relative as well, and you're at the IV sitting around 55.8%. If that continues to cool off, maybe you'll get a little bit of a run here in silver. But that's it for now, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades. Let's see what Neil and John are up to.
two of the names you mentioned, silver and NVIDIA. Silver first, because NVIDIA is almost at that 195, which we'll get to that daily chart in a second, because that's sort of an obvious level that has been resistance. But I think silver at this top here, like that 70, like once, twice, you've had pullbacks. It feels like we had a wipeout bottom and a reversal of trend on the daily, but you are at that resistance point. So I'm looking for a dip. I think you can dip back into, if prior closes is around the quarter mark at 68, but like your first stop would be right around this like hump at 69. So I think this one is going to try to fill in the gap for a dip and a rip. And then NVIDIA, well, there's no denying whatever was going on for 2 months, 2.5, whatever it was, between 190 and 195 on NVIDIA. We need to see what's going on up there again. Like everything is so bullish at this moment. It makes you feel like there's a decent reality that we'll get a test of that 195, if not today, but certainly potentially tomorrow on NVIDIA. And at least the first look on it, I'm going to play it like it's resistance until proven otherwise at 195. We also have if it gets up there, you'll probably have the market cresting towards some of the tops as well, but it was too much selling up there to just assume that it's going to be clear sailing this time for NVIDIA. Love them. Still great value. Obviously, the support down there at 170 undeniable. But the 195 level, it's still it ain't. Lots of stocks have a little more smoother sailing in the next few dollars than I think NVIDIA does.
All right, I have NVIDIA on today. I'm playing it so easy today. I'm just going all chalk and just the best names long. I think it's risk on day. I think it's an easy day to look risk on. Whether or not it holds, we'll see. I mean, right now with crude making actually a move lower, right now you can see this, futures going higher. So when this loads, there it is. So there's USO making new lows for the morning, and NASDAQ once again taking out some highs. So I think it's just about playing with the best names and just holding and figuring out where dip buy opportunities exist, what the first couple minutes look like off open. I was just going to tweet something out about risk on day here today. So I think it's just looks like it's all aboard. You talked about Intel, Joe, and that was a great name, $66 already here today, $66. So that's a huge move up. 9 straight up days for Intel and just gapping and breaking and going and going and going and going. So this name is absolutely unbelievable. A smarter man would have been loaded up like crazy down here at 18 or 19, like the U.S. government apparently did. This is the first time I started buying it, but there's no way I wish would have put 100 grand in this thing down there. But what a move there for Intel, up absolutely huge. INTC, wow, another possible long. I mean, up half. Double the market right now. NVIDIA's going as well. AMD, as Neil mentioned earlier, that gets going through 250 as well. Like that's the last time I told this thing was up at, I think it was 253, 256 or something. So AMD working out as well. I don't know what, I didn't look at Marvell yet today. We're not, well, there it is. 135, that's blasting higher as well. Right now, this might be the best one, up 2%. There you go. So we just randomly find one there. Broadcom, it's just a whole space. So everything working out right now today. Don't be wrong, Broadcom. Oh, everything working out except Broadcom there today, as that's the one that's down. Marvell up 2%, Broadcom up zeros. And then, actually,
what's weird?
SNDK.
The one it's SMCI is actually higher than most of them, but I think that's more of a factor of SMCI just being so beaten down.
Yeah,
that's probably the best explanation. The entire group's up. Its relief rally just tends to be a little bit larger than most. And as you said, SNDK in that 1,000 mark. That should see. I mean, at some point they got a split, but that's given back $20 off the highs already.
Yeah.
So there's a few, I don't know, maybe the memory ones, when there's money going back into the IGV, maybe memory's going to catch a little bit of a tailwind. It's a weird one because the market's at the top right now, and usually we're accustomed to saying, hey, SNDK up 5% or whatever it would be, and it's already pulled back a couple of points. So worth keeping an eye on, maybe a little bit of relative weakness in some of these memory names. And we just got PPI, so let's go over to desk.
Yeah, I'll pull that up for March, just coming through here. It's worth noting ADP coming out at 39,000 as well was a little bit better than expected. So PPI for March, the index itself, 154. 153.2 was expected there, 0.5% on the month-over-month number. Prior was exactly the same. Pretty much in line with expectations, it looks like. A little bit better here on the core PPI year over year, 3.8% versus 4.2 on the consensus. So a little bit better on that number. Core PPI month over month, just 0.1 versus 0.6. I mean, that number doesn't typically move the market too much anyways, but just a heads up, that does come out a little bit better than expected. I was noting some of these banks starting to tick back to the upside once again this morning. Goldman, really. JP Morgan, not really doing a heck of a lot. Maybe we should just recap these. A lot of people just joining right now, talking a little bit about the banks. Citi was the last one that just came out here, better than expected. So back to highs here for Citigroup.
Yeah, and what I was looking at, I haven't had an opportunity to look at Citi quite yet because it wasn't out when I was doing the morning note, but JP Morgan really delivering a solid beat on investment banking, specifically trading. We were talking about this specific category for Goldman yesterday, that FIC category, so fixed income, commodities and currencies, and they dropped 10% year over year on that quarter. But when you look at what Morgan did for that same category, they grew 21% year over year on that quarter, bringing in over $7 billion. So it's just showing you perhaps maybe a different strategy being employed by some of the floor traders there at JP Morgan. Wells Fargo did miss on the top line number by about $340 million. They did beat on earnings, though. Brendo bringing in $1.60, so a bit of a mixed results for them.
Yeah, we'll see how they follow through here today. It's worth noting the market move there on that number was initially higher. We're giving some back at the moment on both the S&P and the NASDAQ here. A lot of people talking about energy as well. This back to the downside once again today. What a gap that was yesterday morning this time, and then give it all back throughout the entire day for not only oil, but most of the energy names.
Yeah, we had the blockade coming in at 10 a.m., and then, we had to see exactly what that was going to be in real life. There was nobody shooting at each other, so that was good. And then we were getting more information that the Iranians may be interested in negotiating, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. But like I was saying to Joseph and some of the individuals on the afternoon rundown or the news session yesterday during the afternoon show, it feels like, and the market looks like it's also predicting that we're at the tail end of this thing, and it's going to come down to what the details are for the ceasefire. So you feel like there's economic pressure now being put on Iran in a way that hadn't been done through the blockade. And obviously, that constrains their ability to generate revenue. Their ability to generate revenue obviously is directly correlated to their ability to produce weapons, unless, of course, there's some other power that starts channeling them weapons. We saw China yesterday with a headline. They might give Assassino the shoulder-fired missiles. China coming out and vehemently denying that. So we'll have to wait and see.
If they deny it, do you believe it?
I'm going to tell you. I think that they probably, well, I mean, let's just go back to some of the older conflicts. The Americans did this as Soviets in Afghanistan. They started giving the Mujahideen these rocket-propelled weapons to take down their helicopters, and that's exactly what they did. They caused havoc, and the Soviets left with their tail between their legs.
I mean, at the end of the day, if we can barely trust corporate-related headlines coming out of that country, then where are we going to be with anything else? Worth noting, though, guys, the energy group specifically going to be one to watch today.
Oh, well, yeah. I think basically if you looked at oil yesterday, there were two major shocks. It's kind of, I'd say it's obvious to tell, right here at about 9:45, just a couple of headlines, and then you had another big one just about 12:30 or so. Get in another direction. What's more interesting is the second time through, it double bottomed. So you get these, talking about this in the afternoon show, if you get multiple liquidity instrument or whatever you're looking at that was shocked, support. Well, that support level twice off this 129. Today, well, hey, look where we fell from, 129. So I feel like if we get any move up here that makes the market weak, then you look for a curl. But if we get a dip down in some of our, we've pushed into that 129, that's back up there as a resistance. yes, big news story. But yeah, you can't ignore the fact that it bounced twice on news off the same level that's being in on USO. Most likely, if we get up there, look for the turn. That's a good place to look for some longs. I like some intel today, and some IBIT. 129. If it just trends down, it's probably like a short to pop situation.
Yeah, I wanted to. There's GSAT open. What happens with this one right now? Obviously, it's pretty spready right there as that settles down. With Amazon stepping in and do want to share it. This obviously has $1,000 attached to it at some point, I would think. I don't want to say obviously, but the way it's been moving, it went up yesterday from $870 to up $100 yesterday. So we'll see if SNDK was up over 12%. You guys mentioned the banks rallying back a little bit. Pulling back just a little bit. Is that, I mean, again, conference calls maybe anything here. We already had them report, so they're the other day. I just wanted to see if they were having a reaction. Citigroup up 2%, and that's trying to get going there. Some of the Goldman, and they battled all the way back. We'll see if we can do the same thing here with Wells Fargo. 2% here. 48 in. So watch out for $50 potential base or so coming through for XLF. I really like that one. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. Get involved in the chat right now. The market's kind of flat here, though, off the open. We haven't done too much. PPI comes out, spike to the high side there. Now a nice little VWAP. So we'll see if that here. 25,640 just working on the note. That'll be very, very soon. But I mean, this was a great opportunity. You're able to buy pretty much on anything in the last couple of weeks. And now you're all the way back up to the upside. Look up there by the end of the week and potentially break through. And that's really what we want to see, right? We want to see stocks moving on stock-related things. I mean, what does the war in Iran have to do with Nvidia? Probably nothing other than the fact that we're doing shipping costs and what winds up happening through global fears. But banks seem to be shrugging it off a little bit. We'll see what big tech says.
Why it just came down a couple of bucks. Just be careful. The Goldman Sachs call was over in like 15 minutes. It's not necessarily the case, but the JP Morgan currently has a call going on. If you're watching this from yesterday's level and then this morning, the pre-market did bounce in the same place twice. I don't think it's back down at 303. We've seen the bank before. That's the 200-period moving average as well. So maybe there's a retest of that. Again, there's a bit of a history with Jamie Dimon being, Shree says Jeremy, Jamie Dimon being pretty conservative with his, it's not the right word, but his tone, right? So sometimes that can cause a little bit of weakness. I don't know if it gets all the way down to that retest of the 200 period. That'd be a hefty drop. It might have already made its bottom in the pre-market, like Goldman Sachs did, and that wouldn't surprise me. Wells is the only one you got to be, I think that's the one you got to be concerned with. Because it's it's making a bit of a flat bottom break here on Wells. So, that's support to be determined on Wells Fargo. It looks good. Goldman was good yesterday. Marvell popping in here. Sometimes they just say Marvell popping, and it's just because it made a high, there's no big story. But making a fresh high here is Marvell. So the chips are leading the way. sleep on any potential like value we might get out of the banks on that day one after earnings. It's been the case lately, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit more of that. All quiet on the small cap land, though. I'm a little surprised. Like I was looking at the visualizer, and there's that roller stock. I don't know if it's actually what is high, okay, high roller technologies, right? I got high roller technologies almost doubled up using Palantir on there. You got Oracle, CMND, which we get super chat on Palantir in a strong move yesterday. G7, very top of global star. You got Microsoft, SMBK, Amazon. We've gone over AAL. I'm a little surprised by the merger talk. Like it's one of those, yeah, regulators can let that happen. Huh? They let that happen, but they were trying to block small ones. But sometimes the regulators can be very fickle when it comes to that roller leading the way and possibly leading the percentage gainers. So you just pay $10. What they do. Interested in what they do. High roller. That's a great name. That's an high roller technology. Looks like they're higher. They announced next, or they're announcing a definitive agreement with Crypto.com to enter the U.S. prediction market. So that would be the news story for roller here. Not a crowded market, but we'll see. Maybe it'll run.
Trading is a fun thing to be. You've got to have a strategy. Roller is rolling this AM. Upgrade, lowers price target on Snowflake right here, Evercore ISI. One of these sort of SaaS names here that continues to get pumped a little bit. We did have some nice rebounds yesterday. I saw Adobe and Microsoft and the IGV starting to catch a little bit of a bid, but $80 still is the lowest thing. We're getting close to 75. So there it is, like a nice move yesterday off the lows of IGV right there. So a nice bounce back in some of the software names led by, of course, Oracle. And Oracle is just an absolute monster once again here today. I mean, Oracle up. This low is 130, man. You're up another 5% right here with their warrants on Bloom Energy. There can be exercised at like $113 or something. And there goes BE up to $200 today. So apparently Oracle has accrued almost $300 million alone in this opportunity with Bloom. So there it goes, BE up 12.3% today. And Oracle taking higher as well. I almost put this one down on the watch today as well. I just didn't know if it was going to get back into this 158, 159 area, but I do like a lot of chalk names today for me, as we said. Like I like Tesla moving higher today. I mean, I don't think there's nothing rocket science for me. I really like iBit as well moving today, and it's just sort of been barcoding all morning. But you know, crypto has been a story, and if you look at the daily chart, that looks like it's trying to break through as well here on IBIT. So it's looking like a risk-on day. I mean, anything can change at any moment with the drop of a truth or you know, some sort of change in rhetoric from Iran or whatever happens here. I wouldn't really get
One fires at somebody in the ball. Yeah.
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what's going to change the story here, because yesterday we had that whole blockade and we saw what happened with oil went the other way. All right, we've got an exciting guest, one of the favorites. He's back again. Let's go back over to the desk and get our guest of the day with Brendan and Sharif.
Yeah, I'm back. Let's bring him right in. Scott Redler, Chief Strategic Officer from T3 Live, joining us once again to talk about where we are at. That's a mouthful, Scott. We gotta maybe do something about that. Great to see you, by the way. Welcome back. It was a very well received first time around. Happy to get your opinion here on where we are. I guess just start from a high level here. I mean, this feels a little bit too good to be true. You know, can I go that far? You know, we were talking as we came on this morning, 1 and change % from all-time highs. What's going on?
I know. We seem to get these V bottoms and then all of a sudden relentless action. So that's why you really have to have multiple plans and you can't be stubborn. You know, some people were stubborn on the way down and now they're being stubborn on the way up versus looking for the setups and looking for the opportunities. I think last time we were here, I talked about, like, I'm 53 years old. I'm a little older than the average trader out there. We've all been, you know, been doing this a long time, pretty experienced. So we try and have multiple game plans, multiple approaches to the market. If you look here at the chart I put on the SPYs, right around March 20th was where I put my tier 1, what I call the blood of the street account to work, which is actually a long-term account that I can't put monthly inflows. It's a long story, but I remember we talked about tier 1 being right there for the long term, and then tier 2 being below, below the move, which was 9.8%. Because I like to space it out. I thought maybe we can be 12% off, the highs, and it just didn't happen. So I only put tier 1 in. I have 3 tiers usually, so that's 1 account. Blood in the street, back to work. I haven't taken that off yet. A lot of traders like to model my blood in the street account to their swing account, and that's when they start putting on some swings. I didn't really start putting on some swing longs until really this day. This was April 2nd. I don't know if you guys remember. You had that first move up. We gapped down on April 2nd, and that was the day as that active trade, like, wow, oil went up, and we absorbed the weakness, and everyone was scratching their head, and that's when people started using their opinion to short the market, and that's when probably some prudent traders started to put on some swing longs, because at that point, you had the S&P and the Qs and everything was below the 200-day, and then you had the memory names holding the 50-day. So right there, you had your leadership. So now you had the potential bounce in the indices. 401ks should be always put to work no matter what. Blood in the street, tier 1, so those 2 different accounts. And then now you can start putting some swing trades on depending on the action. And then you judge it day by day to see if you can actually stay with it. So everyone keeps talking about SanDisk, and obviously SanDisk, if you look here, gave you multiple ways. So when the market was making new lows, okay, SanDisk made a higher low at the 50-day, so this was your time to really enter it as a swing trader. And then when it got above the all-time high, we extended. Now it's up. Today's not your day to buy SanDisk. I'm sorry, today's not your day. You missed it. It's up 14. Chances are, this SanDisk could probably even go from green to red if you're tactical. But SanDisk, Western Digital, Seagate, and MU a little bit with a leadership group. And then once they started going, you started to see last week the Mag 7 names start to act better. So that's when finally Amazon started acting better. Google started acting better. And for me, I made a lot of money last week in Amazon because I was buying it. If you look at the chart, go to Amazon, look how tight it was right here. It was tight right in here, holding higher while the market wasn't. First time in a while that was happening. So for me, I was in it here, had that gap up, and you could have bought it above 226 to fill the gap. And I sold into this move, but I didn't buy it back yesterday just because, again, we were up 6-7 days in a row, so I kind of moved down the food chain. So Amazon participating, then you had Google, which also gave you a really nice pattern here. Again, last week, didn't matter what was going on with the rhetoric, but last week got back above the moving averages, and then you could even bought the dip, verse 311, either a few days ago or even yesterday. So you could play as a trader different parts of each move. You don't have to be in the move the entire time. You want to evaluate your risks. So Amazon and Google were my best trades last week, but then coming into this week, my best trade was, in the software capitulation. On Friday, I bought options in ServiceNow down here, just saying, hey, I don't want to be in the stock because I don't catch falling knives, but I think, I have a rule whenever they're talking something about CNBC 30 different times and calling it the apocalypse, you usually take the other side of the trades. And when you start putting money to work when they have the octagon with their markets in turmoil. So anyway, Friday, I started buying some NOW calls. And then yesterday, when I saw the action in software, I actually bought the stock. And, I'm going to make a little bit of money, but this is just a broken trade. Same way you could have done the same thing you guys were talking about Oracle. Look at that candle in Oracle. So this candle right here gave traders a clue and a reason to say, hey, I could be in Oracle right now. Look at the potency of that move. And now you're getting paid. And, you have 171 as resistance where you're going to measure it. So what I try and tell my guys is as long as there's a reason that you could be in it, and if that reason changes, then you have your stop. So I have this thing called the virtual trading floor, which is right here. You guys could see it. This is called the Alpha Team. So they get to see my trades live. So far, all I've done this morning is trim into this strength. I started to buy swings again last week, and now today I'm managing them. So if you look, they could see it. You can go over. Like I have NVIDIA, I trimmed a little bit. I have MU, I trimmed it twice. IBIT was great. I bought on Friday, I had red yesterday, and now I'm trimming some. That's a great trade. If you can catch a 3-day trade where you manage it with size, that pays a lot of traders' bills. So I'm selling some of that. Yesterday, for the first time, I think in 3 months I bought Robinhood, and I'm trimming a little bit, but I think laggards like that have some more room. Iron, I bought on Friday, trimming some. ServiceNow, trimming some. Like I said, I have options, Rocket. So basically, the market is giving me no reason to get away from everything, you know. But at this point, the oscillator, which I follow, is plus 60. It gets overbought at plus 40, so now I'm losing a little bit by selling some SPY premium as a hedge to try and manage the process. So at this point, I'm talking a lot of, you guys are just listening, which is great. But do we go back and make new all-time highs? People, that's not that important. What's important is what's your time frame and how are you managing it. So if we do get a pullback today into tomorrow, you're not buying this morning, hitting it out tomorrow, and then it resumes later. So your entries and exits matter. It always matters. And today, to me, it's not the day to be aggressive with new longs, but you know, it doesn't mean you also have to short. You could just be on with a little less.
Scott, I want to get your take on that exact thing, but the importance of earnings season here. You know, in the past, it's been all about 7 stocks when we head into earnings season specifically. This time feels different. Are you approaching this one specifically a little different?
To be honest, I haven't even really thought about earnings season yet. I've been trading the emotion of the war, been trading the emotion of oil. Yesterday, when Goldman Sachs gapped down, people like Red Dog, could you make a chart of Goldman Sachs? I'm like, sure. So I made a chart and I showed him, like, hey, all the moving averages are around 860, see if it holds. You could buy versus the first 15 minutes, and if it makes a new low, get out of the way. And yesterday, Goldman Sachs absorbed the weakness. So now it's setting up. So you didn't even have to be in there for earnings. Now wait for the chart to set up. And at some point, it takes this out, and then you have a good trade in Goldman. But yesterday, it was a good buy in the whole, so that should give traders the idea that, hey, maybe they're going to sell JP Morgan, which is always noisy post-earnings, but it could do the same thing. So JP Morgan has the gap. Goldman filled it. I'm like, you know what? So I write language on every chart. Where's my language to this one? So just I went basically say Goldman was lower post-print and made it slow in the first 15, 30 minutes. Let's see what JP Morgan does. It was 302-ish, which it was pre-market. Now use 305 as a key. So that's my thought process for there. So doesn't mean I'm going to trade JP Morgan. I'm just being the chief strategic officer, which was hard for you guys to say earlier. I've said it a lot of times in the last 25 years, so I could say it. But then you have to think about earnings season. When will your stock report? So what I try to do is, like, I saw a note on Apple from BAML this morning talking about how they think the quarter is going to be okay, the buyback's going to be additional, the dividend is going to stay intact. So I'm like, you know what? Apple is kind of tight. Lately, it doesn't like to go up when the market goes up. So if we get a pullback or a retracement a little bit in the indices, maybe Apple goes up. But then I'm like, Apple's coming out with numbers on the 30th. Right now, it's only the 14th. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go buy the 270 calls in Apple for earnings, just in case there's a pre-earnings move. So I'm kind of anticipating the stock's not doing anything, so I don't need to be in the stock because it's not moving yet. Some people might say, hey, be long versus 256, and then you could also add when it gets above 262. That's how you would frame that trade. So what you want to do is you want to look, when does your stock report? You know, what has it done? Is it priced for perfection, or is there still room? And for something like Apple, which hasn't done anything yet, and I love Apple, I have, you know, it's near and dear to my heart because I've been trading it for so long. People used to call me the Apple trader like 15 years ago. And then I was the Tesla trader, and then I was the Sand. But anyway, I trade what moves and what's in vogue. But right now, what I'll do is I'll buy the 270 calls. If Apple does a pre-earnings move as we get closer and it goes there, then maybe I'll turn it into a call spread and let the action finance the play, and it could be for free. So what you want to do is, you know, if you're investing in a company, you need to know what the story is for earnings. If you're trading it, I never take stock into earnings. I only take options because risk is premium paid. I don't care what you think, you know, it could, if you get paid for April, you know, the second quarter, you're wrong into earnings. You could lose your whole, every single day you just worked for. So for me, my strategy on earnings is if I feel like I'm going to miss something, I usually go with options because risk is premium paid, or I map out the levels, I wait for the print, and I trade it after hours if the setup's there.
Great stuff. Great insight, as always. Scott Redler from T3 Live, Chief Strategic Officer at T3 Live. Great to see you. Thanks for this once again.
My pleasure.
Fantastic options talk from Scott. Risk is premium paid. I agree with that. Also looking into some call spreads as well. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Start it with Monday.com. Piper Sandler downgrading them, also lowering their price target from $100 to $85. You're down about 0.4% here this morning. Vastly holding on to positive here this morning, going from a buy to a hold with a price target of $24 by Craig Hallam. Also a Sun on the list, guys. You're negative 3% here. Also getting the downgrade. Price reduction from $9 to $7 with a neutral weight rating by Piper Sandler. And then we have Green for Life, GFL here, guys, down 0.6%. Price target being lowered from $49 to $42 by JP Morgan. Moving, take a look at some of the upgrades this morning. You've heard the gentleman talking about this on multiple occasions. We're going to kick things off with Tesla. UBS giving them the nod. You're up 1.8% here. Also getting a price target increase to $352. Goldman Sachs also getting the nod, guys, with a price increase by Williams-Sonoma from 185 to 218. You're just holding on to negativity here. Now also General Motors getting the nod, guys. You're up 2.25, a little bit less than that. Price target increase, but with a buy rating, their target being increased from $83 to $90 by Deutsche Bank. And then we have Crocs, Seaport Research giving them the nod. You're up 2.2% here today with a $135 price target. Let's send it back to the boys.
Thank you very much, Joe. And great guest, Scott, dropping some absolute gems. I want to talk about Robinhood, but before we get into some more stock talk, Broadcom is sort of extending this move down here. Now down about down to 370, tag 368 on the lows, 2.5% going in absolutely the other direction relative to the market. So we already talked about how Marvell was gapping higher and moving up. It looks like you're getting the inverse move is the word I'm looking for over there with Broadcom. We're extending it. It was already happening. Now it's actually extending that in either direction. And one of the things Scott mentioned, he was like, oh, Robinhood hopefully has some room to run. I think there's going to be a lot said about how close we are to the highs, right? The all-time high in the SPY or on the Qs. But I think in some cases too, like there's so much catch-up to be played by individual names. And we mentioned the Mag 7 with Tesla, but Robinhood here, you've got the 70K hold of Bitcoin. Now it's trying to hold on to the big 74 level, which we'll probably get to at some point. The 50 period looks like that can go today. So I think it's going to confirm in the next, today or tomorrow, that you've got a bit of a bottom. And candidly, I already bought in the consolidation, so I'm just looking for it to get back to in the money because I'm just underneath the $80 level in this consolidation. But either way, I like the look of some of these bottoming patterns in the chart. But they have, like, what they've done is given you sometimes a day, maybe a couple of days, if you're looking at some of the weaker names of runs, and they haven't really confirmed much yet in terms of breaking out major resistance levels. So some of these still have some tests to be proven. Like, look at what happened up at like $77 on Robinhood last week. You think that's not going to be important when it gets there? Can it punch through is going to be key. It's not all roses every single stock just because the market is approaching the highs yet.
No, we're getting, as you mentioned, we're getting a lot of roses there on Marvell. I mean, this could be a name that just continues to play, right? I mean, we got out at 20% yesterday, but we still got a huge position here as Marvell. I'm not even sure what's going on here. Up 5% right now for MRVL as that just continues to tick higher and higher and higher. I don't know. This is another name that's just sort of gone parabolic. I do like Scott's idea about, trading stock ahead of earnings, right? I mean, try to line up what you think is about to happen. Try to, read the tea leaves, figure it out. Apple, he likes it into the 30th of April, they report. So give it 2 weeks. Buy the 270s. I mean, that's some option talk right there. I think that makes some sense. We could probably extend through 270, but if you do get that run, as you're mentioning, into all-time highs and whatever for the market, then Apple probably just sort of drifts higher anyways, and then comes up with a decent report, and then there you go. So I don't know what a 270 would cost you into April, end of April, maybe early May, but that's a nice move there for Apple that we're looking for as well. So I think, trading, you're not getting into earnings season. So, names like Amazon that has a lot of, hopefully a lot of tailwinds now behind it, they could come up with a good number as well. So we'll look to see if Amazon into earnings like, wow, just what a move some of these stocks have had. As Neil said, not everything, right? SoFi, some of these bank names still continue to be relatively valued down near their lows as well. So we can see if SoFi wants to get going back upside. And I think really with Bitcoin starting to potentially go now, you're going to get some good push forward in some of these names like SoFi, IBKR, so on and so forth. Charles Schwab's been beat up a little bit as well, as they worried a little bit about what software and what some of these Claude bots and Anthropic can do. IBKR is already well back to the upside. And then Figma is a name that when we talk about a beat up name for a minute, this is one of those IPOs that just has not gone right. You want to talk about some names that are near lows. Look what Figma has been doing, man. This is $19 right now, as it did touch 125 back in the summer. So you're down 90% or so on FIG. So there's a lot of names that maybe you can pick up some for value. I wouldn't be trusting Figma. Down here we saw Beyond Meat yesterday make some runs as well. Names, what was it? RMSG. That yesterday, Real Messenger broke through $1. Now today it's $3. Like what a huge move that we saw yesterday after hours, man. This name got to 380 yesterday after opening back up right there at 4 o'clock. Shot back the moon there. So this name was $1 2 days ago or less, and now got over $3. We'll see if it can do that again. RSMG. So definitely lots happening. Let's just see if we can keep some of these bids going. Market not doing much, flat right now to start the day. We got our rundown and our watch list. Lots of stuff to talk about here. Let's go back over to the desk.
686 and a quarter, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. Here's the deal, guys. Remember this inverse head and shoulders we were talking about, which was preceded by a downtrend? We said the low was going to be 630, and we said the neckline break was 660. So if we were to project a measured move from the low to the neckline break, that's about $30. So 660 at 30, that's 690, and that is almost where we are, Brendo. 687.74. In fact, that 690 level where I'm expecting resistance happens to also jive with this downtrend line where we're putting in basically lower highs for the majority of the year. So I'm looking for 690 as resistance if we start catching a bid. If we start selling off, we're looking to that flat bottom, flat top that we had as resistance last week, 682 and a quarter.
All right, as always, if you haven't done so, grab this free watch list for you. Down below in the description is the link. You can use your email to grab that. Comes right to your inbox every single day. Has everything that's moving around in the pre-market and why. Comes about 8 o'clock or just before 8 o'clock every single day. And then you join us at 8 on YouTube. We get you set for the open. Let's go. Tesla with an upgrade, as we mentioned, if you're with us in the first 30 minutes here. Yeah, we took out that high from yesterday right out of the gate, and then it kind of struggled with it, I guess. Back and forth around that 350 support ended up being a thing yesterday, but starting to see, hopefully, a little more positivity here for this thing.
I would hope so. It's a good look. Lately, not on the year, down still 21% year to date, but they did catch an upgrade from UBS, moving them up from sell to neutral and boosting that price target to, as you mentioned, $352. They see a more balanced risk to reward setup after the recent pullback. As we mentioned, it's down about 21% year to date. So what better time than now? They're saying the stock now reflects both the near-term EV demand weakness as well as a long-term upside from what they're calling physical AI. We're talking about robotaxi and, of course, Optimus. They say, look, all the near-term headwinds that we've been talking about, the weak EV demand, all that is already priced in. What stood out to me, though, was that they're actually expecting Q1 of this year to be weak for their energy segment. And we've been talking a lot about how that energy segment has been quite strong, one of their fastest growing segments, in fact. And we'll find out all of this because they do report on the 22nd after the close, not that long ago, not that long from now, I should say.
Yeah, we're getting right into the meat here for earnings season coming up in the next couple of weeks. Tesla guys, thoughts? We're finally through these levels or prior resistance levels. If this gap holds, maybe all signs point to up.
Well, you just said it right there, prior resistance levels. That's where I want to look. You pull back into those, and we're going to like you. There, you look, support at 350 speaks for itself. I think it's worth a couple of tries today because Tesla, it's one of the things Scott said. It's like there's some things that have more room to run. I mentioned Robinhood as one, and you can make an argument that Tesla relative to the mags is sort of the same thing. So I think you're headed for at least a retest of the bottom or the top of the down channel, which would be around the mid 370s on the daily. So you got support at 350, you've got prior highs, call it like 354 and a half, 355. But if we get a dip down to those levels, I'm going to like it there for Tesla. Just one word on, I know we were showing Broadcom going to the downside. There's some chatter online. There's concerns related to Google starting to diversify its TPU supply chain as a potential reason for the move in Broadcom. Just realized we showed you guys a chart a couple times and we didn't really mention that headline. Yeah, but I like some dip buys here in Tesla.
Yeah, I have. I don't like dip buys. I love dip buys in Tesla today. Dip buys in Tesla today are the thing for me. There it is, 354 to 355 long. We'll see if it winds up coming through. So it's going to be on the node, and we're going to trade what's on here. So we're going to be looking at Tesla today off the sticky note. And I just really, I mean, just looking at it, upgraded today, up 1.7%. Market not doing anything. Tesla trying to, I mean, it's not going lower. Potentially going to try right off the open to take that out. I'm not here to, bust this through. I do think that's going to be a good trade, though, breaking through 360. I just don't know if I want to hit that breakout right now because we saw what it did yesterday, and I'm just going to try to see if the same sort of thing happens. So there's yesterday. We opened up, we take off, we come back, we give ourselves a base, and then we blast through. So this is what I'm going to be looking for today on Tesla, and I just think if it does come through into this 356, well, now it's 356, so we'll probably have to hit that. I wrote down 354. That's where the 200 period was when we first wrote this down. But if we start to base out around 356, and we're going to go long on Tesla today on that upgrade, I just think it's time to go. I don't know if it goes, but you could definitely get a little bit of a bump today. As we see many of these other names starting to get going, why can't Tesla do the same? Of course, at 925, we will have the imbalances come through. We do have Ford as well with a very similar upgrade there from UBS. This is more on the cars, though, talking about strength into 2027. And now, right now, you're up to 1250. That's breaking out through your 200 period moving average. This could actually wind up being better than Tesla. So we'll look at both of these, but Ford back in here, 1235, Tesla back to 356. I want to be on both of those. So that's what I'm going to be looking for today. Ford long, Tesla long. I like the space, and I think it can create some actionable trades today. Tesla long as well as Ford.
Let's talk some oil. Back to the downside once again this morning, ever so slightly here. That's just XLE. I mean, you can pull up the futures, have a look at oil anyway. We're bouncing off support here a little bit, but so after the gap yesterday, it just sold all day long. Here we are again today at that same level.
And you know what they're talking about now? They're talking about demand destruction because of elevated prices for a long time. So here's what we mean. The International Energy Agency is warning demand destruction will spread. They're saying, look, they're downward revising, in fact, the amount of barrels that they expect to be used. They're saying we're revising down to 730 KBD. I'm assuming that's kilobarrels per day versus the prior forecast. And they're expecting 1.5 MBD demand to drop in Q2 of 2026. They're saying that that's going to be the sharpest decline in demand since COVID. So early signs of demand slowdown already visible in the Middle East and Asia Pacific. They're saying the weakness is concentrated specifically in jet fuel as well as LPG, and there's some other petrochemicals. The takeaway here is that high prices are starting to reduce consumption globally. We'll have to see if that's a temporary thing or whether or not it's going to be a permanent issue. But I do remember back February, March, April of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine and we saw the 170s, the 180s in gas here. And then you and I were talking about this. The Teslas were selling for like $65,000 4 or 5 months earlier, the Model Y, and then they were selling for $95,000. I don't think we've had that kind of reaction this time around.
No.
Because it was a kind of a perfect storm last time. They couldn't make as many Model Ys because of the shutdowns, and oil was going up. Not the same problem this time. We only have one of the variables.
And I mean, you and I were just talking about Mercedes specifically off camera there a little bit, but there's so much more options. There's so many other choices for people to have, and there's going to be more and more and more and more over the next 2-3 years as well. So I think that has also really changed the EV landscape. But we'll see. Weakness, anyways, guys. As far as oil again today, individual names, not so much right now, but worth watching.
Yeah, I think when we talk about oil here, I think, yesterday was an example of support coming in at the exact same price when news hits and the market makers dropped a bid, and that was at 129. So if it was resistance before and then support pretty much the entirety of the day until like a late day drop, 129 is the level to watch for me on USO. Like for me, there's really nowhere else to look. If it gets up in there, I think that's where you look for a short. That'll also give you a nice little base in theory for, oil, energy down, markets up kind of deal. If we get back up there for reversions, that's a place to buy some dips. So, when looking at IBIT today, when looking at Intel, if the market does, if the oil futures market get up there to the 129, I'll be looking for the dip buys if I'm not in, say, an Intel at that moment, if I'm not in a Tesla in that moment, if I'm not in an IBIT at that moment, I'd look for the bounce play. Because that 129 was pretty distinctive in yesterday's trade. Just very quickly, I know we got a couple of super chats. I wanted to at least try to fire a couple up there. I know we had JKL here with the hot dad walk report saying your SILJ and SLV. I didn't realize it was both. I thought it was just SILJ, the miners there. Could close out in the morning. It is Taco Tuesday. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. We don't know what it is. It looks pretty bullish right now, but it's been a pretty good run. You saw silver up. I'm assuming SILJ done very well for you as well. So appreciate you, JKL, and best of luck in your trading today. We'll get that one out of there. Uh-oh, shoot.
We do have, so oil, I mean, I don't know. We'll just have to see if there's going to be any sort of a update today on the Strait of Hormuz. We did hear something about some ships returning around there, but there is the blockade, so that makes sense. And yeah, yesterday, just if we're looking at how yesterday traded on the 1 minute chart, easy move to the downside. Easy, I don't know, it was clean. And then we bumped up. And the thing is, we didn't really respect VWAP yesterday too much. We were, ending up to the downside. This little break right there of 130 on USO. I mean, if we do somehow rally back up into this point, I could maybe see that as potentially being a short. I would think this is just with the NASDAQ going higher today and ES higher, I think oil eventually just breaks down again. So yeah, 127 looking like that's a good take lower right here. So I think I could probably go short oil right here. If we do rip up to 129, fine. I think that would be another great short area. So I'm looking basically right in a channel right here, right now, between 129 as our short or 127 as the breakdown play. So I think that makes sense there, 127. And this is just USO. You have to actually look at, physical oil to see what's actually going on there, but it'll mimic it 1-to-1. So as we continue to look over there on CLK, downside continue play, right? So down 3% there. Oracle, we're hearing in our ear popping as well. So, it's definitely a risk on day. This is why I'm trying to, express the short for oil. So if that continues to work, look, oil can go up like we saw yesterday. It was up, 1.5%, 2% at the end of the day. NASDAQ's still up 1%. So oil can flatten out and do nothing. But I think just with the market moving higher here, the trade would be long market, short energy. And right now, that definitely seems to be working out. Wow, look at Oracle. This might be one of the best ones, man. 135 bottom, 165 right now. Good. Taking everything out and going right back to February levels. Right now is Oracle on the daily. Wow, that would have been a great one to be picking up down near some of those lows once their financing got all sorted out. But there goes Oracle right through 170. Might be that next play now for ORCL. 6.5. Wow. Name that continues to go. Earnings, but let's see what happens with JP Morgan today.
Yeah, oh, by the way, we then some, up to 315 here, so new highs. The lows here after their report. I mean, kind of a mixed bag right across the board as far as the group goes once again this morning, but a little more positive as far as the price action is concerned.
Yeah, this was a good report. There was one issue where they guided down for net interest income, but otherwise I didn't see too much of a problem with it. Let's go. $50.54 billion, that easily beats a 49. Also 0.8% year over year for that top line number, of course. Net interest income, I should say, did $1.5 their different divisions. Fixed income trading revenue popped 20. That to Goldman, which dropped about 10%, meaning the traders here for JPM a little bit better. That beat expectations. Investment banking fees jumped 28%. The bank did lower, though, their full year 2026 net interest income guide to about $103 billion. Our comments, he highlighted the resilient U.S. economy. He did, however, emphasize that there are rising risks. He mentioned geopolitical tensions, energy volatility, trade uncertainty, elevated asset valuations. How long have we been hearing elevated?
Honestly, I saw a couple of these yesterday, these like quotes, and it's like, it's starting to become a thing where it's specifically with the banks, quotes that they just use every single call. Which one is going to fit in where during the call? Like, it's getting to
weeks, like one red day or something, like JP Morgan. It didn't take for, yeah, what are you going to do? See a revisit. VWAP in here, and you can play the old buy the dip game on bank earnings. Well, forget about that. That's completely gone. I would think it your face off, so like there might be like a little settling period, and maybe there's not. Yeah, unfortunately, that one might have given you your chance at a dip. So like the one that's really looking very different as well is at this point. For Wells Fargo, but in the rest of the bit of a to be honest, that's the one I'm the most interested in. But I think if you're looking for like the trading vehicle, a bit of a different look where you might have a chance to be able to catch some kind of a bottom around that prior support. But JP Morgan, I guess, unfortunately.
At these here kicking over $10, so that's nice. I don't see anything on here. So now not going to play off of that, but yeah, I would say Citigroup is the one. I mean, this is actually broken through 52-week highs, now taking out that 124 up. Confusion about this report, right? Came out straight up 127.80. Bit of a gap issue. We talked about yesterday liquidity gaps and vacuums and everything off the open. So, you know, with earnings, that's what's going to happen here with Citigroup. But this is where I would look. I wouldn't even look at JP Morgan today. I think it's just Citigroup right here. It's a good price, $128, a little cheaper, you know, than JP Morgan. And it just looks like it has some good levels to play off of. Even if you dip down in, 50-period support, which we really like as well, is right here at yesterday's close. So if you get into 127, I think you can find more clean buy where you don't have to guess. So a strong Tech is monstrous, man. And now you get that good news from Amazon buying GSAT. So let's go find the story about all tech today, sticky note littered with it.
Yeah, there was another note with Apple extending its an earlier deal with Amazon as well. But I brought this up when Scott was on for a reason, and that was specifically going into earnings season. You know, in the past, we can remember it's been about 7 stocks.
Yeah.
You know, earnings season is building up to the Mag 7, and then everything else after the Mag 7. Let's be honest. It feels that there's more because of what has happened this year. There's so many other areas of it doing well. It feels like there's more attention elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Aside from energy, of course, it does feel like though, and concentration in what just so much, and they're all really running. I mean, some of them take their turns, different groups here and there. But yeah, to build on your point, it definitely feels like Mag 7 not centric anymore, or as much as the global here. Think on my way back, I'm even more impressed this time around, Brendo. It's just fantastic. It makes flying an entirely different experience. You got to fly on an airplane with Sterling. Apple. If this deal goes through.
Airlines, and I'll just make a statement. Anything else at this point is barely usable.
You know, and it drops. Like, like when you're flying, I was text messages. Would you see the other?
Yeah.
There's no going back.
Stuck in a range, however, here, if you zoom out a little bit on earnings, guys, maybe this can finally be the catalyst.
I'd like to hope so. It's a little bit disappointing for Apple, and it doesn't make the list today for some of that reason. It is now, there is now a definitive agreement, and it is for 90 in cash or 0.3 shares of Amazon closing or Amazon stock. I have not seen a reliable sometime in 2027. And remember when I was mentioning this is not something that's because there's a cash component and there's no particular close. Have to pick and choose. One of these days, Intel's not going to go up. Rip there, out there, dip and actually breaking the pre-market high, break out there. So it's like oscillating between just straight up breaking the highs or looking like a little bit weak and going or looking dip. At about 64.5. That's where I'm looking. Is, well, if we're being real about Bitcoin, a few things have happened, right? Like we've actually managed to hold on to the trend on IBIT. Like the daily chart, right? As long as that can hold, it looks pretty good. But that 75,000 is here, and it's right now. We were talking about Tesla, but like Intel and IBIT for me. And again, Apple disappointment. So I'm staying away from Apple today. It's almost exactly flat. Anything. I like the stock, I like the company. It's just today, Apple.
IBIT, I'm already bidding there, so I think it will, but we'll wait to see if it does. Tesla 354. That's probably going to change to 3. longs. So these are all longs. We talked about on day for me over here. So we'll just continue to watch. We said that, you know, at 9:25, here come the imbalances. So there's NVIDIA. So NVIDIA with a sell. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Again, we don't necessarily want to sit there and just. There's NVIDIA with a sell, 189. That could come in. And other than that, though, BMN. Also, these sells aren't going to be affected that much into the stock because these are based on whatever on here and then fades off. Up 5 again today. It looks like the bid is on right now for. Yesterday talking a little bit about those random coins as well starting to go. SoFi with a bid there as well, 191,000 shares, and you can see SoFi catching up 3% there. Other than that, man, for our Shreve. We'll both see if we can get there back to green on that little fun exercise that we had earlier. Thanks to Marvell for me. There just it's now up. Straight fire upside. What's going on at the desk with Lucid and Uber?
Yeah, more news or more details, I guess, of the Uber news for Lucid. I mean, most of
when I was doing the note, it was already pulling back. But this is a good headline nonetheless, guys. Agreed to purchase at least 35,000 vehicles from Lucid, specifically designed for that future. Among the names now being discussed that can actually throw their ring. Uber's commitment, or they're committing, I should say, another $200 million, bringing their total $550 million, strengthening Lucid's balance sheet, of course. This is a very Lucid where they're looking to expand production with newer and more popular models. We'll see how change that not the team, but the person, Silvio Napoli, new CEO. He replaces Mark Winteroff, who's going to transition to CEO. It's not
we were talking about the simple fact that EVs as a market has not only changed from going back to COVID, as you were saying, it's ongoing. I was the advanced went green.
Sure.
And there was a, and it's still the only, I don't know about you, but it's still the only EV when I see one. Oh, there's a Lucid.
Yeah.
You know, everything else is just, you know, blends in. The only one that I say, oh, there's a Lucid.
Have you seen the Gravity on the road yet?
No, not yet.
It thing's a bus. I still haven't seen it on the road, but I saw it at the mall. Huge. Yeah. More ever.
Yeah. We'll see if we can hold it.
I can't believe they were at one point in the NASDAQ 100. That's ridiculous to me. But I like Uber. I don't like the opening.
That's not a here. I think might be something. Wow, it looks like we missed that Tesla just by a little bit. 425. It got to 355 on a flush there for Tesla. Damn it, we missed that one. That's the as well. AMZN is would be Amazon, right? I think that's right. Yeah. So again, everything ripping. So we said it was going to be now we're going to slow down and wait to see where this market goes. It's not, the market's not even going that much. Just a lot of these stocks have started to get going from their lows. Amazon. Probably Marvell, 136. Okay, so that hits 138 and change right there. So that looks like that's going to be a good fill up there as well. We'll see if Marvell can get going. And 193. Everything is going up right now. Maybe the only one that's trying to hold lows. But IBIT pulled back. We're also back just a little bit there. And a quick look on JP Morgan. All right, so that does come back into 309. So wow. We missed it by 75 cents, but at the end of the day, it's going by itself. There goes Tesla, 360 and change. 358. Wow, 358 might be the bid there on Tesla. Everything really started.
Everything is gone.
Yeah, everything gone right now.
I'm canceling. I'm canceling my Tesla bid. I think I missed like 40 cents or something like that. So we didn't talk about Palantir this morning. Remember the president likes Palantir. I don't know if you heard that last week, but that also breaking out. What am I going to tell you? Like this is breaking out. That's breaking out. Left, right, center. Everything looking pretty bullish. Silver, we're looking for. In silver, that's going to be it's not really falling, closing any gaps, but at least maybe it has a chance to bounce off of prior lows. Like that could give you a little bit of something. US is not moving up, so you're not really getting a chance to fade over there. Unfortunately, we already talked about Palantir. AMD's headed the other direction. It failed the 250 break. So this looks distinctly different. Intel's also dropping, but it's not really catching any kind of a bid. That's right into support. It's falling like a rock. There's something different going on with Intel right now. So this is a stay away until I figure out what is even happening here. Like Tesla will look good, but AMD and Intel both giving up. Remember, it was Broadcom that was headed to the downside early. Yeah, Broadcom Christmas tree recovery. It's now green on Broadcom. Like this was the weakest chip name 20 minutes ago. Bye.
So yesterday, of course, Netflix can't do this, but we have it. But we still Netflix was still the #1 stock yesterday. I was proud. But look at this move today. We had this exact same sort of feels yesterday for Netflix, and then today it goes just really popping up $1 straight, up 1%, sorry, just and $1, just straight fire right there for Netflix, man. 103 and change. Yesterday we were lucky enough to get a dip by this today. Nothing happening there on NFLX except for straight action northbound there. We can see if S&P took out 1,000. It did not. No. Okay. So it got to 975 there. Now it's dripping back in, down 3%, 925. You know what else is they're going to fall? Yeah.
There's some things that are falling that are high flyers because G Vernova rejected 1,000 again too. Pretty much exactly. That's actually heading back into the downside. So look, you're having a lot of what I'm looking at is strong, but like there's a couple of things under the hood here. AMD we mentioned, Intel, SanDisk you mentioned, G Vernova not looking incredibly strong just yet. I haven't heard news on that, but
Oracle
it's not that
gave
much.
some of it back too. Yeah, they can't do 170 yet again.
There you go. So we're running into at least some resistance. Maybe not for Tesla. If the dip into the prior high is gone again, those orders are now canceled. Let's look to see if it can hold some higher lows. The VWAP trade is going to be in play. Just looking over at IBIT right now. I think there's no need to cancel that little dip buy. No need for it. No need to have it out there. There's no point sitting pennies lower from here. If it goes down 2%, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I want to see if we can hold some pre-market lows because you have a topping tail candle, at least for now, forming on IBIT, which would indicate that it could come into a little bit of a pullback. That happens. Look to try to catch a base in this bad boy. Apparently, SMR is even flying. And no need to spam the chat. We do see some of the names that people are throwing out there. Circle should be strong. If Bitcoin's strong, 5% again for Circle. Like some of these beaten up stocks are really, they're just absolutely flying around here. But no, IBIT and silver, what I'm looking at right now, they're the ones that are the least far away from what we're looking at for entries, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I just put a bid. I have a couple bids on IBIT, but I'm not going to get the low one, so I'm going to switch up 42.25 so we can get this back, like we said, into VWAP. I'm going to see if we can get a bid there for IBIT. Probably not, but if that happens, that happens. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a move down now back for Tesla, although the market is giving no moves back. Tesla does make that move right back in. My signal's going real slow here today. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, wow. A good break there on Tesla as we get lower, right into day's low again, into the 200 period moving average there for Tesla. Okay, breaking lower. Right now is going Tesla. 357 and change. Potential area. I'm a little nervous because of the market. Like, why is the market ripping here? But Tesla keeps on ticking lower right now. 157. I'm going to leave Tesla alone just for a second and maybe have a look back as we got into 361 and now pulled back. Same thing sort of happening right now with NVDA. So these are two longs that we looked at and that I really liked long. I'd written down NVIDIA lower than this, 189, but it looks like 190 would be a pretty good take here for NVIDIA. If we could come into maybe 190 is too low, but maybe 191 there. Something to look at for NVIDIA. I think we could try a 191 or so take here for NVDA. But hey, it's only 9:36, and it's like the markets are definitely giving some back. That's $1.50 right there in 5 minutes for NVIDIA. It looks like we didn't make a mistake.
AMD's screaming downside right now.
Oh, yeah. So
Screaming.
made the mistake not buying some Tesla there, but
Yeah,
okay, maybe AMD then.
Well, but it looks like a.
I mean, is
looks
there
like a
news
short
on any of these
setup.
names? I mean, I don't know why some of these tech names.
The issue, like you can sit there and look bullish, but that's a failed break at 250. Like I'd almost want to be looking for some kind of a fade when I see a pattern like that. But look, you're seeing USO go down, so it's all systems go. Man, IBIT's not dipping. This is ridiculous. It's only going higher here. Might have to step that one up. SLV as well. Like I'm looking at some of these other names going down, but the dip buys in a couple of names that haven't really gone yet. They're just not matriculating in. Adara, was there anything on AMD?
No, nothing on AMD, nothing on GEV either. So some of these names that are pushing lower, there's no news on them. They're just, I guess, moving on to the market.
That's probably some profit takers, aggressive profit taking, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to buy.
It doesn't have to
AMD.
be news. It can be any. It doesn't have to be news why something's going down, right? Like these stocks are volatile.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's probably. I think he's profit taking. I think he's probably right. I mean, the Nasdaq is absolutely on fire right now. I mean, up 0.79. This is why we do say that sometimes it is worth, just investing sometimes in the index whenever you're uncertain, because definitely get up. I'm going to try AMD against that. Missed the low take there on AMD around 240. Right now, just to start our bidding on AMD, but yeah, downside rate. 40. So right now it's kind of doing that, but I don't know, man. Like where this market is, I did not think we would be all the way down here for TSLA. So this could be the shot right now to take Tesla. I'm not prepared
I'm
to
still
do
waiting
it yet.
for, well, the level I like.
No. And Nvidia's
it was
coming
54.5, and we're sitting here. Market's at the highs. Tesla's near the low, but not at that prior highs. What's with this? Way price. Global Star, and they don't care. They don't care there's a stock portion. Amazon's showing you a lot of the strength there. So, yeah, we see Tesla going down. Intel continues to fall. It's interesting that but like IBIT, it's so like bad. And Bitcoin is at 75,000, and it's not really dipping. But I'm not punching the highs. We're at 74.9 on IBIT.
Hey, we are really.
Yeah, it's not punching the high.
All right, so AMD lost it, man. It's gone. So there goes AMD. I mean, now I guess we just got to look at, okay, here. So we did try AMD. So that, I mean, we got out at 25 on that break of 40s. pretty happy that we didn't get hit that much on that. But there, we're through that bounce off of 245 and change. NVIDIA was the one sort of there, and instead we went over to AMD. That might have 90 there for NVDA. Tesla, Amazon was a story today. So yeah, that's up to 240. Wow, really like Amazon. Amazon's a pretty big holding as well. But Amazon, yeah, upside, just looking at the chart here. Wow, 246. I mean, if you're looking at the daily chart, it's right now. So you made a huge move on Amazon. Nice. When you got a nice little dip buy early on some sort of imbalances, and then I wasn't in and out. I didn't notice.
Dude, okay, Andre, maybe just restart it. I didn't realize, because I haven't taken anything until now, so I didn't even realize, and I didn't peek over. But I'm into SLV. This is the prior low. Looks like it's trying to hold these prior highs. If it holds on to this trend, which is also VWAP in here, we'll go for this one. Tesla might go without here. Like, it hasn't refilled in that gap, and now you're starting to see VWAP get retested. I'll let this one settle down a bit. If it can hold over VWAP, a little bit more like a wipe on it. Yikes, I might have already missed. A wipeout bottom through that 63 level. Prior bar is pretty much exactly 63 even. In 73. That is absolutely correct.
Only because I have one position. We did retake it there. I don't know if again, like, we take some out at to the high side there of AMD on a break of 247. I was just like, you know what? Maybe, as we just mentioned, there's some of these dips have happened, and we can try to absorb it. Most we got. So if this one about properly down there. I'm waiting for a little bit more of a fill there at 30s. There it goes, breaking down. Money out of it will there. Risk 25 cents. We get an upside. Micro devices. So yeah, just kind of hanging out right now. Thanks for watching. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. I want to be stopped out of this one at 246.75 right there. Took on it. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. All good. We're kind of flat on the stock now. Just waiting to see if this wants to get a little higher right now. There goes D. Waiting 50, maybe. Just need a little bit more of a push up. Only takes one. Good thing we were able to get back into it, but let's see what winds up happening with AMD Goolsby. Here goes. But so far, so good there. 30 cents in the money on this one. But I heard a call for a dare. Just let me know, Andre, when you're ready.
Yep, I think so.
All right, then let's go.
Not much to say about Goolsby. Been cautious. He's continuing to be cautious. I wanted to talk here about NNE, Nano Nuclear. This name is pushing. So nice look here for NNE. Other nuclear plays include SMR, if I could spell the ticker. SMR actually doing quite well here. OKLO would be another play to potentially watch. Not doing as well as SMR and NNE, but either way, nuclear plays on watch. White House initiative. This is for rate cuts, which is quite literally, I think, the entire motto of how to approach the Fed. He also said before the war he was optimistic about the possibility of rate cuts. Now he said it's really unclear how long this conflict will
Well, now the market's starting to really scream. The Nasdaq's broken through the high, following the ES. By the way, the ES. Oh, there was that ridiculous bottoming tail candle. Now it's trending back in toward VWAP. So I'm going to respect VWAP. You also had some resistance at 64 even. So taking a bulk out here. I am also still in silver. Yeah, position board's working, just double checking. That's holding on to trend. Hasn't rebroken the high. But so far, so good on the dip buys, except for IBIT. And the reason for that is, well, we don't have it. Bitcoin is now through 75. So good. You're not going to be able to catch all of them. Now, this one just never dipped. There was plenty that was dipping. It just was never at any point Bitcoin. We'll have to try to be patient with this and see if we can't miss, see if we haven't missed the train. But I want this VWAP to fill on 64. And once we go through there, I'm looking for 64 a little bit unique. I won't let this one get out of the money. So the stop's now to break even from that prior bar low.
All right. We only have a third left. It just ripped up right into VWAP, right into the 200 period moving average. I mean, we got to empty the clip out when it gets there. So we make our daily goal there after going 0 for 1 to start, right? A quick hit. And then right back in. So we had 1.5 units on this one. We had 3 on this. So let's see if it still wants to work out. I mean, we were just at 248. We'll see if we can get back up. I mean, this is the big fill for me. There's VWAP. And, it's AMD, and it was a good little bounce back. Now, will we wind up holding that level? Now, I do not know. But I'm still going to be stopped. I mean, look, we could still for 246.50s come through there, and if we do drop out through that trade, I mean, I told you this was a 20. I mean, this is the thing. Even when I put this trade, it was 25 cents worth of risk, right? I mean, that's what I'm going to try to keep being vocal about. Where I'm getting in, what the risk is like. So when this rips $1.50, and you have 25 cents as your stop, you know, you're then taking it 7 to 1, 8 to 1 on that, you know. So that's something that you got to empty out a little bit when you get there. Even if you think it's going to continue through, that's what you got to do. So when it does pull back, you know, this market is very sensitive and very stock specific, obviously, as you can see. So, you know, you got to be careful with the winners, and here it comes right back in again. So, you know, what was $1.50 now zeros again. So, you know, this is why you got to be aggressive on your outs and your ins, but follow your rules. Like, here we go. We could get stopped out here for that down 25 cents. And if that happens, it happens. But that's why you take the outs when the outs are there. And we did that for AMD. Will it continue here? As a completely different story. I was thinking about some NVIDIA strength, but right now it's AMD that's been really weak.
S&P is at the low of the day right now at about 905, almost $900. Like, there's a lot that's looking pretty weak. Micron's a little bit stronger. It's holding on to VWAP. As I was mentioning, Intel, which was a complete, just utter dumpster fire off the open, did a bottoming tail, and it's also rejecting VWAP. So there's a lot of relative weakness in places that are not Bitcoin, if we're being honest about it. And then you've got the mags, like Amazon's chilling. HOD, like there's no, oh, okay, well, Apple, I was going to say Apple was chilling as well, but Apple's actually pulling back a little bit here. And then remember the software name looking so good. You've got Microsoft leading the way up at that top. Oracle, which yesterday was one of the biggest movers, it's still looking actually relatively strong. But I'm still only in the 2. SLV's holding on to the trend, on the trend line, and bounce back into the highs. But there's some really heavy downside, like SNDK stocks that are really holding this move from retaking some of these tops. Let's get that super chat from Dave up there if we can. I know we have a couple super chats we probably need to get to. I tried to tell y'all it is World Quantum Day. You didn't show it. Thank you, appreciate you. Bought the Beyond Meat, Berry, and Tropical Variety 12-pack from Beyond Test Kitchen that will send, you will send after, figure out the logistics and mail. You just let us know. Just let us know. We appreciate you. And you want us to look at because it's World Quantum Day. Well, in quantum, shout out to Alphabet, the best quantum play out there. Probably, Alphabet's probably at the high, but INQ up 10%, so congratulations there. But yeah, yay, World Quantum Day. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, every day seems to be a day of something these days. But yeah, shout out. Thanks for that. We'll be having fun with those drinks. That should be fun there for sure. Man, did again. So there it goes, man. These are the trades, and this is, we were looking for the big one. We put on big share, for me, big shares anyways. And there goes AMD. So yeah, man, we'll just props it up and here and do our thing day after day after day. So yeah, man. I'm gonna be gone. Mentality is no, just joking. It doesn't really matter. But 359, I just leaving is always a sad thing. But 359, yeah. So remember we were down here with Tesla and we're like, you know what, this could be the big one. This could be the big. It's gone 5, but I don't know. I mean, spoken with I like Tesla there. And next time, maybe when I start talking like that, we'll put on, even if I put on a small amount, we could still be fine down there with Tesla. But look, man, I couldn't be any more happy than with this trade on AMD. I think this is exactly the kind of trader we're trying to be. Very, very risk sensitive and get stopped out for 30 or 40 cents, but still stay on the name and look for that next trade. I'm very, very proud to see that right there. So it's been has really paid off. Glad to be here all day with you, but this is the life of a trader, right? That's why you be real early, no matter what your goal is, and hopefully you have a higher one and you keep going all day. But you can just give it back. That's why I talk a little bit like that. Nothing else really for me. I mean, we looked at IBIT 75.3. It was the number one idea. I think both of us liked it.
Gonzo though.
It is absolutely a little bit of AMD, which seems to be gone. We just got to break through this 249 right now and see what winds up happening here with AMD. Here it is, man, almost $2. We take something out at 240.
In everything, so just low in gap for. Look, you get that kind of a bottoming tail. It's still a bearish looking overall chart. So I'm looking at that. Lose the volume weighted average price. SLV, which we're also in, that's trending back to the high. This is actually higher lows going into the high. So like Bitcoin, at no point did this actually look any bad over there. So yeah, here comes Intel into the prior resistance spot or support to resistance at 64.4. And again, this is a solid, like doesn't matter at the resistance. Off support until down here. You get your bottoming tail candle, we enter in, never went against us, and we get it clean to the upside. Now I'd rather try to work on things that are actually holding upward trends. If this makes an upward trend, I can always try to get back in on V, and I like that. So far, so for pretty well. Maybe we can even get some Bitcoin on a dip. I'm starting to think maybe 75 for a support level. We're at 75.3, so that would be in here at 42.6. If this can hold a nice little bull flag, that can give a second trade. But yeah, for me, like not the Intel, we're looking for something else. SoFi apparently is at 18 bucks. I like the sound of that. I like the look of it even better. Because I bought instead. Robinhood up 8%.
Yeah, we like some Robinhood there.
Well, it was the SoFi money that I put into Robinhood, so.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Robinhood is like 2 days in a row green after. You shouldn't be.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, just 250, 260 there. Still on. I mean, where the net is now is a good one. One trade today, two trades, but one I think follow Trader TV. You'll some today we're Tesla, Amazon, and unfortunately. Not unfortunate. I think it's great that we chose AMD. I couldn't be happier with that. With obviously that play as we're breaking up through 249 again. Look at the 200 period. Problem is, it hits right in the pre-market as we had a little bit of a sell imbalance. But it was really this pulling back into the 50 that gave you that same $2 there on Nvidia. So that's really starting to work out. Yesterday we saw a lot of strength. RVL possibly pulling back nicely there, so we'll have to watch to see if that one has some sort of an opportunity to get bid up at big trade. Netflix made a huge move to 104 for Netflix, up 1%. Man, we said that this was going to be a risk on day. I didn't realize exactly how much risk. IBIT, wow, I mean, there goes another 3%. We talked about this. We're almost $10,000 in the money now on our last buy on Bitcoin down there. We bought it through IBIT, so I don't even remember the price. I think 30, probably. Well, would be like 37, 60 is pretty much the low was 64 or something. So probably in here $37. So nice move up there for IBIT. Anyways, for now, we'll see if it continues to go. And you mentioned before Oracle. That name really started to go early and. Back. This would be the one that's
kind of losing the bid.
Yeah, so I wouldn't short this or anything, you know, obviously, but it's not looking horrible for a short. I don't know about right into this level because you've already made, you know, 166 to 167. I don't necessarily think I like that. I mean, they have those options on Bloom with 208 and going higher, and here a little more AMD is having a little bit of an issue here. And try to get A, okay. That as well. That's up to 223 now, so good. And voice, that's what you are talking about. Nice move there for Boeing. I mean, everything right now is, here we go, Boeing is going. Yeah, so yeah, looks pretty good, man. What a good that is for sure. But maybe you're starting to pull back just a bit. So, you know, rearrange your orders and make sure you start to take profit as the NASDAQ's trying to turn. So I'm doing exactly that. Take a little bit more out there at 80s on AMD.
Yeah, that's a good thing we got out there because Intel's already pulled back half of that move. So it was about $1 and it's just pulled back like 50, 60. Trade. Kind of shifting over to BMNR. Bitcoin just broke the highs. We're above 75. BMNR is still just barely above VWAP. So just going to look for this one to maybe give me the dip buy instead of BTC. Silver, or SLV, I should say, still doing the same, holding on to the trend line, but it did not break the high last time. So unfortunately, don't only buy back the trend line but I want higher low if I'm looking for that trend trade. So I think BMNR might be it'll just give me an opportunity to get into something crypto if I see some kind of a pullback come in. But as I say that, because it's be some other things to watch. Maybe that SoFi will give us a chance to trade something. No, that's through the high of the day. There's not much that's dipping back in above the volume weighted average price on trend. Some oil fade, that's cleanly trending to the downside. I have to pay for some locates on some of those beaten up ones if we want another trade, but that's fine. Silver just took out the high of the day. We can hold on to that.
Talk about something dropping in and dipping through. Apple would be prime for that. 250, the 200. I'm not convinced because the market's coming back in. We just saw, we told you we had 10% left of AMD and then we started cashing it out. About screaming right right now. Okay, so interesting right here. I'm gonna take an out here at 247 and change. What's going on, because we do have a bit of a move down. We just on NVIDIA releasing some sort of yeah. I mean, the whole market's coming in. The whole space is giving up just right now. More piece here. Well, if we can, anyways, in the 60s for AMD. There it is. We get a 68 fill. We'll see if we can get something a little. Got to go to a day.
How about right now, Sean? I'll start with the news here on NVIDIA. NVDA launching ISING, or ISING. That's apparently the world's first open AI models. So not OpenAI, but open AI, open source AI models to accelerate the path to use. It is seeming to like BTS, seeming to like this IONQ, liking this, and RGTI also, you guessed it, liking this. So this seems like more of a quantum announcement than it is an NVDA announcement. Let's talk here about the market. Here's the S&P 500, or that was the NASDAQ. Here's the SPY. Both of these pausing here at intraday. So is also pulled back a little bit. We're continuing to see the market try to recover as we start maybe, a decline for a longer period of time as we continue to get the conflict in the Middle East assessed. Let's talk here about Bloom Energy, BE and ORCL making some big moves pre-market. Oracle, as we mentioned, giving back a decent amount of this move, but Bloom Energy still near intraday highs. I'd say the partnership so high with ORCL. So ORCL will benefit from these moves higher in BE, at least on paper for now. TSLA getting an upgrade from sell to neutral by UBS. UBS also upgrading Ford, another name in the motor automotive segment that got a positive. Banks on what doing too much in pretty chalky. We do have on earnings day 2, JPM, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, all on earnings day 1. In the private credit space, BlackRock also reporting earnings in non-private credit. SML, Morgan Stanley, Progressive Insurance, and BAC. So the earnings are continuing to heat up, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. But hey, we got crazy active markets lately. And if you're a trader, this kind of environment creates opportunities, and big moves can mean that there's more setups and that there's more those conditions. These couple things. Some access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing their risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account because you're worried about your savings, your personal savings. This is what is limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code you see in front of you right now and get 10% out of both things. So a couple of things to get to. We'll flash to try BM&R. It's not IBIT, but I wanted that holding consolidation, but it lost that consolidation support. So we'll jump out of that one. It's the only L so far today. Silver held the channel up. So up. I'll save it next time if it continues to. So basically it's holding the higher lows, it's holding the higher highs. We dip back into the low and I'll like it. And one is actually making a heavy move down here, 125. So that whole correlation where the markets make a jaunt to the upside because we have a big spike didn't really happen. Down there in USO, and the NASDAQ, if anything, if it'll load up in a second, actually pulled back into the volume weighted average price. So we're going to look for hopefully some dip buys. I'm still preferring IBIT, and I would like to think kind of a dip. Slow down. We're at 75.4, kind of hoping that 75,000 level can turn into something for rebuy. But I think it was the right call. Sort of trim, Intel, WAP, like. That the long worked on it, most times I'd be short. I'm just being patient with looking for any kind of a secondary long entry. There's Like, there's a smell test that we're not passing right now with this USO drop. Like, USO just made another fresh low, and the stuff I'm looking at isn't looking very strong right now. So, like, Intel's not passing that sniff test, despite the fact that it won for a long. It's not making a ton of sense. That's, you know, this can dip by. That's a different story. Like, this is clearly trending the upside.
Yeah, we're. I'm going to give this a little bit of a look here on the TQs. We have a new position here. It's going to be the futures. So, AMD came down. So you got move there, but we're going to try this. Just bounced off VWAP, so I took it a little earlier there into this area. So far so good as it's trying to elevate again. Here, market strong today, right? So moving average right here, something the TQs is what I use to trade the futures. So we'll wait to see if that hits, and then there's the dip down, that's 65s. We'll see if we can get some fills there, and then maybe if we wind up sort of losing, I don't know, I mean, maybe even something here, we can use a 200 period. 200 period was 51.50, maybe as a dropout spot there for the TQs. So we'll see if we get something down in and around here. I'm bidding right now. So if we do get a drop to look for, wow, there goes AMD back upside now. So back 40 change was right into there. Could have given it a little bit more room, I guess, but either way, it ticks out right to our area, and I'm going to trade on support and resistance. It's worked for this long, so that time does not though. It still worked fine. I mean, that's what got us back into it. So still be a big stock, but we're now working on the. That'll continue its push higher, and we have it. So let's take advantage of it right now. I'll get something out. Hopefully there it is at 86s, and we'll just continue to run that higher right now as we're into another and see what we can do with, well, hopefully we go 2 for 2 as we start to get some out there. 88s, then we just offered 90s. We'll see if the market wants to tick higher through this, but so far so good. Looking for some dip buy opportunities. Yeah, Marvell broke lower. Oh, there it goes.
Dude,
yes.
SanDisk is getting smoked.
Yeah, SanDisk is getting smoked. Take there. Yeah, there's
Marvell's
Marvell.
up though.
It's still up. Yeah, but still was up to 138.
SanDisk is down 4%.
Yeah, it's down. That's
Bitcoin.
Yeah, this is on the bottom, man, Marvell. So I don't know. Damn it, too bad we got stopped. That's too bad because we could have had AMD and we could have. That's crazy, but up to the upside. So all right, fine. Make a bit of money for us.
Yeah, well, if Bitcoin is absolutely gone, so I get a look for something else. It's like what's pulling back into VWAP, and the only thing on my board that is setting up is looking like SoFi here as it tries to bounce off the volume weighted average price. So sometimes you got to pivot. I just heard something about Amazon. Didn't catch the story. So look, remember Amazon's got the global star thing, and Amazon's what is pulling back first. A little bit of a higher low there on SoFi. Okay, the second I look away from IBIT, it's actually starting to dip. So you can see these prior bar lows. Going to give that as the out on SoFi, which just did a topping tail at least. Long way that price, or at least close, so we can engage in that.
All right, another position. We've got Marvell. With this one, we were just looking at it, so I don't know if you got a hint there that we were potentially going to get in, but we'll see. Right now, we're just looking at there. Oh, there it goes, right back. Very violent name. We're going to take this. Not going up. So, wow, I didn't really spread on this one actually. Probably should wait to take profit on that, but glad we got something out there at 30. But yeah, right now Marvell, kind of funny, man. I did not realize how this thing trades. The spread there.
So
REL.
crater. We should be
that's
flying.
yeah, we are, man. That's
Yeah.
I mean, we got this futures trade on right here, so that's going to be a good one. Yeah, I thought Marvell would be flying, but it's not. But so we'll see if Q-Love Marvell will take some out as it gets back up to the upside now into teens. So yeah, good. We've nah. Well, we're going
on USO. The US is now at last, like it was Thursday's 3. I should throw a 15-minute chart. There you go. So there's support. If there is support, like in theory, this is where it would be. So if there's any kind of a bounce, that could be a spot that you see the market try to reverse. Let me that silver dip by. The broken panel completely gone. Remember that. It didn't even the high of the day and didn't even break lower. So still just incredible over there. Hoping, it's the wrong word. Hoping that we get a complete breakdown underneath that USO bottom. Because if it bounces, expect could see a price on for now. Just profile. I want to retrace the high that it's reached this morning.
I'm watching. We wound up. We took like about a year and a half. It's not like it was a huge trade, but just the fact that it could, how violently I saw now that thing down all of a sudden ours missed and there's a little bit. I just didn't violently. So wind up getting out, and I'm actually taking out more and more here now on the TQs as we get back into day. I don't know. Get out of the now you're running into this right there. Still a big stock. It's all good. But like the move, see it just saying these right now as well. Like why is there high, low? So we don't need to worry about that. Let it work. Right there. Again, where you something out there and that was, and then out on the next little bump, and then here we go. Make sure you put your you saw there together. Of all of these positions right now. So if it continues to go a little bit, we can mature up. We're still at our daily goal. Looking a lot more. Let's see if the TQs can get this going right now through the day's high. And then if that happens, hopefully Marvell gets to go as well. 5 right now.
Got back in. So let's see if we can get back into the 8. It's like 1807 OD. You've got so still holding the bottom. That is a reverse. It's a bottoming tail candle, but this could turn big reverse. Lose one. I don't. Longs are and I just I watch for this USO move. It's going to try to catch BWAP. That to fade it, as there was never any chance to get 129s on USO, unfortunately. Not much you can do about that. Go IBIT, go hook, much everything. That's everyone that's been mentioned. We haven't got Bloom Energy higher on 5. Been tons of opportunity to trade in here, and you can find some gems on the watch list. Bloom, probably no better than Bloom Energy, up that 20%. Go, go, go.
Joe, I love Joe over there. There it is, man. There's Marvell. It's $1. I don't know. Like sometimes we second guess our, but there goes Marvell. I mean, straight up another dollar right there. So it's a good thing we still have. We told you we held a third, so at least that part is good. And there goes Marvell. So right through 133. I mean, let's see how high we can even get now. More and more outs, and we've got to take advantage of it when it does have that pop again right there. And so we'll take that out. 133.50, 134. I mean, these are the trades we've given so far today. Boom. AMD, the stop is what. Well, anyways, P&L wise, almost all the same in all these names actually. But there it is. That's too bad because this one should be a monster. But so there's the other trade that we gave. The PQ is high. As actually take another piece out as well. And then we'll watch that go through. But yeah, it's Marvell now really starting to extend it. Now $1 and change breaking through 133. We'll just offer it out and hopefully get another fill up here somewhere. But yeah, there it goes. So just should have trusted ourselves a little bit more on that one. And you know, the stop on AMD is what the stop is. I can't change that. Sometimes you get stopped out. All right, JP Morgan. And I mean, we saw yesterday a pretty bad day for Goldman Sachs turned into at the % or so, but JP Morgan holding the bid right now, so good to see there. The other one, Fargo today and Citigroup. So let's have a quick look at these banks. Wells Fargo got hit right away immediately, tried to battle now the bid here as well, and then Citigroup. We said this would be, you probably want to look long. Takes out some of the highs into the open, takes out the pre-market highs right off the open, and now is kind of drifting. I think this is a good name to look at right now around 127. That is Citigroup. I'm still upset about AMD, but hey, man, that's trading for you, and you're gonna get some out at ill-advised spots. Yeah, Citigroup, okay, not too bad. I was looking at this 127, so if we did come into there, I think that would be something to hang our hat on, 127 for Citigroup if that does go through. And you know, Oracle.
JP Morgan's not tipping that.
No, JP. Well, we looked at JP.
That one, no chance on JP Morgan. Sometimes you do fantastic buy. That just happening. I do see people in the chat were yelling at me to look at SMCI. All right, so double checking for potential. Anytime you have a big support level like this, it's 28.25. That's a 50-period moving average. It's still a couple percentage points away, but that's a pretty big parabolic move. So it's a wait and see. You know, train, which right now SMCI is. So I'll wait for that kind of for the next trade. SoFi's pulling right back into VWAP. If it can show another bounce, like bounce there, enter there, then I'll add to it. But it doesn't show it. What to tell you, man? It's super strong today. We're looking at obvious ETF. This again, the moment we probably could have had a shot. I think, I don't know, was I distracted by Intel? Sure, Intel was moving more in the moment, and that might have been the only opportunity to have gotten Bitcoin at a reasonable price. But Intel, it's still heading lower since the out. Bullish today. But for some reason, I just didn't want to go short on Intel. So I'll wait for SMCI to either show me a topping tail candle, show me a trend break, or at least get to that 28 level before we start looking at a reversal. Because realistically, this market seems to want to just gently climb higher. So if something's going extended, then it can be a decent reversion, but you got to be really particular about it. You don't want to sit in front of a moving freight train. It gets risk on right now, and I know SMCI is a weak-ish stock, but it's a relief rally.
I mean, here's the board right now. Intel down 2.67%.
Yeah, it's
so
different right
yeah, that's a different one right now. XOM, we talked about some of the look for today. Right, we like near the lows, and as you saw the market that knew that energy had to be right. Look, let's health energy here. Well, I guess it's classified as category. There's J&J. I guess they have some tech. 0.78. So remember I said when they were down, I was like, well, J&J will be up. Goes J&J rate. Good call. So some of these health all that's a good one. Wells Fargo continues to make lows. I just heard in my ear as well. There's Wells Fargo down 6.5%. If you like the bank names, this may be worth picking up. Going to try to figure out what's wrong with Wells Fargo, okay? Because that seems like a pretty dramatic move considering Goldman, Morgan, Citi, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, all up right now. But it's getting have that as a short, you're probably doing half decent. It's high. I would be foolish out of this from there. So we'll take another piece out there at 13 and throw it back over to Adara.
We're going to do small caps, but quick, a fun fact, hearing from FCC Chair made apparently requests for a space data center. So I guess that is confirmed that they've requested that. Unclear how that's going to go over. But fun fact about space data centers. Also, let's talk here about these small caps. Perfect Moment. Interesting name here for the company. No news from today. So on Monday, March 30th, they announced $12 million financing package. Probably but not particularly small to note here either. I have to talk as well here about SPCE. They did a small cap today with. They announced, or sorry, I guess this is earlier as well, like last week, they announced they secured publishing rights from Radiation Blue for Dead. $5 million share float. HUBC, no news today, and the smallest market cap by far here, $270,000 million market cap. I'm not seeing any share float or short float information here for HUBC. That's Hub Cybersecurity, but this is a penny stock right now, trading around 12 cents. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. So look, small cappers giving you opportunities. Everything's giving you an opportunity here today. Well, I mean, there's some weak names out there, but don't get me wrong, there's plenty of strength to be around. How are we going to finish up the day, everybody? So I'm going to ask you quickly here. This is pretty simple. We're going to start the voting. All you got to do is type a number, 1, 2, 3, or 4. We get to 2%. I'm talking about the NASDAQ. Do we get to 2%? Type 1. 1%? Type 2. Flat, we end up at 0.3, or just red, type 4. So let us know what you think about today's market. Where are we going to finish? It's looking pretty bullish right now. I want to get a sense of what everyone's thinking. How is anybody? 17%. Well, it's a few. There's always somebody. One in the 2%. How everybody thinking? Okay, now it's looking a little bit more bullish. That's what we're expecting. It's a bullish day overall. The market has level to look for it yet. SoFi still working its way back into the high of the day. It's got a nice bull flag holding view on that particular. Good. Take the fact. So get it back. You up here? I think battle will be stupid. If it does pop on USO's bounce, then that can be a nice little fade. You saw what it did yesterday. Short the pops on this for sure. Maybe look at the 350 level. In USO.
We stubborn Tesla. We here this could be the this potential. Anything could have, would have, should have. We did get. We have to wind up flushing down. I mean, we'll be green on it, fine. But there goes Marvell. Unfortunately, does give it up. I mean, there's that or like this is why we get out at this 20 period as much as we can. We talked about having on Marvell right where we got it. But take advantage of it upside there. Don't take anything out less than where we got it. There, this and everything yesterday. This looks like yesterday's trade for me on the NASDAQ, except for yesterday was NVIDIA. So here it is, man, pulls right back into VWAP, and boom, goes the dynamite right there. Now creating, this will be my number one P&L stock today, just with this move higher there. So, yeah, really happy with the movement that some of the market's given us today, especially on the NASDAQ side of things. That test NVIDIA, same kind of a lot of side there, and then a disaster. Look, of it, we got stopped out. That ticks that. You got out. So hopefully you guys are still around on some of these names, but that was a good one there on my good friend AMD on its with that. To check back what I was doing. So getting going there on Hood. So nice day, up 10%. And we said this was a name that's just going to follow crypto. So if you like that talk, then you're going to be liking this move there on Robinhood, because obviously IBIT and BTC nicely cooking right here as well. And there's the move on Hood. So yeah, good day there. SoFi doing fine, not 10%. The bank, and something that I think is a little bit of a better investment there. Straight with us.
I think it's now well 16. The low was 16 and a half or 1630 or something. 16 support level when much that short blew that. It's important because it's a level right at the 50 when it gets 20. So this nice little bull flag, I think, might end up here. Good news here is the bull flag's where you want it. It's right above this rejection high at 17.8. So it's pulling back into the structure. Someone, look at Nike. Is that a short? Short almost every day since earnings. Probably one or two that it wasn't, but doesn't look like much of a short to me. It's trending up since yesterday. Higher, took out the high of the day. And maybe if it got to 44 or 44.20, like the market looks bullish. It's in an uptrend. It's got still a lot of gap to fill till it gets to any kind of resistance level. I don't see anything fantastic. Guys, not really near that level. Don't like USO. Get maybe that. When you say short energy, really a short. It's still bullish when you're thinking short energy. So I'm not really changing the opinion here. I just wanted to try to press it a little bit further. It's at a big support level, USO. I think if you get into VWAP, I've already paid for location battle. Just that. USO is bouncing, so we don't want to go. So yeah, just so I know those names have been, I guess, strong on Quantum Day. I mean, who knew? But I feel like this is just a risk on more than anything else. Rigetti strong, IONQ is strong. These are also phase one moves. I don't know which one I'd be interested in if it would still be QBTS. Like D-Wave is the one. D-Wave. There's some lows here. maybe worth of a little short-term jaunt. Rigetti's above the 50 period, so I don't want to just sort of think my own book is stronger. He's not. Rigetti's actually stronger than BTS. Put up time, I think, here for that USO. If it's not going to go any further, it's not going to go any further when on profit. But it's trying to be patient about this. Don't want to turn it. Never into bad. Like an example of that would be Intel. If I'd be losing the way the smelt. Make 52-week highs every single day. Intel's proving that. So earnings, which I believe are in like a week or two here for Intel. That's coming up. Week. Third.
Okay. Now we're just kind of just doing the same old. Look.
April 3rd can tell it.
April 23rd. So there we go. NASDAQ is just booming here to the upside. So we're just going to get another piece out here at 27. I want to give a shout out to all my VWAP traders out. Just tagged him as well as we talked about hitting this trade on VWAP. And this is a trade. I mean, this is what binds it up. You have to take it. This is what I just did right there. Thank you for the help with the Brian. It came right there, right into it. We got support from the 50-period moving average. New so there. I hope so. Right now, so talking about energy and everything is there. Yeah, Marvell. We got stopped out. It's trying to take that out right now at 132. So I see this one actually big. I wonder if it's almost a better bid through 133. Like, let's break the level that we couldn't break before there on MRVL before we get super excited about the long. We've already got the future, so that's good, and we're already upset about market rate potentially turning around. And I think we had Scott on, and he was talking about have multiple playbooks in the I this game in 2000. So I've got 24. Message Scott and see what he's got. He said he was a 53-year-old individual. I'm not sure how many years he had. But there it is, 249 and change on advanced micro devices. Average watch out. That's 49.20 short plan of an idea. I am going to take one more piece out as the market's falling. Continue to hold this is down to about 12.5% or so left. So yeah,
we got something from Chan. I'm a student under Brian. Is the to agree? Something that maybe that today. Because those, if you want to indicate, if you're volume too, but two, I think volume and VWAP. Those are the only ones that I have on the majority of my charts that are intraday. On the higher time frames, sure, but SoFi is holding VWAP. It's a good indication is strong for you if the buyers are there. So I did get into that. Well, I'm shorting an name, so a bit just wouldn't go. So there's your topic on the next. The battle at VWAP. I believe we're going to a desk.
We are in deal right now. He's saying some things. This is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Inflation will keep decreasing. Okay, makes sense. That there's going to be 10% 22 to raise it to 15% for now. Now we get a really odd comment here. Action until Warsh is appointed. So I'm guessing he's saying that until we get the appointment, the confirmation of new nominee, I think implying here that they should not be doing any meetings or clarification on that comment. Like, no, But I also have to add here, which I think is interesting, that earlier today, saying he was saying that he thinks they should cut. So he can't really argue for a cut. And so that's pretty interesting. Regardless, he's saying wait for Warsh to make any further actions.
Yeah. I do think they're in there, but who cares at this particular moment? Like, again, what away, $8 away. We're a stone's throw away from making those all-time highs. It doesn't seem like there's much in the way of stopping it. You can try. Yeah, but the banks aren't up on reports, but pulling it out. JP Morgan down 0.7% because their numbers were bad. It's because they're doing that thing where they don't buy them up until after. So I like, with the exception of Wells Fargo, I like everything we've seen so far in the bank earnings. It's just the start. Obviously, we'll get some more tech a little bit later on. All right, so I did say SoFi was heading into a resistance. It is a resistance zone on the daily chart. So if it fails the high and trend breakdown, we'll get out and reload it at VWAP and to try to do the rinse and repeat trade. And then we're just in battle, which is an energy name, short at the volume weighted average price. So the market looking continuously strong. I really don't see any reason to get away from the trend. The trend is your friend to the end when it bends, some people say. And that's if it even bends today.
Yeah, we're, you know, we just got another high there in the market. So I don't know. I mean, we can quickly look at oil and just have a quick look-see on what exactly that is wanting to do right now here today. But yeah, so far, so good for oil on the downside, right? Down another 6%. So hopefully getting some relief there at the pump and hopefully coming through soon. Down 6% now and going lower right now. Nice little turnaround off the 50-period moving average there is, of course, oil. And we can look at it with USO, but this is our light crude, so nice downside play there. We didn't look at yesterday. We had a good trade on silver, and today we didn't look at it. Yesterday was, I don't even remember which way we were yesterday on silver, but yeah, nice move higher there today. Look at this one. Also, just watching out for these markers here, these moving averages continue to climb higher and higher right there on SLV. So that's up another 4 and a bit percentage points here as that name looks like it's trying to get going. SLV, silver upside. Okay, so Marvell's still not ready to go, in my opinion, yet either. It's the Tesla trade that was the missed one for me. Holding on to AMD would have been one thing, but there goes Tesla, maybe potentially turning around. Oh, that AMD, we said, okay, there it was. So I was gonna say we were gonna look at this level right there, 249, but instead, no, man, almost gets into that VWAP level again of 248, and then whoosh, right there back up to the upside. Again, yeah, man.
Nike.
Tesla and Nike. I don't know what Nike's doing.
Nike's trash.
There today. Thank you.
Oh, it's
so
actually
much.
probably up, but
Yeah, Nike. Okay, we'll have a look at Nike right now. I think all names probably, besides Nike, I guess, upside. There's Nike, 1.4% there, Randy. So not too bad there, 1.5% up. Nike trying to get better. There, we did hear Lululemon got in trouble yesterday for creating too many accidents on the street.
look at everything's up today.
There it goes right there. Lululemon down 2% right now. All right, Neil's talking about Rivian with Randy here, so why don't you guys go ahead with that one?
Well, Randy just said 2 more weeks with regards to Rivian, so he didn't have the mic with him, but I'll let you guys know. He's saying waiting 2 more weeks on Rivian. I'd say this is a disappointment today because if you're not going today, then that, again, like it's such a risk-on type of day. Rivian rejected the high and is pulling back. So unfortunately, like this isn't an everything rally, in my opinion. Like you still have some pockets of weakness going on. All right, so SoFi, hit enter a second time. There we go. So SoFi kind of rejected that high. We'll look for it to pull back and continue to hold VWAP. Like it's got a nice little like flag going on here. So some higher lows, holding the volume weighted average price, buy the dips, hold the trend, and see if that one continues. Battles effectively like a USO or energy type of short there as oil continues to fall. Whoops, I just typed in oil instead of USO. That's hilarious. Every now and then, the fingers just do what the brain is thinking. But yeah, holding on to some prior lows, that's why I like this battle short VWAP. If that breaks, wait for the volume weighted average price. It's already 1040. It's a good day for the market, would be crazier. And Taylor, just for the record, like the reason, like to me, battle is like, it's an energy name. So I'm thinking energy down to me means like risk on for the overall market. So I'm not really even changing theme just yet as we go back to the desk with Adara.
I just want to touch on it because Sean mentioned it there, the Lululemon story. I looked a bit more into it yesterday. So these PFAs, I guess, are these chemicals that apparently Lululemon has said they've stopped using, but I guess there are some concerns that if you wear these chemicals for a long time, it can be dangerous for health. I believe they call them forever chemicals. Also, with that reported lawsuit from Texas, which we're still seeing reports of, it's worth noting Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is reportedly filing this suit, he's actually running for Senate. So if he wins, it'll be unclear what happens to that investigation from then on out. I just wanted to kind of address that. Let's talk here, though, about the sector board. Lots of strength here in tech. Oracle up 6%, and this is actually down significantly from its intraday high, still up 6%. Oracle with that Bloom Energy deal that benefits both companies. PLTR to the upside, Meta to the upside, Google, Microsoft to the upside. Same with Netflix. Retail trade a little bit weaker, but again, you see that tech strength continue. Amazon up nearly 3%. We know that they have confirmed the earlier reported acquisition of GSAT. So keep an eye on that one. I believe Global Star. Consumer durables to the upside. We've got upgrades for Tesla, GM, and Ford today. So great look there. Consumer services strong. Health tech mostly strong. Health services strong. Finance mostly a good look here, though. WFC, I'm seeing worst day in a year for this company so far in earnings. JPM also to the downside on earnings. Electronic tech is interesting. A lot of the names that gapped up that we thought would have stronger days pulling back pretty sharply here. SanDisk down 4%. You've got Intel down about 4%. Both these names actually trading higher as of this morning. And I have to mention Dell too. Dell's down about 3.5% yesterday. This company moved higher after we had rumors that NVIDIA was going to be acquiring some kind of big computing company. NVIDIA denied those rumors, so DELL could be pulling back in relation to that. In terms of weak sectors, industrial services to the downside, energy minerals sharply to the downside, oil down, market up, especially tech, long story short. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Adara. That theme has held true, although for the first time we've got IBIT pulling back. So that's a bit of a trend break here on Bitcoin. We're still chilling at 75.4, 3 or 4 ish. So we didn't really pull into 75,000. I like VWAP, but I mean the notion was to maybe turn 75,000 into a bit of a bid. So unless it completely confirms the trend break here at the volume weighted average price, I might wait for a little teensy bit lower. Still looking for the reload in SoFi as it tries to pull back into VWAP to continue that trend. You're pretty much gone on SLV. Like that's gonzo. It's now holding the top end of the channel. I'm leaving up the trend. Just if it wants to hold this trend line all day, I can try to maybe jump back in if it pulls back into said trend line. And what else we got going on? I was looking at some of the names that you guys have on the, well, something that we have on our visualizer. I shouldn't say you guys. What you've been putting into the visualizer. I see Amazon has been often talked about, despite not making. I'm surprised. I see it. I've seen a lot of Amazon, but it's like way down here in 12th place on the visualizer. You still got whatever high roller is. That was that prediction markets company, and Oracle, Tesla, SoFi, SNOL, SNDK, NVIDIA, all names that we've discussed. Bloom Energy we even discussed. But Amazon, I guess it doesn't get enough love, but I'm going to give it some love right now because it just broke the high of the day. A little surprising it's down in 12th place because it's first place in a lot of hearts and headed toward $250. Sometimes accumulation, who knew, means something. And when someone else is buying at 200, or when Intel was buying at 19, or when NVIDIA was being bought at 170, or 170 to 175, accumulation is trying to give you a little bit of a hint. And when they're doing it on a good company, sometimes you want to join. Wish I'd added, I bought Amazon like earlier in the year, but wish I had added there. You never get enough. Like I only bought SPY, Apple, a little NVIDIA. There was, of course, that Robinhood that was supposed to be the SoFi money. That probably would have been just as good in SoFi, to be honest with you, at this point. But distinction without a difference at this point. You never buy enough.
Yeah, we can go over to Adara. I just wanted to say that Amazon right here, just another, you guys are disciples of VWAP. I mean, right into there. Another perfect VWAP trade. More to come on that around your 2 p.m. hour. All right, let's go back over to, wow, it's already 10:44. Oh my God. Okay, getting late in the tooth here. You got Sharif and Joe coming up and the new at 11 o'clock. But yeah, already 10:45 right now. I didn't have a sip of my coffee yet.
Mine tastes.
You have the milk in yours?
No, you know that soapy
good thing.
taste?
Okay, I'm going to pass on it.
Yeah.
I know, sometimes if it just gets cleaned.
Yeah,
Not a good look on the coffee there. Thanks, Randy.
But you know, sometimes it just happens.
Of course, nothing to do with him. If you get the coffee after it's been washed, potentially you need to wash the cycle again. Just getting out of all the positions, relatively light now. We said we would trade what's on the board today. We've done a pretty good job of looking all over the place, but let's go over to Adair and find out some more.
I might have a small cap for you guys here. DNA, Ginkgo, Bioworks, unsure of the volume on this one, but nice breakout. And it does concern a stock we've talked a lot about today. That's going to be Amazon. So AWS around 6 to 8 minutes ago here announcing they've launched Amazon Biodiscovery. This is an initiative whose goal is to accelerate AI-powered research, as they put it. It is worth noting Ginkgo Biosciences or Ginkgo Bioworks, that DNA stock, they have been named as a partner. So again, DNA pushing higher here, named as a partner in this AWS AI health initiative.
Oh, that's pretty light volume on that.
Okay. I don't know. We love AWS, and I think that we talked about this a little bit. I actually put something out. I actually pinned it for a while, and about Amazon being down into these levels, and how I thought it was a misread off of their earnings report. So yeah, we were able to get some Amazon down here at $200 and into that area. I mean, I had it up on my Twitter for maybe a week or so, talking about how I thought Amazon was doing all the right stuff. And there it goes back up to upside. I mean, look, you had, whatever, man. You had 2 months to buy it. So it's not like that was completely right. It actually started going down against myself. There we did like the 3-day rule. I think probably around here, 208, 210, something like that. Then it went all the way back down and did not buy any more down there. And then now the rocket ship that is Amazon continues to go higher. So that's just an absolutely beast of a name. As I'm sure a lot of you, like Neil said, a lot of people own this name in their account. So there it is. What's our Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally? I love that name. You've got it in your account as your largest.
Rally's not hidden today.
Yeah, largest holding right there. So a big shout out to you and a congratulations on Amazon. It's always nice when your largest holding is near all-time highs. And speak about that, Marvell, not the largest holding, but we did good yesterday. Got out right here at 133, so that's where it is today. We got our 20%. We're going to hold the rest for Marvell. Vacation money. So there it goes. Nice upside play there for MRVL. Okay, SMR was rallying around a little bit. Good day yesterday from SMR. Better day today, I guess. I didn't see what it was up yesterday, but this is 11% right now with a lot of love for SMR. Looking to get through $11 today. It does break through 11.20, but no more for that, and we'll have to wait. Okay, here comes right back up TQs. I'll take advantage. Let's say off. I offered 24s, missed it. Offered 23s, missed it. That's the problem. Sometimes not punching out. Could have definitely got a better price there. Just saw it break out a little bit more there. Last time we looked at this was in the teens. Gets back up into the 20s, offering 23 right now on the TQQs. 2 minutes away, we'll get to what's for lunch. Yeah, right now. Maybe IBIT. IBIT on a little bit of a pullback because I see.
It's trying to hold VWAP right now.
Okay, it is trying to hold VWAP. So there you go. Another VWAP looker here on IBIT. Is the market going to give up the ghost here? Maybe. But IBIT, yeah, looking pretty good down here at that level. We like VWAP. It's not too late, man. VWAP can hold all day. It's an all-day thing. So, good possibility here for IBIT. Liking the way this one's looking out right now, 42.70. Maybe wait for that, but I think you could probably take it. Just the momentum. I'd like to see it hold VWAP one more time.
I want to give a shout out to some viewers on TikTok that are watching. Mamba Trey, thank you for the gift. And literally, the other one is from just a user without a name. So I would love to shout you out, but neither one posted a message. Well, shout out to Mamba. Appreciate you and appreciate all of the super chats that we get and all of the messages. I do believe we also got gifts from ICANN, Wolf of S&P 500, also sending some out there. And there was some super chats that we even missed. I just saw this. I was sort of scanning over. It's IBIT's trying. IBIT is trying, but it's not successfully holding VWAP right now. So I'll have to wait on that. But Sunny Sharma, apologies. You know, we get busy. Sometimes we miss a couple super chats. Thoughts on the Beyond short today?
Ooh, okay.
I didn't really, like yesterday it had that like long trend break in the afternoon. There was nothing standing out about this. Like it wasn't at like a, you know, like a $1 level. It wasn't at a gigantic, you know, resistance up here, a little bit higher. So yeah, it just didn't really press. If it had popped into like 72, 73, I might have given it a look, but that was more of yesterday's story, I think, there on Beyond Meat. And yes, and by the way, shout out and thank you to our good friend, David, who apparently is sending us Beyond Meat. I guess it's the, is there a name for the protein?
Beyond Protein? No,
I don't know what that thing's called, so.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it through.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know if it's not even shake.
There's IBIT, first of all, taking down. This, we did not go long, right? We wanted to see that sort of that reaction there. It does bounce off VWAP, but yeah, getting the feels here that potentially a downside play for IBIT right now from 43.20s down to 42.70. Market's still holding out. We do get the bid that we were looking for over there. I saw someone we talked about yesterday, some Chinese names as well. Alibaba, wow, what a good move that's had over the last couple of days, basing out down there. We talked about a good company. Alibaba basing out a little bit down near that 120 level, and now getting going. Good day for Alibaba, breaking out now. There's your VWAP hold. There's the VWAP hold again twice, and then there's the bump higher. VWAP holds are just going to look great today because of how the market is reacting. So no matter where you're looking, you know, if you were around VWAP and you're up, then it's gonna be a good hold. You can see right here for AMD. Didn't hold that. I can't believe that stop out right there. Literally the lows. That's going to happen to you, but. We didn't wind up going to that. Yeah, I had to make, we couldn't get plans for my daughter, but thanks for asking there on Cardi B. Yeah, 249.50 right there. Good little level there. Oh, it's Tame Impala you're going to? I did hear one of their songs. I like the first minute of it, Dracula. I have to turn it off after that because it just keeps on going something like Spectacular Dracula or something like that. It just keeps on. It has like a minute and a half of the same thing. But I saw it and I was like, this is a good song. And it showed up on the Apple, on the whatever, trade. No, just the words there on the radio. And I was because he told me Tame Impala and I never heard of them. And now I have. So shout out to that one. We're going to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Lame Impala. Oh, okay. No, I call him Tame Impala.
Fabian strongly disagrees with that.
Fabian likes them.
Crypto Banks is a fan.
Good. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go back over to Dara. Then we got What's for Lunch, and then we got the big show.
We had the U.S. dollar, of course, trading within that pretty tight range over the last 4 sessions, decidedly breaking below that range as of the end of day yesterday and continuing to push lower today. We are at session lows here for the DXY, so this is very much a decisively red candle following. Again, this will be our 4th straight day now of selling. We have to talk about this PPI data that we had earlier today. So cooler than expected across the board. You actually PPI month over month, well cooler than the estimate of 1.1%, coming in at 0.5%, also cooler than the February print of 0.7%. Core PPI month over month also coming in cooler than both the estimate and the prior print. Now, with the core PPI year over year, this number also came in both cooler than the estimate and the prior. PPI year over year non-core for March, a little bit hotter than the prior print, but it was much cooler than the estimate of 4.6%. So coming right between that estimate and the prior print here for non-core PPI on a year over year basis. We have to talk about the Fed rate cuts tool here. So as of yesterday, we said earliest cut we're seeing in October of 27. Now earliest cut back to September of 2027. Like I've said to you guys, over the last couple of weeks, I have not seen any indication that we're going to get a cut before September of 2027. It's kind of oscillating between starting in September, October, or December of 27. So that hasn't necessarily changed. But again, the potential of this cut being bumped up by about a month here. Tons of Fed speech this afternoon. Over like a 45-minute period, you're to get no less than 6 Fed speakers, including one Fed member commenting twice. So at 12:15 p.m., you've got Fed's Goolsbee, 12:45 Barr. Barr comes again at 1 p.m. along with Barkin, Collins, and Paulson. I'll cover all of this for you guys. This infographic not yet out on TTV Research. It'll be released at 11:55 a.m., so about 20 minutes before Goolsbee speaks. Goolsbee did speak a little bit earlier today. Nothing massive coming through from there, but then you've got contradictory comments from Hassett and Bessent this morning. Hassett saying there's room for a cut. Bessent saying he understands why the Fed might want to wait. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. 5 minutes till we throw you guys back over. We got another super chat question in there for you, Sean, from Artemis 2. Love the name. Shout out to the Artemis 2 crew on their successful mission.
Okay, all the entries on the sticky note did well. Sometimes. Good one there. Okay. You are upset that that I didn't take. Okay, well, which ones didn't I take? I mean, right here. So, yeah, I mean, look, I can't, like I said, I can't hit them all. We're really happy with the performance today. Like, we've hit our goals. We've done everything we possibly can. And I just want to thank you guys for actually looking at the sticky note. And that's, a big favor to me. So, okay, we can go over this right here. So let's look. Shout out to my parents, by the way, are watching. Love you guys. Thank you for everything you've done for me. So 41.50, obviously, on IBIT. Doesn't hit, right? That's not there. The Tesla 354 long doesn't hit. So, I'm only going over this because I know that these levels didn't come in exactly to those prices. I was bidding 354.25. That went to 354.99. So what I'm actually doing now with the sticky note is a little bit more of advanced, like Amazon, and then NVIDIA could have been good. But it's more about, because I write these notes down, like 7:30 into 8 o'clock. We go live at 8 o'clock. So when I'm writing these things down, like, I like the longs, like all these stocks on here worked. If you read the note actually on the sticky note here, we talk about how it is a risk on day, right? And that appetite, I said right here, I'm reading it right now, risk appetite is returning. So, we write this stuff down, and all you can really hopefully think about is the long. And so all I've had is longs today. Marvell was awesome. Too bad, again, it broke the level and we got stopped out. Look where that is right now. Marvell, AMD, again, P&L number 2. That was a good trade, although not on the board, but we waited for that to move down against what we were looking for. And then there's the move up on AMD. And then, come on, man, the number one name and the number one trade today, for me anyways, this TQQ, about as clean as it gets. So I do want to say thank you so much for watching out for the sticky note and trusting on it. It's been a staple of the show since day one. So thank you for all of that. I have a whole box here. Here.
First of all,
look at this.
Why no one cares about AMC?
We get a lot of super chats about AMC. Look at this. These are all the sticky notes I've collected. So probably going to do something artful with these. You can go all the way back. Here, let me just take a random one and see what price we have marked down here on this sticky note. So, okay, Apple. Here we go. Wow. All right, let's talk about this sticky note right now. They're not dated, but we can do a good job of trying to figure this out. Apple.
I'm gonna guess the prices here, just because
it's just very random.
It could be literally anything, but I'm just gonna. I thought maybe there was about 200 or so, so it's got to be in the last year. So let's call it $255.
All right, here's Apple, 144 long.
Oh, even way long.
Right, 144 long. Here's Amazon, 95 short, 95. Intel, 27 long. Oh my God. Palantir, $8.40 long.
Well, that's way longer than.
Wow, that's a good thing. I mean, that's Amazon. Palantir has paid a lot of bills for my family, but $8.40. So that goes to show you how long we've been doing the sticky note. Here's another thing. This is probably the second longest segment, potentially, in the history of our show. I would say probably. For sure it is. We don't have any other segments, really. Okay, here's one right now. What's for lunch? Today, Jamaican flag. You're Jamaican me hungry with jerk chicken today, right now. So that's a face slapper right there again.
It'll be mild. But it's
yeah.
It's tasty. It'll be tasty. It'll be all right.
Vegetarian chickpea and tofu if you're veggie there today.
Who hit the fail?
Rice and peas, I don't know. Rice and peas, seasoned veggies, and the coleslaw. So
But as long as it's like,
yeah,
yeah.
I think that's worth it.
People have been complaining about the chicken being cooked, but I think it'll be fine.
And it says
And it's a drumstick.
It says drumsticks.
The drumsticks are always cooked.
Yeah, so that's
the chicken thighs the other day were. I mean, some people's were not that bad, not that good.
Yeah.
But I'm already thinking it's going to be a good one. We've never really had badger chicken. It's just not.
It's not super
remotely.
spicy.
It's not spicy. Like
It's tasty.
Like it's most people. If you're West Indian, you probably wouldn't even call it jerk chicken because there's so little seasoning in there. It's just tasty. We'll take it. We'll be happy with it. The market's going to end on the highs. No questions asked. We have only about like 10 seconds to go, but I'm going to end just to quickly show you because I'm going to end the voting on our little poll here. As obviously it's mostly bullish. Still, for some reason, there's 17% of the viewers thought we'd somehow close red today. And then 11% thought we'd be at flat. We're right now at 1%, 42% of you, and then there's 29% of bullish, thinking that we'll get into 2% range. That'd be fantastic. We're halfway there in the Nasdaq. I'm still only in that battle trade from VWAP because USO weak or energy weak, market strong. That theme has not changed yet. Oh, and before we throw to the midday, maybe Sharif will be on this one because Sidhu. Oh, I thought. Oh, you're going to say Sidhu. Sid has hit 550. Sid has hit $5.50, so that one's still going.
Bye, Obi, unfortunately.
I know people in the chat were mentioning it. Was like, why aren't you guys talking about Sidhu? There was a lot of things running today. You're never going to be able to talk about and see every single move. But we'll throw you guys over to Joey Options and Sharif. We'll grab some jerk chicken and we'll see you too.
Chicken.
Bro,
Yeah.
the jerk chicken, Rio Republica. If you've been, you know. Boom! Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. I know that one day it's not going to end well. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Yes, Benton, COYG. Are we playing today or tomorrow, Benton? Because I don't even want to watch. I got to tell you the truth. I don't even want to watch. Shout out to MF Dangerous, Noah. We got Gorev. We got Bryson. Shout out to Judy Hardy. I'm trading Rick. Yes, I like that. Very clear. He is Rick and he is trading. Pax. Taylor. We got @Nerd. Mike P.D. Ryder. Ethan Broussard. Club 699. Trader 604. Shout out to Alan Blomauner. I killed that. I'm sorry. Super double no, triple no. Yes, no bag trader. Shout out to Dino Vincenre. Probably butchered that one too. The Real Dangerous. Backbone Video. Angry Rob Entertainment. Waving right back at you, buddy. Shout out to John Luca. We got Durant Gordon. We're playing tomorrow. Shout out to my man Benton. HP Motorcars, Frank Trades. Come on, if you're new, throw your name in the chat, man. I want to see some new names. We got Steer, Raj, Mr. Janky Stock, Tilster, Dean Allen, Randy Worms. We got Holly from New York City, Eclectic Frickin' Passions, just hitting all sorts of keys. Sorry, brother. Streamlabs blocked that one. We got Roulette. We got Tesla 2,2500. Love that. Jason Parrott. One more. DLV Sound. Good morning, Joey.
All right, good morning, everyone. A couple more shout-outs. Roof Ninja saying long BTC off a previous high of the day. Okay, that's a different story. All right, I like that. That's not too bad of a play. What's going on, everyone? We'll give a couple shout-outs to TikTok here, Sharif. Moonwar, Amir, Bravely. Oh, that's Bravely, our guy. Sabrina, Sadie, Randy. We got a couple more here. Glenn Cortez, Dog, Gazzy. OK2 Ace, I am same. IKA more, I am same, apparently. All right, probably butchered that one. Lucky, DJ Vinny, Carlitos. Wait, Carlito Crevian. Cool, man. Jr.? That's not cool, man. Gabriel, who else do we got? Esquito. Oh, okay, I'm not going to say that one. Heathers, Travis, El Picante. A little spicy he is. And Jeffrey Monez. What's going on, T-Rock? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Don't do it yet, Assassino. But other than that, I hope everyone's having a fantastic session, as typically and as usual. But all right, cue the screen. Let's hit it now. One and done, guys. That's it here on TSLL. Man, one of these have been waiting for this for quite some time here, guys. So let's break it down a little bit here. Got the upgrade by UBS. you're starting to break that channel, even though you're still in the midst of it. Essentially, we go long off of here, pop, we take some off, and then we get stopped at about 30-40% right here. No problem. We just re-engaged like we were supposed to. No hesitation nation on that one there, Katina Man. And then off to the races we go, as we're still currently hitting on to, holding on to approximately like 10% of this position. Nothing substantial. You have TSL up 5.5% here today, so not too bad of a look. Maybe we can get some form of a continuation in trend. Now moving forward, let's see what the names we have on our radar. No small caps for me so far, I should say. SPY, TQQs, Tesla, NVIDIA, and IBIT. We are talking about a potential condor play with the bull put spread being the better of the legs. And sure enough, we are slowly starting to break out of this consolidation. You pop through that resistance zone high, climb up to 43.19, and then off to the races it goes. It's starting to pull back a little bit here, guys, but we're still down 40% off of those highs. We'll take it a couple percentage points here and there as the market is starting to climb higher and higher. And we're not too far off of those all-time highs. We've been talking about this for quite some time. I said by the middle of summer, hopefully this isn't a false all-time high, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, especially considering we're rolling into the earnings season. So that's what we got going on. Don't have to take on too many more trades today. One and done is my style of trading. Let's see if we can find a couple more opportunities. We'll go extremely, extremely small size. Just play with a little bit of our realized. And that's about it. We're not going to give back too much because we want to lock this in and start a potential solid streak. That is my narrative. Went to the golf range yesterday.
Oh, no
for the
way.
first time. Yeah. I just needed to, you know what, man? There's no other types of rate. There's no other types of ranges in the city, if you catch my drift.
Yes, okay.
You don't.
I don't.
Yeah,
Hold
right,
on.
yeah.
There's none in the city. You got to
No,
go.
sir, you got to go outside. You got to go outside.
'Cause I know there is in York region.
In Stouffville.
Okay.
There's
Yeah,
one in
that's your
Stouffville.
region.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then also in Hamilton. Aside from that, guys.
I didn't know there was none in the city.
Yeah, man. There used to be, but then it's like private. and all that.
Okay.
But anyways, aside from that, guys.
See what we just got?
Yeah.
You gotta
I'm
read
about
this
to
out.
read that one.
It's not even for us, but we got to read it.
Yeah, William West, $50.
And it's for showing my love with Sean. Made $1,100 since Thursday last week. Large capital letters. Thank you for everyone's hard work for us. No, thank you for dropping 50 big ones. William West, double five.
Yeah.
6-5.
Yeah.
All love right back at you, man. That's some.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, thank you very
And
much.
he's sending his love to the Katina man
Hit the
there.
Stone Cold for that. Let me finish my quick spiel here. Sharif, we were talking about multiple things. There you go. You got the Stone Cold. We haven't hit that one, I feel like, all week, even though it is only Tuesday. Maybe we hit it a couple times yesterday.
God.
What's that?
Bloom Energy, bro.
Oh, yeah, Bloom.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, Bloom is booming. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here from the options chain. I mean, here it is, that 190 strike price that we were talking about this morning that had 99,000 contracts, now up to 103, okay? And they're worth triple the amount that essentially, or double the amount that we were talking about this morning. And then we have some size at 195, starting to slowly grind higher, but let's see how we react around that supply zone. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a pullback. It was the same narrative here in IBIT as it's starting to come back in a little bit as well too, off of that 40-something dollar mark, 41 and a bit, and we have a little bit of size here at that specific level, 42 now under the water, that $43 mark, 70,000 contracts. Let's see how we react, man.
ARAI is breaking out, guys. Something's going on. This one was a mover yesterday. Into the $1.10 it goes. It's taken out all the levels from yesterday. The high yesterday, I believe, was $1 right on the dot. Let's see if this one pulls back. It's trading right into the highs. Let me load up my risk calculator for this and then go ahead and enter my parameters here. So 111 high. This one's stair-stepping up. It's getting a breakout with about 4.25 million shares. And I got to say, most of the shares printed either at the open at 9:30 or just started coming in recently. I want to say 10:55, 10:50. Right now, it's all gas, no brakes. Yeah, let's watch here. I mean, I just don't want to punch in at the high. 111. Now it's showing 109. Okay, interesting look here. Shout out to my man, Don Sharifo. Mimi, he's talking about Mimi. I was involved. I gave this one way, way too tight of a stop. I got involved at 60 and 3/4 pennies, and I gave it to 58.5. So we lost very little on it. And what I was looking for was a prior bar hold. We didn't get the prior bar hold. So we're still putting in lower highs. I see that it's bouncing a little bit. I want Mimi to set up a bit better. But right now, ARAI is all gas, no brakes, guys. So if we were to give this, just for example, down to 104, so we don't give it to the dollar, well then, okay, we can kind of give that a try. It's just, I hate punching in at highs. It's just not my style. But this one looks like it's on its horse here. Could be on the way to $1.25. You know, you get into that 114, you're likely, there's 115 now. So ARAI really going. I wasn't ready for this. I don't even have it on my side chart. No, I'm not going to punch in FOMO into this one. I'm going to insist that it pull back. And there it goes, making another intraday high, 16s, going on 17 here. I don't mean the Sound of Music. You ever watch that? Sound of Music?
No, but I heard, I watched this.
16, going on 17. Adara's singing up a storm back there.
I watched The Shape of Water. Have you ever watched that?
No. Where did that come from? I'm asking you what the Sound of Music.
The Sound of Music, but I said The Shape of Water.
There's no way you can connect those two things. As someone who's familiar with both, you cannot argue they're the same
The
thing.
Shape of Water, I don't know, man.
Yeah, see, you upset her now, bro.
Yeah,
see,
I
that's
know,
the thing.
I know,
You gotta be
yeah.
like, God,
It's
come on
all
now,
right.
bro. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, guys, we're having a good time already. Guys, ARAI pulling back a little bit here. Could be a bit of a micro pullback. Let's flip to the 5-second. You're gonna get trolled now,
I'm
huh?
not, man. Dewey knows what it is. Joe's thinking outside the box.
Oh,
man.
is that how it is? That's what we're calling it now?
Speaking of Dewey,
Go.
Remember Malcolm in the Middle?
Of course.
Refused to be a part of the new show. So
Why?
Dewey, I don't know. He didn't want to be a part of it. So Dewey,
Are they doing something that he doesn't like?
I don't know. How would I don't know, man.
The actor's an academic now, so he's just like done with acting. He's just busy.
There you go.
But I've seen actors become academics. Mayim Bialik, isn't she like a neuroscientist or whatever, right?
That's crazy.
The culture's too toxic, says Fabian. I have no idea. I'm not in showbiz, Fabe. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, I feel that. By the way, a whole bunch of Hollywood actors wrote a note yesterday protesting the Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers merger, so something to look out for there. All right, guys, let's bring in the side charts because I've said very little about the small caps that I'm watching. There's a lot. Some of them are quantum related, as you can probably guess. The quantum names are moving. You're going to see IONX and QBTX on the bottom of your screen. XNDU, another quantum name as well, not one that I'm very familiar with. But these leveraged ETFs, and the reason I keep them on there is sometimes they trade similarly to small cap gappers where they're just momentum trades. So we trade them like that. I don't trade them exactly like small cap gappers, but close enough. So QBTX, IONX, these are leveraged ETFs for QBTC and IONQ. We're going to keep those on the side chart. And then the one without a label here in the middle top of your screen is ARAI. As I mentioned already, this is a holdover from yesterday. It had trouble breaking through the dollar. As you could see, the best it did on the day, I believe, was around 1 o'clock when it got to 999, and then it couldn't breach that. Now, the dollar is in the rear frickin' view. And here we are again into the high of the day. We're going to go ahead and take a shot here, Joey, even though we're getting into the high of the day, and it's just not my nature to punch in at the high of the day. But you know what? This broke prior bar high. I'm giving it to current bar low. That means I give it to 108 because current bar low is 109. We don't keep our stop right at the low price. So let's see if this one wants to mosey on up into $1.25 or lose the trend. There's 118. I don't expect a clearing through 120 that easily, but we're going to go ahead and post a very small order at 120 as a liquidity tester. Into 19 it goes, showing that it's taken out some orders here at 19. We're looking for 20. I'm anticipating resistance, and I'm going to give it to current bar low on the 5. Separately, I'm keeping a close eye here on Mimi, but Mimi's got 1, 2, 3 lower highs in a row. There goes ARAI into 20. It doesn't cross, so we don't get the print. I've got a bias that we move into the $0.25, so we're going to keep that bias and see what comes of it. But back to Mimi. Mimi has several lower highs in a row on the 5. If we break that trend, I think I'm going to work my way in. Ideally, we get in above 65. I think that would help. And there goes ARAI into another area high. Into 22 goes. 23 goes, Katina Man. All right, here, can we get a little bit more? We're looking for 25, right? That's what the bias was. The bias was that this was going to hit the $0.25. Let's see if that comes, or we're going to have to get maybe stopped out here. We're in at 17, Joey. We're showing 23s. What do you got?
All right, man. We got snail up here, not really moving like a snail at this point, Sharif, as it's continuing to climb at rapid speeds, essentially. So a nice breakout right out of the gate, and then you climb up to $1.65. So that's a big return right there, from 80 cents all the way up to $1.60 plus, and then looking like it wants to continue. PMNT. Not too much, and I had this high roller. It had high roller in it, and I'm like, oh, man, Excuse me, we have to take a look at this one, but not really doing too much. I'm not going to go over Mimi anymore because Sharif has been, he's all over that. And then we have also, what is this? Keel Street over here. Keel Infrastructure Corp. Bang, bang, 279. Not too bad of a look there. There you go on Mimi. Our Aria.
There goes ARAI to Ari. Ari? R-I? A-R-A-I?
Araya.
There's a $0.25, guys, okay? It's 27s. Watch out now for the reversion, okay? I'm not saying it's going to lose trend, break current bar low. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey, but it was breaking up.
Yeah,
but keep your eye out on this one. We could have resistance aggressively at the $0.25. Watch out for the turnaround here. Maybe we'll get a straight move into a third, but let me tell you something. We drop into 17, I stop out. We're not going to let this trade go against us. So keep that in mind, that you're likely going to encounter a little resistance here at the $0.25. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, good. Really sucks if you guys had. Oh yeah, I know you better be joking, man. That might be one of our better segments, more popular ones. There, you can't talk smack about the what's for lunch.
Ooh, who's talking smack about what's
he's
for
only
lunch?
He's only joking, man. It's our guy Buddhist priest.
Oh, that's the individual that was upset that I was saying about the college try. Apparently, it ruins his day. Sensitive guy.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, hey, man. Maybe you got to go hit some golf balls or something like that. Cheer you up a little bit. I know that's what worked for me. A little therapeutic, just down the road from the place. That was a good time.
Did you play well?
No, I suck at golf. This was my first time. It was my
I live across a golf course.
Yeah, that was like my second time ever swinging a club. I hit a couple good balls, but other than that, man, the form and everything, I was watching YouTube videos on the way and everything. Aside from that, let's get right back into these market guys and see what we got going on. There's going to be plenty of names that we can go over. Lots of stuff on the options chain. Let's head back over to our stock screener. We've seen RGTI up there. What has that garbage been up to? It doesn't even really matter because NVDA is still holding up around that 190 mark, above it to 193.13. Buyout, this is a massive dividend play, so I don't know if it's necessarily an intraday trader. I know a couple individuals who are involved with it. The divvy on this is absolutely insane, but it's lost a lot of its value. Then you have Bitcoin, obviously, with 35.6 million shares. IonQ, the quantum space, is definitely on fire today, and Robinhood back to 78 schmackers. Let's go. Get that back up to $80 in our Robinhood. We like that one. Clean Spark, how have you been performing? I mean, you can almost throw a dart at the board and find a good potential long here. I know AMD hasn't been as strong, but you guessed it. Google is absolutely monstrous. Finally break. Nice score. This is what you're going off of, that 248.52 mark. That's prime time as you're going to head towards some pre-market highs. That's exactly what you want from that one. And then I've seen AAL pretty strong in the pre-market, but I wouldn't be surprised if that fades. Yeah, it didn't do much. Fades out of the open. It did recover, but didn't do too much after that. But Google, absolutely monstrous on today's session. Let's take a look at it from a daily and see what we got going on with goggles up to 329. How far off the ATH are we? Not much at all. I'm going to give it about 5% or so. Yeah, 5.6. So, I mean, 348. 329, absolute monstrous bounce off that 273, gives you 50 points almost just like that. That's a 20% return in the span of a couple of days. This is what I'm talking about, a full recovery. We don't even have a conclusion to the conflict in the Middle East, and we're almost there. Oh, okay, thanks, TikTok. Oh, man, thanks for the super chat. You guys rock, says Reds. I appreciate it. No, you rock. I hope you listen to rock and roll as we ramble on. All right, FXI, man, we'll take a look at FXI. I know my boy Mike Peter Ryder likes that song. Led Zeppelin. I was going to ask you who sang that one, Tree, but that's okay. I already answered it. Led Zeppelin. And then we have new holdings, not doing too much, guys. Just rolling through the scanner to see if we have anything potentially. Let's see what we got going on with TikTok. Please check Mimi stock. I'll leave that up to Sharif. I'll pull it up right now because he's probably got his eyes on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to call out a couple of names here. C-Cup just pulled into VWAP, and I'm looking for a scalp trade here, so I'm risking very little to the breach of, I want to say, around the $0.50. Let's see if it holds up. But I just saw this one coming up on the scanner, and there it goes. It's in a halt. SNAL is rocketing up. It is halted at $1.63. I didn't even have this up on my side chart. I don't know how I didn't have eyes on this. What the hell is going on? But anyway, it's approaching the day high, which is $1.66 that we printed on the 540 candle. We are now halted up at $1.63. Let's go ahead and find out what the theoretical auction price on this monster is. We're going to pull it up over here, SNAL, on the NQ, that is. Okay. Oh, baby. So we're showing $1.65. That's marginally lower than the day high, which is, as I mentioned, 66. Halt time, 11:15:46. Earliest will be open. It's 11:19:28. So the earliest will be open is 11:20:46. These come in waves of 5 minutes. So SNAL halted to the upside, definitely looking good. And if I can just show you here on the black charts, a lot of respect, at least after the bell, that is, for the 10 EMA on the 5. You can kind of see that 1, 2, 3, let's just call it 5 candle pullback, even though it's kind of littered with a green candle in the middle there. Let's just say it was a 5 candle red pullback. Lo and behold, look how it holds so clean on the 10 EMA. Does it again. Makes that high day into 166, comes back into the third of $1. Most notably, holds that prior area resistance at the third at 130, and kind of holds the 10 EMA on a closing basis. So this one, I don't know if Luis is in the chat. My man Luis.
Oh, he just tagged me, man. He's saying it's a bid non-compliant.
Oh, okay, that's what I want to hear, man.
500 million news, all checks marks for long.
Which one is he talking about?
I believe Mimi.
Mimi. It is bid non-compliant. I agree. I got stopped out of that. But in any event, I'm going to keep my eye on Mimi. If it loses trend, we could look over to Neil, see how much shorts would cost us. But for now, it's above V, so I'm going to focus on it as a long. But what I'm looking for here, there goes SNAL. It is taking out levels, guys. A new high a day on SNAL, $1.80. Halt level, don't forget, is $1.63. We could come back in and test that halt level. Let's give this one the old college try at this level. We're going to go 162 for a stop out. We're going to Adara. Oh, stopped out already.
Keep an eye on oil and also the market, one pushing lower, the other pushing higher, as New York Post reports that President Trump told the publication that Iran talks could be happening over the next few days in Pakistan. So again, President Trump reportedly telling New York Post, hey, we could have more talks with Iran in Pakistan in 2 days. Now, keep in mind, last talks with Iran and Pakistan happened on Saturday, so like 3 days ago. But anyways, we do get a push higher here in the market to new days highs and bit of a spike lower in oil as President Trump hints that these talks could be sooner than we maybe thought. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, keeping an eye here on C-Cup. Let's go. We're going bouncing off VWAP here. This is a strict VWAP bounce, Assassino. I'm not really looking for a breakout. This was coming into the volume weighted average price. I said, you know, this is as good a shot as I'm going to get on a pullback. And we took, not huge size or anything like that, but we're going to definitely keep it. What's that? What's that? Luis, no Mimi. SNAL is bad price, non-compliant. Love it. Longer, clear historical volume is 500 million shares. Luis Barbado giving us the goods. Fantastic trader, fantastic guy. We're blessed to have Luis in the chat with us, guys, and giving us this information. So if you guys are not tagging Luis and speaking to him about small caps, I don't know what you're doing. In case you don't know what his name is, it's this one right here, Assassino. Let's show him. This one right here, A-Day Trading is a bid price, non-compliant, long, clear historical volume. A-Day Trading right beside, or right below, I should say, Joseph's comment to Lemon Family there. So I want to shout out Luis Barbado. Always love having him around, man.
Yeah, as always. Apparently, Snail halted down there, my boy.
It is halted down,
it's
and your boy got out of it right before it halted down.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. 185 to 155. That one cut the cord on that one quick. And then PMNT, Sharif, have you been looking at PMNT? It's not doing anything. I mean, the downtrend is still fully intact here. So you want to avoid that one, especially if you're looking for the long. There's Mimi starting to pull back in. And then there's also a couple of them are Hoth. Anyways, roller, not doing any much. There's a nice curl over right here. But you know what I'm noticing is that when these things are relatively weak and they're below the volume weighted average price, they're not as strong.
When these things are relatively weak.
Yeah, and they're below, like, so they start strong, but then they, like, for an extended period of time, they're below VWAP. They don't typically recover that well, right?
Man.
Yeah.
You're noticing what it took me 3 years, you're noticing in 3 days.
Yeah, well, I don't know about 3 days, my boy, but anyways, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I'm starting to realize that because trying a couple of longs south of VWAP hasn't been very good. Luis, what do you have to say about them apples, brother? I'm curious because that's what I'm noticing. You guys have been trading them significantly longer than what I have. Going back to our scanner, actually, no, never mind the scanner. We're going to toss that to the curb, kick it to the curb. We're going to look at what we got going on here on some of the larger names, and we're going to kick things off with NVDA. King of market cap right here, 193.54 and still climbing. How has Apple been doing? Going opposite the overall market, Sharif. What is going on with Apple? That flight to safety. See you later. We're now trading way south of VWAP. I mean, if this thing does get a pullback in towards that indicator, watch out for this market to go on a monster leg. Who can stop? What's going on with Google? This thing is going absolutely parabolic right now from 327. 15 minutes of just straight excessive buying and on relatively low volume. You can see it start to pick up now, but this thing is going absolutely nuts. So shout out to Google. Microsoft not doing anything. Amazon at the high of the day. Tesla starting to recover here. Maybe we can get another test of the high of the day. And then META back up to 660 smackers there, Sharif. What a recovery on META off of those lows. Man, oh man, it's been a good couple of weeks for the long-term portfolio. A lot of these names starting to find somewhat of a base and start to recover. This is exactly what we want to see.
All right, man. Still holding C-Cup here, looking for a move above the 10 EMA, ideally above 65. The reason I say 65, kind of a random number, but I saw a bit of a bottom shelf there. Let me bring in the black charts instead of just like explaining it. So here's what I see. Resistance at 65 initially, right? That's a 9:50 candle to about 10 o'clock. We break through 65, obviously, eventually at 10:10. Then that 65 level acts as an area of resistance for a period of about 15 minutes. I'm talking about 10:45 to about 10:55, loses it at 11. So if we get above 60, and we haven't yet, I am worried about that 65 shelf. Now, I have a bit of a bias that if we do reject 65, we're likely going back down to VWAP at around the $0.50, maybe high 40s. We'll wait and see. I'm packing the patience there, okay? So we're gonna kind of let that one roll, and I'm gonna move up my stop as required. Back into ARAI at 16. I'm looking for 1R here at 21 pennies. That's where I'm looking to take out a good size of the position. We have a doji candle that just closed at the 1120 candle. I'm looking for this candle to breach highs. The prior bar high was 17, current bar high 18. Not good enough for me. I'm going to need more here on ARAI. If we can kind of move up into that 21, 22 penny area, that'll definitely let me rest a little bit easier as we will have a good out there. So continuing to wait. Looking for that 111 low. I'm not giving it to VWAP, which is around 110, 109. I'm giving it to the doji candle low, the low of which is 12. So you know where I'm placing my stop there. So ARAI in focus, as is C-Cup. But C-Cup, look, C-Cup could be a false bounce here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my C-Cup trade to prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us to 551. I'm in at 550. I'm fine with going even on the rest of this trade. If it loses 550, then I'm out. So we're going to go ahead and put in the out here on C-Cup and see what we get. Okay? Now, we're looking for a move here on ARAI into 21. That's my 1R. We're showing 20s. We've breached prior bar high. We're unable to shake the seller at 20. I'm going to take a liquidity tester there. Shows good. I was able to get the fill quite promptly, but I need that 21 penny area for that 1R. It's not going to come. It's not forthcoming at the moment. Rejecting here, Joey. So we're going to have to pack the patience. Look, if we get 1R, our 2R here is at the $0.25, a little bit higher than the $0.25. 2R for me on this one is 126, which is good because high a day is 127. There's 21. We don't get the fill. We need it to pass 21 here to get the fill. at 1R. There's size at 21. Let's see if we can kind of take out some of that size, move into 22. We'll rest a little bit easier.
Come on, man, do it.
The central scrutinizer. Oh, that's funny, man. I got to laugh at that one.
With central.
Come on, Shaggy saying the same thing. I'm not even going to say it, but it's funny.
With central scrutinizer
Don't worry
saying.
about it, Joe. All right, it's funny.
Oh, is it funny? All right, we'll hit this then.
C-cup joke, Joe. Come on.
Yeah. Yes, man. That's, yeah,
Yo, we need like
crazy.
the Rock's entrance music.
I don't know if it's that good, is it?
If you smell
that sucks.
what the Rock is
No,
cooking.
you know which one we really need is Kurt Angle's, because if the stock sucks,
Dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
dun,
if it
dun,
sucks,
dun.
you just play. If
You
the
suck.
if it sucks, you just
suck.
play the Kurt Angle.
All right,
Let's
here
go,
we
man.
go.
All right, but we don't want to get that, because I know Neil will be up. Neil will get mad at
What
us
happened?
if we have too much theme music. These guys have been trying to get the theme music for quite some time. You know
So you're saying that
That
they
we
were
get
trying
it.
to get it, they weren't
Yeah,
able to
yeah,
get it.
well,
I
they-
have trouble believing that.
Yeah, same.
I have trouble
think,
believing
yeah, same.
that. Neil.
You think
I
they're
think
full-
if you put your foot down,
Yeah, I think they're full
you
of
may
it,
get
man.
what you want there. But
Those guys are
any
full of
event.
it over there, man. All right, we're having a good time here today.
NWO is excellent too. ANPC 86. I would definitely be okay with
Have
that.
you seen Bloom Energy by any chance today, Sharif?
Did I look at BE? Did I look at BE, Joey?
The first thing I heard this morning.
Oh
you see
my
Bloom
God.
Energy?
Dude, come give me a break, bro.
What, bro?
You know where we're holding this from. I'm not gonna
I don't,
say.
I forget.
Oh, you do know. We're holding
I
it from the
don't.
fall. So, yeah, you know exactly.
it is. But just can you give me a precise date?
Eh?
Can you give me a precise date?
No.
Why?
Yeah, that's that easy, huh?
Why? I'm just saying. When do you, like from the fall? Okay, so we're gonna go October.
All right.
All right, we're gonna go October. I know you're in there. I know where you're in there.
There goes ARAI. We take out a good size there, baby. There through 21. Now we're looking for 26s. So let's go ahead and set up a larger order at $1.26. Now here's the deal. I don't change my stop quite yet. So we're gonna keep a close eye here on ARAI, only up 35%, but we do get 1R into $1.21. Now we're looking for 2R into 126. It's a thick trade though, let me tell you, man. We're not getting that decisive move past the 20 penny area. In fact, it's 2 topping tail candles in a row now on the 5, both on the current candle and the prior candle as well has a large upper
KC's
wick.
saying 26, my boy. I don't know. She just put in 26.
She likes 26 because
Is
she's
that her
born on May 26th.
Oh, okay, all right.
So that's her number, right? As like 25 is my number.
She was saying,
right?
okay, 16 being my number. All right, so we like that one.
Hold on, you're 5.
Yeah, but 16 is still my favorite number.
Why?
Darcy Tucker.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
respect that.
You know, you understand.
Good player.
Yeah, exactly. Great player. Just what I essentially had my whole game revolve around that guy. 6 and 10.
You play like
16
him,
and 10.
eh?
Yeah, that's my style.
No way.
Yeah.
So you're an agitator, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't
He's
say
he
that.
was an agitator.
He was a big time one. I just like taking, you know, in my earlier days, in my minor hockey days, they used to call me Killer.
Why?
Because I would just take everyone's head off. Like
Really,
it didn't
eh?
matter the size, man. I was dropping your shoulder. I was dropping the shoulder and just.
That's a little
looking-
bit different than your personality in real life, where you're not really like that in real life, like in your day to
But
day.
then when we play, it's just like
You're a
yeah,
different guy.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
that,
I
bro.
mean, I would still say I'm still the same guy. I think it's just more or less suppressed, and where we let the energy come out. That's why, bang, we
Respect
knock.
that.
We like to drop people as well too, throw
Like
the
to
hands
drop
and all that
people.
stuff.
Well, you guys
Other than
heard it
that,
here.
hey,
There's no
man.
violence over here.
No violence. It's all.
Everything's
It's
fine.
all. What's the word I'm looking for? It's sport, man. It's all sport. I think
All
everybody
sport.
likes it. And same thing with football. Like it's just like, hey, man, let's.
We were
let's
told
rock
that
it.
specifically, that it
To
had
take
to be
everybody-
controlled chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
That
That's
we
exactly-
had
that
to
was what
be
I was looking
gentlemen
for.
off the field.
Yeah,
Dude,
man,
did you
all
guys?
class.
Did you have to wear your tracksuits and stuff like that to different games? Like our teams at the
football?
time were not doing that, but our
No.
coach would make us.
Brother,
Like,
our
you had to
our
come
high
to the-
school football team was pulling up, smoking cigarettes. And,
No, we would get in so much
no,
trouble.
we that's how our team was, man.
We were. It wasn't high school football. 'Cause
Yeah, you were playing
We didn't
outside.
have.
Yeah.
We didn't have a high school football
Yeah,
team, but we played for the city, right?
So how's Taiwan Semi doing here today? We're still hovering around the highs, man. I personally wasn't the one pulling up smoking cigarettes, but a lot of our kids, I don't know, teenagers smoking cigarettes is crazy. Anyways, 3.5%, guys. Pardon me?
That was common.
That's common, yeah, big time common. You can go head over to the parking lot, grab a couple for a quarter, and then that's it. $3 and three.
This guy's giving the playbook. I love
Yeah, hey man, it doesn't get down in the parking
Let's
lot.
cut the crap. Okay, so I didn't smoke as a teenager. I hate cigarettes, period, okay?
Yeah.
But a lot of my friends did, and they would always earmark the convenience stores that would sell to minors.
Yeah.
Everyone knew which convenience store sold to minors.
Yeah, of course,
right?
man. Yeah. Or you just have your one buddy who has his brother's ID, and then you just go there, and he would.
Yeah, there was that, but that was more for alcohol.
Yeah, that was it for both, man. Or you just the good old fishing, like you just go.
Look at Neil, he's looking back.
You just go stand outside the liquor store, look for somebody cool, and go to Adara.
Great technical move here for crypto. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to say I'm doing the crypto segment now. Sorry about that, guys. It's 11:30. It's time for crypto. So with that unceremonious introduction, which is entirely on me, let's take a look here at BTC. 76,000 has been breached. As of today, according to TradingView data, we got to like 76,050, so we didn't even get to 76.1. That is, though, slightly above the just under 76 area that we touched on Tuesday, March 17th. So it took us about a month, but we got back to 76. We are, however, pulling back from that level right now, just holding on to 75K. So will this be a little bit of a double top of this area where we continue this curl to push higher and push above that 76 level? Time will tell. But we know yesterday we had a little bit of a backing for this rally. Of course, we closed yesterday's session at basically highs, or session highs rather. But it is worth noting too, Circle rallied yesterday, Coinbase rallied for some of the day yesterday, Bernstein upgrading, Robinhood today. So I think a lot of the sentiment in this crypto space is quite positive. If you look at Ethereum's daily chart, much like Bitcoin, we get above and actually in Ethereum's case more significantly surpass that level of resistance from March, but we can't hold it and we pull back. So let's see if Ethereum and BTC are able to nicely stay above those levels of 2,400 and 76,000 respectively.
Stuff. Yeah, see, thank you very much for that, Adair, by the way. We take a little bit more off of Tesla as it's put in a new high of the day, and there you go. So that's a nice little bit of a move, guys. We don't have too much left, but we're going to rock and roll about 5 or 6% or so, and this one has been a good trade. So we just ride this wave all day until otherwise. I have no issues with getting stopped out break even. I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case today, but anything can happen as Bitcoin is curling off of the lows here. Adair was just talking about that $76,000 mark as we are starting to climb. So I wouldn't be surprised in the near future if we're going to go on a run in Bitcoin, look for that $80,000 target here. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but Michael Saylor probably starting to see a little bit more of a smile on his face as he's been grabbing some more as well.
There goes ARAI into 26, guys. Full disclosure. And there it is, Joey. There it is. There's the $1.28. We take out 2R on ARAI. 3R for me is $1.31, and that's where the next order goes. 131 on ARAI. That will necessitate a high of daybreak because the high now is 128. This is turning into an ugly topping till candle, at least momentarily here on ARAI. It's a $1.28 high. Now the body of this candle on the 5 looks really, really bad. This could be a reversal here. Careful on this one, okay? It could be bought up, though. We know how these ones act, these small cap gappers. A topping till candle, even one that closes on a small cap gapper, in my humble submission, is not the same thing as seeing it on a large cap or an even medium cap, because these ones are intraday. And we know what the intraday traders are doing, especially to the long side. They're taking profits and getting the hell out of there, just like I'm doing. So there's often times where aggressive profit taking leads to these topping tail candles. So that's why I really want to stress they are not the same thing, but you should respect them nonetheless, though, because it can turn around on you in a hurry. There goes C-Cup. Let's go, C-Cup, into 560. We're waiting for 61s here on the cup. Let's see what this one has to offer. What do we got on this? We got 50 on this one. I got 5 on it. My bad. Now we're going to post here at 69, of course, true to form. We're looking for C-Cup here to get through 65. As I've mentioned before, 65 is my bias that there is a seller at that level, okay? And that has to concern me here. Prolific. Stop, bro, stop. There's nothing I can do but the name.
Hold on, Sharif. There we go. A little bit more there on Tesla.
Get it, Joey.
As we take some more off the top there, guys, putting in a new high of the day. This is a nice move. Yeah, sorry to interrupt there, Sharif, but we got Tesla. Oh, wow, we don't want this number up here. Get that out of here. 6.66%. Oh, there we go. We get a nice little switch on that one. Yeah, crypto short squeeze may be coming into play. I think the price action would be a little bit more aggressive. You know what? I'm going to say this. We haven't had that massive parabolic day yet, where a lot of them do get squeezed. Watch for that to potentially come into play relatively soon. Who knows? It may not happen, but I think we're going to have one of those sessions where it's just outright strength, just straight to the top side. You're going to see a lot of volume stepping in. You're going to have those extremely bullish candles from a daily and intraday perspective where you can take advantage of some pretty big moves. But there it is on TSLA to the top side.
Attaboy.
Attaboy, yeah, we're thinking a little bit more.
Lazy Rocks, what's good there?
Yeah, somebody had, oh, okay, so I was actually thinking about that this morning.
What are you thinking about, Joe?
Okay, so someone said, hey, where do you guys get level 2? I don't know, like I've never used TradingView in that aspect, but for me, I think it's so difficult. I'm like, how do individuals trade on just, again, if to each their own. If you built a system, whatever, if you can extract profits, it doesn't matter to me. But at the end of the day, I would have a really hard time using a platform like TradingView with intraday. One, because of the market delay, and then two, there's no time of sales. I could care less sometimes about the level 2. It's the tape. The tape is one of the most important things. Someone used to use this reference in the fact it's like your rear view mirror or your side mirrors, right? Like you're looking for, but what are you going to use to look at each individual side? And the time of sales is the teller of worlds, essentially, when it comes to trading. And I think it's one of the most important tools, aside from price, obviously, and volume. You need the tape, and I don't know if TradingView provides that.
Man, Miguel, man, we're missing everyone, Miguel. Saka out, Timber out, Calafiore out, Odegaard out. I've had it, man. I've had it. Like, I mean, it's like not only is the team playing poorly when the main players are there, but now our main players, especially our attacking players, for me anyway, Saka on the wing. I love Madueke, don't get me wrong, man. Noni's clutch. But he's a different type of player than Bukayo. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
So a lot of people ask me, like, hey, Joe, what do you mean by this? So essentially from the time that it goes from the market to your computer, right? You want that to be in milliseconds. If it's a couple of seconds, no good. You're behind. Like, you're getting old data, essentially. You need that to be in the milliseconds. I remember one of my old platforms at home, I'm not too sure what it is here, Jose was telling me, but it's like 40 milliseconds or something like that. So it's instant. You can't have something that's prolonged or any form of delay. If it hits multiple seconds, you got to find something else. Otherwise, you're going to have very little success, in my opinion.
All right, man. There goes C-Cup, again, into 65. So we get the print at 65, but here now and lies the problem. If we don't get above 65 and get above it decisively, I think we're going back to VWAP or at least 550. Stop, bro. Right? And the reason I say I'm fixated with this 565 area is for two reasons. One, it was a very obvious area of resistance for about 15 to 20 minutes. And then once it broke, it acted as support for about 15 to 20 minutes. And here we are again, unable to take it out. I never saw a 66 on the time of sales, nor did I see the level 2 move up into 66. And here we are rejecting 65 on the prior bar and the current bar over here. So we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. But I want to reassess here my analysis on Mimi. Luis, there goes Mimi into 67. There's 68. Here comes 68 and a half. 70.47 high, so essentially 70.5 penny high. There's 69 on the time and sales, and there it is on the level 2. Here comes 70 possibly on Mimi. The break there, it goes into 73. It took out all the sellers. Mimi has reawoken here and made a new high a day. Limit up is 79, guys. Limit up is 79. We're still not close to that yet. 73
I love that
and a half.
curl over, man. I love that curl up, man. That's a
curl up. And Joey, you bring up a fantastic point.
Yeah.
But you want to know what that curl up coincided with?
What's that?
What's that white line? That's the volume weighted average. Look at the clean hold on VWAP there. You don't have to put your stop immediately below VWAP. You could give it 1 or 2 pennies.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this case, you do that, you're printing. You know what I mean? Like,
Printing.
yeah, there goes me. Stop, guys. There goes Mimi into the high. I can't
see what
today,
Hinsey
bro.
said?
Yes, man, I did. Stop, guys. But Mimi's on that. Yeah, Mimi's on that good stuff, Hinsey. You're going to have to guess what that good stuff is. But IONX, I want to bring your attention to this one because it's also looking good. This one could take out the high of the day pretty quickly here. 30.67 high. We're showing above $30 by a smidge here, up about 38%. This is a leveraged ETF that deals with IONQ. I'm pretty sure it is 2 times leverage. Let me confirm that with you guys. Yes, it is 2 times, 200% the daily move of IONQ. So IONX doing its thing, 25. SNAL is all sorts of weak. It is halted down again. Now, here's the deal. This is an interesting area of possible support here for SNAL, for SNAL. I like this consolidation area here. And it's also just a little bit below the $0.25. We're going to give SNAL a look. It's pulling back. It might give me an opportunity here, possibly off this $0.25. If not, then I'm certainly looking at VWAP and or $1. And then you also have that topping tail candle at $7.50, the high of which was $99.38. So essentially $1. So you'll have a double whammy in terms of support, VWAP, the whole dollar, price action, resistance. You'll see a bunch of different probably buy orders stepping in around there. But guys, Mimi is breaking out. It's back into 69. It's looking for 75 here. If it clears 75, Mimi is on the way to $1. Okay, trade it carefully. We're going to Adair.
Just be aware here, USO on watch. We have comments coming from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Nothing massive, but he's just speaking on Fox News right now, so be aware. He also just said that gasoline prices could be higher for, quote, a few more weeks. Back to you.
Well, the supply isn't just going to show up out of nowhere, bro. Those boats, you know, like I get the U.S. doesn't have a physical good problem. Like they can actually get the oil, but it's a world market, and world markets are determined by the prices are determined by world markets. So even if the U.S. has gas, the fact of the matter is the barrel is going to remain elevated until we can kind of move past the supply shock.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Which is going to take some time. As we mentioned, these vessels move extremely slow as well. All right, there it is. Take a little bit more off at 58 on Tesla as the market is just screaming right now. Let's head back to our mag. Bitcoin on a solid recovery, another strong uptick in TSLA. This is an all-day rider. Considering the streak that we've been on, this is exactly how we want to rebound. And sure enough, I'm talking with Jose last time. I'm like, yeah, man, I got to get back on my creatine wave. Start it up again, and then we have the ability to put on this. So I don't know. Is that
It's like 6 weeks.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I know.
Calm down, bro.
I know.
This guy's telling me
that's the
yesterday,
thing.
like, I gotta get on the creatine.
Yeah, I don't
disagree
with
with any
on
of
and
that.
off. I like because I cycle is a little bit of a strong word, but I hop on and off of it. But yeah, we're glad to be.
Bryson is calling you out, bro. He's like,
saying,
creatine is not natty. I disagree with that
Yeah, that's
wholeheartedly.
crazy.
I disagree with that entirely, Bryson, but
That's okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, I think creatine, if you can
I
buy
think
it in the
it's
store.
super natty.
But see, the thing is, that's where you get because your body naturally produces testosterone as well too. So does that count?
No, you're not natty, Joey. You got too much test over there.
All right. I mean, hey, man, we'll go over to Mexico. We can get whatever we like in that neck of the woods. There.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
you know that, right?
He
like,
did it.
You hop right.
Dude, you should have seen in Dominican. Buy anabolic steroids
here.
here.
The signs are everywhere.
It's
right?
everywhere, bro.
I mean, but anyways, we don't do any of that. But what we do right now, up 15K on Tesla. I'm not. We'll hit the stone cold for you on Jared Causley, up 15K on Tesla calls today. Thank you very much for that one, man. Give us a little bit more detail on what calls you got, or you currently have, or what you're holding on. Just type it in the chat. We'll go over that. But congratulations to you. That's exactly what we want to see. 15K.
That's big, man.
You know what I typically say when you're up?
What do you say, Joey?
Don't spend it all in one place.
Oh, I know, man. Well,
don't spend it all in one place.
That's trouble.
Yeah. I mean, don't spend it on trips to Rio Republica, Colombia.
What a time, bro.
Yeah,
what a time.
Crazy.
I got to show you some pictures still, but yeah, we'll have to filter some of those. C-Cup into 67 it goes. We took out our 1R there on the cup at 65. Current bar high, 65 here. I saw 66 flash there on the time and sales, but I guess it didn't print officially. What? That's lies. It's right there on the left side of your screen. 66 is right there. So 566 candle high for the cup. We're looking for more, man. I'm looking for it now. If we can decisively get above 65, and we mentioned 65 is going to be a hard road to hoe, right? Because of the multiple areas of support and resistance that keep going through that area. But if we get above 65, I have a bias that we probably at least try to test $6 at some point in the day. It doesn't feel like it's going to be in a straight line given how C-Cup is trading. But I got to tell you something. I don't feel we've decisively taken out 65 pennies yet on CCUP. But we're going to stay in it for now, and we'll see what comes of that. I can't
Yo, what is
comments,
it?
man.
Yo, yeah, these comments are hilarious.
Right?
Tesla's just absolutely screaming right now.
Oh, Joey.
To the top side. No, what? So you know when you see those videos of like guys at the car dealership and stuff, and they're asking if the car has cats. What does that mean? Like, does it have cats?
Oh, catalytic converter.
Is that what it's
bro.
referring to?
Okay, so
I know
there's a TikToker called George Saliba. He's this Lebanese car salesman, I think.
Yeah,
in
the
Jersey.
luxury guy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like,
so
does it have
he
cats?
kind of had this thing where if you were trying to sell him his car, the first question he would ask you
does it have cats?
Does it have cats, right? Catalytic converter. Right?
Okay, is that actually what it is? I thought that's what it meant, but why?
Yeah.
But why? Because people steal the catalytic converter?
No, because you got to get it certified. Right? In order to get it state certified, like if you were to go get your car right now, like when I sold my car, I had to take it to get, what is it called? Safety inspection.
Safety inspection.
They won't do the safety if it doesn't have catalytic converters.
Okay.
Right? Even though it sounds way better without cats.
Yeah. I got to, well, I'm not going to tell you the story about what I did to my catalytic converter one time, Sharif, but what we are going to do, Assassino, screen, bang, take it off right there. Another partial on TSLA as it's continuing to climb. All-day trader, all-day not non-fader right here on TSLA. Now 7.6% as Tesla's starting to recover big time, guys. Let's take a look at it from a daily. Excuse me.
Ram.
So there it is. Channel, like we're heading back towards the top end of this channel. Let's see if we break. Like that's the narrative, right? You want to wait for trend breaks. There's even an opportunity. You're not going to catch the bottom, but if it holds above 365 or 370s, there might be a potential trade there. I would just be a little bit more cautious. I think there's more potential downside. I'm not saying that there is, but just due to earnings coming in, you have to take into consideration car business not doing the best for Tesla. Remain forward looking, but out of all of the Magnificent Seven or the $1 trillion boys, I think this one could get hit. If it does, it could probably get hit the hardest out of all of them, just considering it's still a car manufacturer. The energy storage segment can be growing at a clip rate, but other than that, I don't know if that's enough to hold it up.
No, you bring up a good point, man. All right, we're back in Mimi here. All right, we're going to give Mimi the old try. Sorry to the person who don't like the old calls try. Here we go, 64 double eights. We're in at 63, 67. There's the print. 1R for me is 68. We're going to put the majority of the shares right there. We're going to go 67.5. We're looking for 1R 2R for me is going to be a little bit below $0.75 at 73 pennies, which is cool because the high of the day is 73.42. So I'm definitely looking for something a little bit below that high a day because I do expect, of course, for us to encounter resistance at around there. So let's see what Mimi has to offer over here and whether or not it weasels back into that 70 pennies. I stop out below the 10 EMA on the 5. Keeping a close eye as well, not on ARAI, well, I kind of am, but C-Cup, again, C-Cup having trouble taking out 65, and there it goes. Now it's consolidating. It's not losing trend. At least not yet. So if it loses trend, I'll have to reconsider. I have the $0.50, so I've got a bit of a buffer, but what's the point in giving anything back if it's going to lose trend? So I'm keeping a close eye on C-Cup here, looking for $0.75. I've got a liquidity tester at 69. Rajesh, no, Canadian ships oil overseas. Poor choices. India exports much more oil. Brother, we export oil. I don't know why you're saying we don't export oil. We do. Right? We just don't have the kind of export facilities that we could have given our size. So our prime minister right now, who just got a majority government yesterday, that means that basically he can get his agenda through Parliament a lot easier than if he had to negotiate with the other parties. It kind of gives him, I don't want to say de facto control, but essentially it kind of is, right? Now, he's got some nation-building projects in mind. Hopefully they get done and they're not just words, but we do have a plan to build terminals and pipelines that go to the West Coast, as well as possibly even through the Arctic Strait. Alberta, which is the oil-producing province in this country, the premier there, Danielle Smith, actually is trying to strike a deal with Manitoba to build a pipeline through the northern part into the Hudson's Bay, so where ships can come into the Hudson's Bay and then take the Arctic bypass. So we're trying to do in so many different things. We'll see how it gets done. You know, these things are going to take years and years and years. Hopefully they get done and we benefit from it. In any event, continuing to watch Mimi here as it zigs and zags, Joey, of a bunch of different lower highs. If it loses 58 pennies, I'm out, but I'm looking for this one to try and test the high at around 73 pennies.
All right, man. Amazon is absolutely on a monster. Look at this run the market has been on. This is absolutely insane. You're only down 4% off of that previous pivot high in Amazon. Like, who does it think it is at this point? I mean, we were in bear market 22%, and in the span of a couple of trading weeks, it's just like, yeah, well, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Here we go. And I think at this pace, you're going to breach this and put in a new all-time high on Amazon. So the leaders...
Boy, Ackman made a good call there, eh?
On Amazon? Yeah, I think Amazon was a buy all day, man, to be honest with you. AWS is him, essentially. And I think it's, again, we have the larger names. We have that Mag 7, the Broadcoms, the Apples, the NVDAs, the Amazons, the Metas, all starting to really rally. And look at the price action within the market. We're starting to climb higher, all right? So this is essentially what you're looking for. It's unfortunate to say, like, market breadth is fantastic, but when you're so heavily weighted in the top few names, you do need them to participate in order for this market to find some form of orderly price action, in my opinion. And once they're all starting to trade clean, look what you got going on the TQQQ. Sean was along that one. You got TSLA here. You have Amazon continuing to climb. You have Meta up there, getting close to its previous earnings report high. I mean, there's a lot going on. What's Nike? I know I'm jumping all over the place, but here, let's take a look at what Nike's doing. Do I love the retail space? Absolutely not. Look what Nike's been doing. Like, the inventory is too high. China sales sliding aggressively. There's just not enough going on for this name. They made maybe a couple strategic errors. You're down 46%. I just don't think the retail names are that space to really invest in for the long term, because the ever-revolving door of brands coming in and brands coming out. And that's just how I feel about it. I think tech is relatively stronger, but there's so much competition within that space.
I respect that. I was going to say, I saw completely like different styles from, you know, gym attire from some of the people I saw on vacation than some of the see here. So it's like we get fixated and we think, you know, this is the hot brand for athleisure, but then you go elsewhere in the world and it's completely different. You know what I mean?
There's so many.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
There's a lot.
You brought Nike up. Guys, continuing to watch Mimi here. It's putting in higher lows and higher highs. It does feel like it has a lot of resistance. I just wet the beak again at 66, but we're waiting for our 1R on Mimi at 68, and then I'm looking for it to move into 73. So let's keep a close eye on that one. We'll see what we get. We won't get upset. C-Cup is rejecting 65. Now, my concern is here with C-Cup is, do I want to give everything back? Like, do I want to give this down to my entry at the $0.50? I mean, not really. I'm not holding a lot of shares still since we got our 1R on this one, but it's slowing down in terms of volume too. I don't like what I'm seeing so far right now with that 65 rejection on C-Cup. So I'm going to continue to hold it for now. I think I'm just going to give it 1 or 2 pennies above my entry. That way I lock in the profit. So we're just going to do that, and we're going to give it to there. Now let's cancel, I should say, the prior stop so we don't get into any trouble there. So we'll take out that one. Good. All right. Let's talk about ARAI. Again, it is setting up again. So this one, I think Luis would probably say bid non-compliant. It has a double top into the high 20s. First one is 27, second one is 28. Here it is again, coming into 19s. Here comes 20s. So this one seems to be a VWAP story. Every time it drops down into the volume weighted average price, it seems to be getting bought up. So another one to keep your eye on here. ARAI is a ticker I'm talking about, looking pretty good, man. My biggest winner on the day anyway. It's going to be between that and C-Cup. C-Cup's also a good winner for me, so we'll keep tabs on that. But yeah, ARAI in focus here, Joey. Just about how I execute on this. Commodity King says GPRK. Let's have a look quickly there. Shout out to my man Taylor. GPRK. What do we got here? Oh, did I type that wrong? Commodity King? I think I did. GPRK. My bad. See, GPRK. There we go.
Day Trading says ARAI is non-compliant for market value.
What does that mean for market value?
Yeah. Give us a little more detail there.
Okay, well, here is GPRK. What do we have on this one? We've got, this one's up 2 and change, 2.61. It's at the day high as we speak at 1021. Not exactly a rocket ship like it was. I think that's Thursday's price action, right? From the top to the bottom. It was like 17%. Not bad, but not great. I think I'm going to get stopped out at Mimi here. It's coming back down into 61. It's going to lose trend, but GPRK is not too bad, brother. I would say maybe something at around 1010. Looked at have a lot of resistance there. Otherwise, what are we looking at here in terms of the hourly? Okay, so you're not going to encounter resistance, at least not on a wide time frame basis, until about 10.5. That takes us back to March 20th. So good eye by you on GPRK. Nothing really that I have to do on this one, but keep me apprised of what you intend to do. Not a bad look. I'm holding Mimi here with the hopes that it does hold up the 10 EMA, but if it breaks down, I think I'm going to put my stop below 60 because it's right there. So it's going to go 59.5, and then we'll give it down to 59 for the last remaining amount on Mimi. Then I can cancel my other stop because it does feel like it might be losing trend a little bit here, and if it is, I don't want to be involved with it. So that's all I've got right now, Joey. What are you looking at?
I got the same trade on, man. I don't have too much going on, to be honest with you. Other than that, I was going to ask you, like, how far do you think the NASDAQ and the SPY are off of all-time highs? Not very much whatsoever. The SPY is 0.6%.
I looked at this morning with Brendo. Yeah. I don't even know now, but from the pre-market,
yeah,
we were 1.25% off.
Yeah, it's now that's cut in half essentially. So 0.6% right there on the SPY and 1.6% on the NASDAQ. And the conflict hasn't even officially came. This is a ceasefire. There's no deal made yet. So watch out. Like, look what's going to happen. I mean, things can turn around on a dime, especially in regards to earnings season, right? Things may not work out how essentially you want them to. But at the end of the day, this is a big-time recovery, and this is what you want to see. Did I think that we were going to see a V-shaped reversal like this? Not at all, right? Not at all whatsoever. So, I mean, strong price action. Sharif, your
Yes.
thoughts on RLAY?
Already pulling it up.
Okay,
We're just gonna look at this one, then
Yep.
we're gonna send it to Adara. This is the 4-hour chart on RALY, Relay Therapeutics. It's a $2.8-ish billion market cap. We're gonna do a wide time frame analysis, and then we'll narrow it down to intraday. Look, clear area of resistance at around 11.5 got decimated on that breakout back on the 2nd of April. Since that time, look at these higher highs and higher lows, inching into 16. It's quite close to that $16 level. Let me just take a quick look at the daily. Oh, baby. Okay, so we're not quite at COVID highs. 16, 15 was definitely a resistance because it was support. Then now you're looking at, I believe, 19 to 20. Take a look at that $19 area back from April of 23. It was also support back in October of 22 and again in August of 22. So that's $19 to $20 area could be a tough area of resistance, but you've got all the moving averages pointing the right way, baby. You got the 200 pointing up. You got the 50 crossing above the 200. You got the golden cross back in October. This is a really good looking name. It does clinical stage precision medicine company. Initial focus is on enhancing small molecule therapeutic discovery in targeted oncology genetic disease indications. That's the daily, and that was the 4-hour. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Not much in the way of anything to say, locally here, intraday. If you're looking for intraday, 1555 volume weighted average price. If the institutions are going to accumulate this, they're likely going to be picking it up intraday off VWAP. That's where I'd say probably have a look there. Other than that, it looks like a fantastic chart. Mimi heading back up. We don't get the print. It's not continuing through. I had my order there at 67 and change. It didn't cross. We don't get the print, but we're going to pack the patience. And while we're being patient, we're sending you to Adara for happening now.
NASDAQ trying to break this new high of day around 626. We'll take a look at the S&P 500, which is also hanging out here at high of days and taking its time on this 15-minute chart now to break out. We're seeing these candles be a little bit smaller. Most recent news I got here out of the Middle East, we had News Nation reporting a couple minutes ago that a White House official said that direct future discussions with Iran are under discussion. So the discussions are under discussion, that is the headline, but they don't have a date as of yet. President Trump, about half an hour ago, according to the New York Post, said that he thinks that the U.S. can go back to Pakistan for discussions with Iran within the next 2 days. So I bring up all this Iran news because I think a little bit of a reevaluation maybe here of the oil situation has led here to this drop in oil and this push up here. We know that there's going to be some supply and demand concerns here with oil. USO hanging out here at intraday lows. Keep an eye here. Any comments from IEA, which is, of course, an energy-related agency. That director, Fatih Birol, if I see anything from him, I'll let you know. Keep an eye as well here on any geopolitical headlines, because I think that's really going to be worth noting here, especially with oil where it is. In terms of headlines for stocks, we had BE, which is still at like intraday highs here, just shy of that 220 level was the high of day. They expanded their partnership with Oracle to support their build out of their AI and cloud compute structure. Oracle's going to be purchasing up to 2.8 gigawatts here. We have to talk about ORCL, which had a very strong start to the session, but technical resistance at 170 failing Oracle yet again right now. I mean, still up on the day, but below their pre-market and intraday highs here, and 162 here, proving to be a little bit of a level of potential support. Let's talk about banks. JP Morgan, incredibly uninspiring here on an intraday basis, but this one was on watch. After a decent earnings report, net interest income outlook for fiscal 2026 appears to be what pushed this one a little bit lower. GS earnings day 2 doing quite well. Other banks that reported this morning include Wells Fargo and Citigroup, though tomorrow before the bell we're going to get Morgan Stanley and BAC. Last but not least, I want to remind you guys, tons of Fed speakers on watch today. And when I say today, I mean within the next hour. 12:15, we get more comments from Fed's Goolsby, who already spoke a little bit this morning. 12:45, Fed's Bar. 1 p.m., Fedapalooza, if you will. Fed's Bar, Fed's Barkin, Fed's Collins, Fed's Paulson. I'll keep all of those comments here on watch, and I'll keep you posted with everything right here at Trader TV Live. Make sure to like and subscribe.
We still got a lesson, and I actually just sat back down at my desk. But, sometimes it's really just about dodging pitfalls or dodging mines, or I guess maybe I shouldn't use mines given what's going on in the Gulf right now, but dodging bullets, whatever it is, you've got to know when something is right and when it's wrong. And we sniffed a couple out here, and it is what it is. I think one of the things you have to look for, and we talked about this in the lesson in the afternoon, like find key price levels, but just because it's a key price level doesn't mean you have to execute. And I'll give the example of Intel. You're gonna see there was some significance at all the levels I was looking at today. Didn't hold off of the open, a key support, which was prior highs, and then a key support level from the prior day, and we'll get to where it did eventually bounce and why we're able to find it there. But let's be real for a second. If I'm playing a gap up and I like the long, okay, I've got this level, that's the top, and I've got this support. It tried to bounce off this level, then I go back another day, and it's this prior triple top that we got the wick through to find the long. It's one thing for it to get to a price level. Was there a reason to execute? Some people might just because, oh, that's what I wrote down. That's what I'm going to take. No, not me. When I got to this level here, when did I get in? After the bottoming tail confirmed closing above. And then I'm entering on the next candle. It's one thing to talk about patience. It's another thing to have an execution strategy that actually reflects it. And then on top of that, remember, if I have this key level and it rejects there, well, what happened after that? Could it hold on to VWAP? Nope. Could it hold on to this prior bounce level? Nope. Could it hold on to my entry level from before? Nope. It was still trending down. There was nothing about it that was telling me I needed to be in this still or trying the long. So you can be one and done. There's nothing wrong with a trend trade. But if, or trading off the support and resistance or levels, but sometimes you've got to get out of dodge. Even something that was holding VWAP and trending higher. You know, I wanted to see if SoFi could continue its trend all day long. I love SoFi. I wish it had done better. But sometimes you miss one bounce while we're trading something else. Fair enough. I like to maybe focus on one or two things at a time. We get a bounce off VWAP. It gets to the high. Did it show a re-entry here at VWAP again? No. There's a couple of wicks down there, but we don't have closes holding the volume weighted average price. It rejects. So no long. It's easy to say, oh, I'm a disciplined trader or I'm being patient, but you have to have entry strategies. This bounce holds VWAP, closes higher. That's a re-entry. This should have been a re-entry, right? Bounces VWAP, closes higher. Bit of a chase candle there, which made it difficult, but that's more reasonable. The nitty-gritty of trading comes down to execution oftentimes, and when you should get into a trade and when sometimes you should not get into a trade. It's an important thing. Because ultimately, just because a stock gets to a price level that's key for you, or the market's going up so then every long should work, it's not always that simple. You still want to have an execution strategy that is repeatable, that you can understand, so that you know what it is that you're looking for when you get into a trade, and then you can sniper entries. It's always best if you don't have a plan of action to take a step back. And if you do, then don't hesitate. Jump right into the trade. And sometimes it is about missing those pitfalls. Great, it held VWAP before. Don't assume it's going to hold it again. If it shows you the pattern that works on a VWAP hold, then go ahead and execute that trade. But so many times I see traders get married to a notion and they're just sitting on the bid in front of something. That's fine when it works. But you have to understand that over time, I've been trading a long time, without a solid execution strategy, traders will have good ideas that don't actually turn into profits. The execution is such a big part of everything you do as a trader. And just to give you the note on the lunch, the drumsticks were cooked just fine. The jerk chicken was actually better than usual. I don't know, like I'm gonna give it like a 7-7 on the jerk chicken. Vegetables, good. Rice and peas, solid. Nothing too crazy. The coleslaw was okay, but I'll give it a 7.7. Lunch was solid today. Can't complain at all. We're gonna throw you guys back over to the midday. So enjoy, good luck on the rest of your trading.
7.7 is an acceptable score. 7.7, yeah. Man, I'm telling you, after Rio Republica AFK, so if you guys have ever been to this resort, there is like one snack bar by the beach. A lot of people just go to it because they don't want to walk all the way back to the buffet, but this jerk chicken had me, wondering, did I ever really eat proper jerk chicken before? No, it wasn't that good, but it was fantastic. I mean, it was done really well, and you could get a lot of them, and like protein. But Joey, we are losing trend on Mimi, but more pleased I could not be. We took it out at the area high there on the Mimi. But again, coming into 70 pennies, excuse me, and finding rejection. Now I've got a bit more of an understanding about what Mimi is all about over here. There's clearly a seller at 70. And as much as I wanted to see support at the 10 EMA, as much as I want to see support, yes, we see clean areas of support at VWAP, it does feel like a consolidative range with, you know, outlying areas like the candle here at 1140. But for the most part, this thing is having a whole lot of trouble clearing 70 in the same way that it's having a whole lot of trouble losing 60. It's losing it now, Joey, right off the volume weighted average price. This could be a buy. Let me take a quick look. Where is limit down? Limit down is 52. We're substantially above 52. So keep your eye here on Mimi, especially if it holds this area down here. I'm talking about the low, which is 54.15. Current candle low, 55.96. This seems like a range. Now, if you want to, you know, buy it up at the lows with the view to taking it out near the highs and just play the range, have at it. But don't view it as a breakout trade until it shows you that it's decisively taking out 70 pennies. And right now it's not, because we don't even have a closing print on the 5 above 70 pennies. We're pausing. We're going to see you.
Yeah, just really quick here, keep an eye out for spot silver has gained 5% around the 79.37 per ounce range. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia. Always appreciate that. Silver, it's having a day, Joey. 5 and change.
We were talking about that 68. We were talking about that 68 bottom on SLV here, guys. And this thing has been putting in a pretty good session with the overall market. Nice volume weighted average price bounce, indecision prints there, and off to the races you go. About 10 minutes ago, you put in that high of the day, $72. And we were talking about that 68 base just due to essentially the options chain, right? Like we can pull that back up and see what we got going on that front. SLV. 22,300, and this is what I was referring to, okay? So maybe we can sit on top of 70.55, which we're currently doing right now, 71.76. If this holds, you can climb a little bit higher, and that's when you want to flip over to your call side and see when that next level of resistance is. You can see the correlation at that $75 mark, equal amount on the put and on the call side, 26,300 there and 23,300 over there. So that's not bad whatsoever. Nice bounce, maybe a support system being formed at that $70 mark. We're north of that 68, in which we were talking about earlier this morning. So not too bad of a move on SLV. Good call out there, Sia. We'll pull it up on our chart here. She was talking 5% on spot silver. What do we have here on SLV AM? Yeah, 5%, relatively the exact thing. So great call out, strong trend. And that's essentially what you want to look for day to day. This trade was so hot for so long. I shouldn't say so long, but that couple month run where it's just buy the dip on it, I mean, it cooled down. You had mass liquidation, you had that 22% bearish day, and then now you're slowly starting to climb higher. We should look at this from a daily as well, just to see what we got going on. We'll head over to the watch list. We'll pull up SLV, take a look at the daily. So you go from $110 all the way down. You're still down 35%, which is kind of garbage. You're down 45%. Yeah, that's a head scratcher right there. But now at least you're starting to climb a little bit higher. One thing that we have to keep an eye out on is just these lower highs. Okay, right? Like if it runs into this zone, you have to be prepared to just watch out for a potential rejection. But it doesn't seem to be the case. You can draw some secondary trends as well. There it is. Nice little secondary off of this, and then maybe you get a little break up, and then maybe you can climb. The thing is, like, we have to take into consideration off of these lows. That's a big return. I don't know if you're going to get that snappy quick. I don't think that's going to be the narrative in silver. Gold has been stronger. We could pull that up and see what we got going on. It's less, but still down quite a bit, 13%. More than half or less than half of essentially what silver is down, but this is stronger and more in vogue in my opinion. So those are those names. We went over silver, we went over gold. We've been looking at IBIT as well, and then look at the VIX. And this is what I talk about. Like, I think buying the put is essentially a little bit easier of a strategy. Buying because you're anticipating the increase in volatility with the VIX index here. You're down 48% off of that previous $34 high in the VIX. So that's not too bad whatsoever. We can run through our watch list. How's AMD been doing? This thing's not far off its all-time highs either. So off to the races, it goes 5% in advanced micro devices. BMNR starting to find somewhat of a rebound. Not that strong though, $18. This might be a grab down here. I don't know about BMNR, man, in some of these treasury plays.
Bro, don't even get me started, man.
Trend
That
lines,
looks like okay. So I looked at that yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it's one of two positions that I'm out of the money on. Joby, I'm still out of the money on Joby. I'm still out of the money on BMNR. I'm break even now on IBIT. But this one I was looking for a reason to add. So I was talking to myself, I'm like, is this an accumulation zone or a distribution zone? And can you make out the difference? I don't see any higher lows or higher highs there. I don't even see any like clear distinctive level to say, oh, we can't breach through that level. You know what I mean?
It's tough, man.
It is, but it did break trend. So if you're looking for a consistent lower high trend, okay, stop doing that. Fine. Because now it's kind of moving to the side.
Yeah.
But it's always that a glowing endorsement to go long.
I mean, like, I don't know, man. You have to think so long term with these things. Like, it's been doing absolutely nothing. But one thing that I will say with BMNR is that, like, now they're holding over, like, a stupid amount of Ethereum.
They are.
Right?
What is it, like
so it's just like, over time, could this be a good investment? It sucks because it's dead money for so long and you feel like you can place that elsewhere. But, I mean, what is BMNR going to do a couple of years from now?
No, I agree. And that's why I didn't sell. I mean, I could have sold, right? I didn't. I believe in the play in the same way that I believe in eVTOLs. Like, I just know, you know, everything. There's a time.
But I think the eVTOL play, may even be more prolonged than what we have in the crypto space.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, well, it depends really on battery technology. I think it's going to.
And regulation.
But look, the batteries are there. They're not going to say no to them. That's the thing.
You think so?
No, absolutely not.
Even here, like, considering we're just plagued by overregulation?
Second biggest country in the world. We got plenty of airspace, my guy. Hey,
like, plenty of airspace.
Like,
but I mean, as for so where are you gonna rock them? Like, where you can't bring them in the inner city, probably.
I think you can though. That's the thing. Like, it's just gonna be like certain height and requirements. I think so. Yeah, and then there's
like landing pads. Obviously, you're gonna be.
You gotta set up all that.
Yeah, you gotta set up all that.
But I don't see that being like an overwhelming burden. You know, on the industry. I don't know. That's kind of how I see it. Guys, let's go into some of this. The real Don D. Sharif. You got to trade BMNR watching the E chart. Couldn't agree with you more, brother. Absolutely. I do realize it's more of a leverage play in the same way that MSTR is a leverage play for crypto, or sorry, for Bitcoin. But your point well taken. Bilbo Baggin, it's been a minute since I've seen you, man. AHMA, microflow, high volume day. Say less. And then I got to get to BMNR, to BYND. Guys, Mimi is all sorts of weak. I'm quite happy with my exit here on Mimi. Look at that out, and now it's bleeding its own blood. Now, it could find support at 50 pennies. It's going to find support without me because it's below VWAP. But watch out for Mimi, still up 100% on the day. Let's have a look at AHMA. All right, this is really good. This is very, very nice here. What's the volume on this? We got a lot of volume, about 48 million shares here. So let's do a little TA. Let's throw in the ticker so everybody can follow along. AHMA. There's got to be a better way to put in the ticker. The reason I didn't even look at this thing is because it lost view up. Now, I got to give Cool Brioche credit. Cool Brioche messaged me. He's like, look, Sharif, AHMA is moving back into VWAP. My response to Cool Brioche was, watch out for the VWAP rejection. He was right. I was wrong, because look what this one did since then. It was at $1.35 or something since when he sent it to me. And shout out to you, Cool Brioche, because you got a 168 area high. Now, you still are below that 1015 area high, the high of the day, I would say, at $1.73. Be on the lookout for a break of trend, but I'd be picking this up if it continues to hold trend, especially, if you get into that 170 area, you're probably going to work into 175. So AHMA up over 100%. It's about who we take off here. We're going to take off Mimi. We're just going to take off Mimi for now, but we're going to leave Mimi up on the side chart lest, it come back and reawaken from its demise into the volume-weighted average price. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending it back to Adara.
Couple minor things here on oil, nothing massive, but just want to provide you guys with a little bit of an update. We did have CNN reporting that according to a ship tracking company by the name of Kepler, they said that 9 commercial ships have crossed the Strait of Hormuz since yesterday, including 2 oil tankers that would be subject to sanctions. Now, again, this is worth noting because we know the U.S. said there's been a blockade since 10 a.m. yesterday. Does sound like there are still some ships getting through, so something I think that is maybe worth noting, just letting you guys know. Furthermore, we had some comments coming through from French Finance Minister Roland Lescure. Now, you might be like, how is this relevant? He's talking about Hormuz, and he's saying that this crisis must end within weeks, and that's really the only way that any kind of global economy shocks could be absorbed or avoided further. So again, we have Roland Lescure, Finance Minister of France, saying, hey, if we want the economy to recover from this, we have to end this Strait of Hormuz crisis quickly. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. BYND into the day high. Here we go. Beyond Meat up almost 13%. Knocking on the door of 75 pennies, and there is 74.5. Katina Man, open the door. Katina Man, you might have to open that door at the dollar too, because BYND is on its horse. And look at this stair-step structure here. It almost looks like a staircase, right? You kind of get the initial breakout right at 9:30. Did bupkis in the pre, consolidates for a while. Gets into that area high, 9:40. Doesn't break out again until 10:55. So be ready to pack your patience. Does that same pop and consolidate again. Gets into that area high. We talked about 10:55.11. Consolidates until the breakout at 12:10. So you're almost waiting an hour a pop here. Consolidation number 1, almost an hour. Consolidation number 2, pretty much an hour. And there it goes into another area high, 74.71. It looks like it's on its way to 75. Good look here for Beyond Meat. Just checking to see if there's any headlines on the day. Largest borrow rate increase among liquid names. No, is still a turnaround. Beyond Meat popped on Monday. Okay, moved yesterday. Why? After announcing nationwide rollout of Beyond Breakfast sausage lineup across Kroger, Sprouts Farmers Market, and Whole Foods, the launch follows a weak Q4 results and declining revenue. BYND has fallen 75% over the last year amid plant-based sector headwinds, with a market cap now of $304 million. Right now it's 344 given the recent price pump, but looks like it's a continuation play for BYND. I gotta tell you, the stair-step structure of the chart today looks a lot better than yesterday's, which was more diagonal. You're getting consolidation, pop, consolidation, pop. This feels like somebody's accumulating here,
Well, Sharif, it's beyond me, that's for sure, but I know what we got going on right now, and that is Tesla putting in a new high of the day. Katina Man, as the TQQQs, that's starting to rock and roll. 8.3% today here on TSLL. Tesla's starting to pick up. It was garbage for quite some time, but a nice, strong session. BYND starting to rally as well, too. I think this falls a little bit more in the meme realm, to be honest, the BYND. So I don't know. We have that catalyst that Sharif was just bringing us the news, but on the grand scheme of things, this thing is, you got to kick it to the curb, essentially. I mean, I don't know, man. Some of you guys were talking about the Beyond Meat drink and stuff like that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'll pass.
Yeah, we'll pass on that one for
There's
sure.
plenty
I think a lot
of protein out there that we can drink, bro.
There's a lot of protein we can drink out there, Sharif. But essentially, there it is, BYND up to 74 cents. But TSLL, what did they say?
The effects that this guy's playing, man. As soon as he goes on the 1s and 2s, I can tell it's him and not Assassino based on his selection.
Did he just do?
You didn't hear it in the ear?
No, you didn't.
I don't know. It was like
oh, that one there. Yeah. So could you take a we got Jedi, the Jedi Master. Could you take a look at Netflix ahead of earnings? What's your opinion? Yeah, absolutely.
Flakes.
There's actually
the Flakes is back up above $100, man.
Yes,
106 and change.
Yes, sirree, Bob. NFLX. Yeah, I mean, this name, 106, my boy. Gee.
Yo, bro, I was right about that whole sell-off. As soon as it ended, I changed my opinion. You know that. I said that to you. Yeah, you said,
no, you didn't.
And you looked at me, and I'm like, I can change my opinion. You're like, good.
Did I say no?
Yes, you did,
Are you
bro.
making that up?
I saw my mother. I'm not making that up.
I believe
This
you.
guy.
So you change. So what? When you're at your lowest, you don't like it, but then when we start to climb,
No, you got to give me a reason to change my opinion. And that was a hell of a reason.
You know what
right
Cardi
there.
B once said?
What did she say?
What was the reason?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes,
come on.
that was actually really good.
All right,
yeah.
Fabian, man. Fabian this whole time had just our chart up there,
Yo,
not
I think
even
you and
us.
Cardi B are born around the same time. I'm not going to lie.
I think
We're going to
she's
find
in
out
October.
right now.
I think she's in October.
Cardi B. Hold on, Joey. Not that close. 11th. Yeah, okay.
She's May?
No, she's October.
Oh, October, yeah, I was going to say. I thought she was.
That's what I said.
Libra.
It's close.
Hold on, we'll hit this here. We'll take a little bit more off on TSLL. At that highs, continuing to climb. We have the NASDAQ going higher. I don't think anybody on the floor is in this one. The TQQs. No one around here is.
No. There's no guy on our left over here.
The way
He looked immediately at you.
Immediately.
Like, correct
Come
yourself
on, man.
immediately.
You know we in that, Katina. You know you're in it, brother. Just give me.
There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Move your head, Joey.
There he is. Yeah,
There he is
exactly.
right
No
there.
one around here in that. No one around here in that trade. Other than.
Let's, Fabian, if we can show Katina Man's chart for a second so he can kind of show the entry. There you go.
Bang!
Can I say something to you, Katina
All
Man?
day.
It annoys the hell out of me how you get always bottom wicks like
Yeah, I know.
That's very frustrating, brother. I know, but it literally
it's like the bottom of the
like
pullback.
the bottom of the pullback. That's kind of what I'm
the hell
saying
out
there.
of us. So.
Annoys the hell out of us. We're exaggerating for effect.
Yeah.
But guys, BYND is not exaggerating here. It is into the day's high. It's above $0.75. It's at 76.50. And there hasn't been a red candle on the 5-minute chart since 11:55. It is almost 12:30. Everything is Greensville here. Watch out, topping tail candle now coming in a little bit. But BYND is breaking out. ARAI is also breaking out, Joey, into $1.37. And then you got a good bounce here on QBTX right off VWAP. That was clean. C-Cup is breaking down, and C-Cup could be a short here. So we're going to have a quick look here at the cup to see what the hell is going on with this one, because this was a failed, what's it called? Attempt at the higher high. I don't know why my chart's freaking out on me, but in any event, we'll get to when it's ready. AHMA, after that attempt at $0.75, is coming back down now into VWAP. So be on the lookout there. That could be a good pop as well. I don't know what's going on with my charts all of a sudden. They're fading. Oh, I think our data dropped here.
I didn't get it.
I'm good. It's moving, but I thought it had a bit of a data drop there. All right, just take over for a sec while I fix
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
I mean, it's just been one trade for us here today, and that's going to be this name, now up to 11.72. We took some out at 71. We're going to wait for maybe 75 and piece a little bit more out. Nonetheless, I mean, no other reason to put anything else, as this is continuously cooking up. So a pretty good trade there. Katina Man in the TQs, that's been a banger. Shreve had some small cap moves as well today. But I want to kind of break down this Netflix trade. This is really nice. This is a big time recovery, and we talked about it in multiple tickers, whether it be the Googles or the Microsofts, Netflix here, and a couple other names that aren't coming to mind right now. But as soon as that trend broke, there's just you had that tailwind, and then sure enough, off to the races it goes. So you had the technical break, technical signal, and then you also had the catalyst based off of it, where they're just stepping out of that bidding war with Paramount Skydance. You sit on the backside of this trend, and then the stock hasn't looked back, right? Like you're down to a low of $75. And then you climb 41% from that level. And don't forget, we're getting close to that split date. We're not too far off of it when we split. It split and it was at like $100 or something like that. I think that was the split number or price. And then now you're climbing. This thing has no slowing down, it feels like right now. Just be prepared for a pullback and then a nice steady climb higher. There's no reason why I don't see that Netflix, a part of the other names, can't reach an all-time high, considering it is still down quite a bit, right? I mean, what was our previous high up there? $131. $24 off of that, 20%, still in bear market territory, but I think it has the potential to recover, especially leading into earnings report. Before we send it back to you, Sharif, I actually wanted to do this. I know Adara is going to release her earnings. She typically says what's going on in the week, but...
Oh, for earnings and stuff?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch. It's already out. You can find it on XTTV.
Sounds good. I think the big one, the two big names, I guess I should say, are going to be TSMC on Thursday morning and then also Netflix after the bell. It's going to be a big report, in my opinion. You have Alcoa, Charles Schwab also reporting. This morning we had JP Morgan, BlackRock, Citi, CarMax on that one as well. So a little bit of orderly price action stepping into this market, and this is what we want to see. So a pretty good look, in my opinion. What do we have next week? Come Monday, no available summary. So we'll find that out later. Oh, earnings. Still not really pulling up exactly what I want to see. What do we have for the larger names? I don't see anything really here. I don't know how accurate this is going to be anyway. So
let's go through this. I've got the Market Chameleon one is pretty good. We can go
pull that up.
Yeah,
let's see what we got going on in the next
here.
couple
I think
of
I'm already logged in, so we should be good to go. Let's just see. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Let's load this bad boy up. See what we got on tap for earnings this week. So today, after the bell, what do we have? We kind of a light bag, really nothing going on there. Let's see tomorrow before market open. Oh no, before market open, ASM freaking L. Okay, so this is one of my larger positions. I think this is now number 2 after Apple. Not planned that way, but because it just really, it rocketed up. So 15.14 is where we're trading right now on ASML. I don't know, man. The expected move here, plus or minus 6.4%. Previous move dropped 2.2, but we all know what it did in the days subsequent, so I don't really want to fixate on that next day drop. We also have Bank of America in the morning, Morgan Stanley, Progressive for those who are interested, PNC Financial, M&T Bank. We're going to get some of the KRE names, or the smaller mid-sized banks, M&T Bank, First Horizon. Those are all in focus tomorrow morning. After the bell tomorrow, kind of a light bunch again, JB, Hunt, Transport, home bank shares, so nothing really there. Let's see the 16th in the morning. We get Pepsi, Abbott Laboratories, Charles Schwab, Bank of Mellon, New York, U.S. Bank Corp. What else? Key Corp. Okay, so Jinko Solar, anybody that's interested in that name, that's an ADR, obviously Chinese. And then let's look at the aftermarket on the 16th. Ah, there it is. We get the flakes. So Netflix after the market on the 16th, and then you get Alcoa. So kind of a light bunch there.
Go next week.
I'm just going to go to Friday in the morning. Truist, and then third Bank Corp. Nothing really there. There's Ally Financial as well for anybody who says. Let's go Monday morning. Cleveland Cliffs, Bank of Hawaii, kind of a light bunch. Not really interested in that. Let's go aftermarket. Steel Dynamics. Yeah, these are all a bunch of light weights too. Zion Bank Corp, Alaska Air, kind of one of the smaller airlines there. Joey, let's go the 21st before market open. GE Aerospace, oh no, UNH, RTX. Okay, so we have some heavy hitters. One for me here, Northrop Grumman. You got 3M, DR Horton, Halliburton. Okay, so then we get all the bigger names. Let's just go one more. After market on Monday, you get Intuitive Surgical, Chubb, Capital One, EQT, IBKR. We were talking about that. United Airlines, and they had a tie-up possibly today with American Airlines for a merger. And then, so we're right back in the midst of earnings season, man. And it's obviously going to be a very busy time around here, Adara.
So to let you guys know, we are getting some comments here on the state of the Strait of Hormuz, if you will. CNN reporting, citing a U.S. official that the U.S. Navy is not escorting any ships through the strait. What they've been doing, apparently, is communicating to merchant vessels that have not entered or exited Iranian ports, saying it's safe and encouraging for them to do so. So it sounds like there isn't so much escorting happening as more of like communication about the safety here. Again, not a ton of details, but just be aware. U.S. official apparently commenting on the strait situation as reported by CNN. Comments that just came through here as well. U.S. is not enforcing a full blockade, but they're only targeting ships that are entering and exiting along Iran's coastline.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we'll keep tabs on that. Yes, there's a lot of headlines, obviously, a lot oil related. We're going to keep you guys apprised of that because it is obviously very market relevant, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nonetheless, let's see what else we got going on. How's this market reacting? I'll be honest, I don't love this price action from a strength standpoint in NVDA. Even though it's hard to argue the fact, it's just for some reason it's giving me that a little bit weak vibes. We are up to 195. It's pretty good. Like we're heading, I think this is the test. You have that dip into 165, and I think this is the test where you climb a little bit higher, right? Go and test this potential all-time high. I think that's going to be the narrative. It's just giving me those feels and everything that we had going on. Multiple tests, you break down eventually, you absorb the liquidity at 164, and then off to the races you go. Now up to 195 here, and you're only about 10% or so, 8.4% off of that all-time highs. And I think in the near future we're going to see one. Same thing with the NASDAQ and the SPY, unless ish really hits the fan. Then other than that, I think it's off to the races we go. Potential dip buys, you had the majority of the bigger names down 20+%, with the exception of Apple. Really, Microsoft has been getting destroyed. Tesla's been getting destroyed. Excuse me, Meta was absolutely getting wrecked as well. So recovery time, a nice rally here in the overall market. Nonetheless, guys, let's go over some of the tickers that you guys put some names in the chat. Make sure you get those votes in as well, too. We haven't made a poll in quite some time, so we can do that. We can set up a poll anytime, but we'll have a little fun. We'll see how, look at our man, Katina Man, climbing the ranks here in the stock portfolio tracker. Yeah, he's off to the races from dead last to fourth. Reminds me of a little somebody there, Sharif.
Who's that?
Me, remember last year? But I mean, there it is. Like CrowdStrike doing me really dirty, down 14% here. But it's just one name that's just rocking. He's up 60%. Here in Marvell Technologies, 44% to the downside in Big Bear AI, 13% in Eli Lilly. Sharif has two names now in the green, and 117% on Babcock and Wilcox for OB there. Adara, just waiting for Boeing to turn the tide here. I think it can. You're only down 6.5%. You have Oracle down 20%. Sorry, you're still up 20% on Oracle, and then Starbucks a nice 10% for you. Randy got ExxonMobil with 19%, and then Sharif, your Broadcom's up 7.9%, and then you also have Northrop that is up.
What's that other one?
Thermo Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're down 14% in that one. Yeah. Who's in dead last year? The chat not doing too good over there. Brando also, IREN, Tesla, and CEG. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough look. Mateo, Uber Technologies not doing him any favors. And Amrise, he's been telling me about that, a concrete company. And Alibaba, a tough pick there going with the Chinese ADR. And then Neil climbing the ranks up into that nice spot with Freeport McMorman, 16.6% to the top side. And then you have Aero Environment down 47%. I don't know. I like where I'm sitting right now. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Like it, eh?
Yeah. If CrowdStrike recovers, we're down 14%, and then JP Morgan, we're down 4.25%, roughly.
Bro,
not too bad, man.
All right, let's get some voting going on here, guys. What type of stock are you trading? You're gonna hit 1 if you're trading my favorite, small cap gappers. Hit that 1. If you're a large cap trader, the Metas, the Googles, the Apples, the Teslas, like your boy Joey Opsh, you're hitting 2. If you like the futures, and I know SPY, IWM, TQQQs, SQQQs, not strictly futures, I get that, but for this case, we're gonna say number 3. If you're trading anything future related, I want you to hit 3. How about the crypto traders, my IBIT traders, my ETHA traders, even the spot traders? You're typing 4, and then the commodities traders. You like your golds, your silvers, your USOs, you gotta hit 5. Let's get the votes in now. Guys, and if you're on TikTok as well, you can vote. Like, everybody gets a say here, and I'm loving all the voting in the chat. Looks like most of you guys are large cap traders, but my heart is always warmed by the amount of small cap traders that we have, about 31%. 44% large cap so far. Futures traders, they're also alive, about 22%. Crypto traders, though, barely making it off the bottom there, about 2.7%. And then the commodities traders, they're up nice here, about, let's say, close to 4% at the moment. So keep voting, guys. We won't end the voting. We've only done 142 seconds. Get into the chat. Type right now 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It's on the screen. 1 small caps, 2 for large caps, 3 for futures, 4 for crypto, and 5 for commodities. And we'll visit this one momentarily, and we'll see kind of where the tally is at. But for the moment here, guys, not really liking anything. Let's bring in the side chart and talk a little bit about what I just tried to do here. Just got stopped out of 2 trades, quick as you like. Still very positive on the day, but here's the deal. This one, ARAI, lost VWAP. I was looking for this one, Cool Brioche, to bounce off VWAP and try to make another attempt at 1 1/3. So I put it below the 1230 bar low, got stopped out at 117. Same look for HAMA. You kind of felt like this one tried to make another attempt at the high of the day at 173. Once it got into VWAP, I was like, okay, I'll give it to area low. It didn't hold. So if they hold, comes back in, we'll get back in. But for the moment, they're not setting up the right way. But SNAL may be trouble here in a good way, because SNAL is now giving us that old curl rounded bottom. So now let's set up here on SNAL. I'm going to look to take, yes, this much risk. Let's see where it would have to go. So I give it to, yeah, all right, that's good. Let's go ahead and put that in and see what we get in terms of share size there. Coming back in a little bit here on SNAL. You could give it to 105 VWAP. I don't think that that's the right thing for me. I'm going to go ahead here and take a shot, the old college try as they call it, and we're going to go right below the $0.25, see if we can kind of catch a bit of a bid on this one. Let's see what we can get. What do we get there? We got 37 showing 38s. Here's what my case on SNAL. Let me just make this case to you guys. So, bit of a bamboozler, right? Multiple halts, both up and down. And then it comes into that 110 area. For whatever reason, buyers were stepping in pretty aggressively above the volume weighted average price, above the $1 area, and they were stepping in at 110, 109. So now we're doing this rounding shape. We've reclaimed the 20, we've reclaimed the 10, but we are likely going to encounter some resistance, I would say, between $1.45 to $1.55. That's the gap from where we opened down. So that could be a very big area of intraday resistance. We'll have to wait and see, but I do like these patterns that hold a technical area and then start stair-stepping up with higher highs and higher lows, making that rounding pattern. So SNAL, we're involved. Let's see what happens with that. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Bit of a headline here in the data center space for Microsoft. I'm just seeing this report and circulate here. Bloomberg reporting that Microsoft's going to be taking over some AI data center capacity in Norway. Now, this capacity was previously planned for OpenAI. Furthermore, Microsoft, in order, I guess, to support this takeover in Norway, they're going to be renting additional space from Nscale. So some data center headline here for Microsoft, nothing massive, but just wanted to let you guys know. Back to you.
All right. Yep. Yeah. Thank you for that, Dara. What are you looking at, Joey?
I'm trying to. I don't know what I got going on here, man.
I got 5 on it.
Now I lost what I was about to pull up here. That sucks. Anyways, aside from that, man, same narrative essentially for me and the boy. Just this one trade here today. I don't know if there's going to be other primetime opportunities. You don't want to chase all the way up here, even though this looks like. So we haven't even officially broken out yet of this resistance zone. If we get an open on top of this range, I think we can get a pretty solid session, unless it's going to be one of those breaks and then it comes back in, which could be the narrative. We've seen that on Netflix as well, but I think that's going to be a potential trade. If we head over to iBits Daily, take a look at where we're sitting. So we punch through, now we're starting to slowly climb higher, but you open up on the top end of the range, and that's the exact same strategy I'm going to be looking for on NVDA in the coming days. You have to be patient, wait for it, and then understand that, hey, it's literally 2 outcomes. It's either it's going to go, as obvious as Captain Obvious over here, as it may seem, is that it's either going to rip, put in a strong session, or it's going to be a failed break. And if you have it on the higher time frame, I think the more conviction you can have behind that system. So I'm going to be looking at NVDA in the coming days.
Did you know that they ended the PDT rule today?
Is that today?
Yes, as of April 14th.
Okay, good. Congratulations.
Can you believe that?
No, that's good.
20 years of this hand-holding.
Congratulations. Let us know there. That's great. I think that's great.
Yeah, it is. I think it's fantastic.
I wonder if that has... I'll be open. Yeah, I can't wait. Apparently it's gone now, Frank Trades. Really?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, so I mean...
Here's the deal. I'm going to read it out.
Yeah.
So the SEC has officially granted accelerated approval for the federal Rule 4210, which effectively eliminates a $25,000 minimum equity requirement and replaces it with a new intraday margin standard. Here's the breakdown of what's changing right now. So For over 20 years, you've needed at least $25,000 in a margin account to make more than 3 trades in a 5-day window. Under the new rule, finalized today, the fixed $25,000 threshold is gone. The designation of pattern day trader is being retired in favor of a risk-based model. So here's the new intraday margin system. So instead of a flat dollar amount, brokers will now use real-time risk monitoring. So here's how it works. Your buying power, quote unquote, will fluctuate based on the actual volatility of the stocks you are trading. The goal here is to allow traders with smaller accounts like 5,000, 10,000 to day trade, provided they aren't taking on excessive intraday risk as defined by their broker's new automated system. So the 90-day freeze, while the 25K requirement is gone, the discipline remains. If you create an intraday margin deficit, meaning you trade way beyond what your collateral supports and fail to satisfy it within 5 business days, your account will still face a 90-day freeze where you can only trade with the available cash you have. You won't be able to use margin. Interesting. And so even though this approved today, brokers need time. Major brokerages like Schwab, Fidelity, Robinhood, etc. have already begun updating their software, but most expect to flip late April into June. Okay, check your platform. You should see a notification in your trading app soon regarding new intraday margin requirements. Okay, so keep me updated on this, guys. We don't have that rule here, so we've never really had to care too much about that.
I wonder what that's going to do for the market. Like, you could have a whole, new flush of retail traders stepping in.
I agree. And that was the point, right? That was the point. We'll see. We'll see how this all affects retail trade. But you're seeing more of a focus now, quite frankly, by the institutions on retail, whether it's at the IPO phase or whether it's trading related. For example, Elon, Altman, both allotting a percentage of the IPOs, the future IPOs for SpaceX and OpenAI, specifically and exclusively for retail.
Yeah.
And I do like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's always been the case where retail always gets, pushed to the side, looked to the side, in favor, of course, institutions, because that's where the majority of the money is.
Maybe that wave is key, right? Like, for the market, and then you can put in a potential leg, more participants. Hopefully it just doesn't go completely south and things start to turn around. But yeah, I mean, by the middle of the summer, who knows? Volumes could drastically pick up because you're just leaving so many people who don't have the ability to participate, holding that $25,000 threshold, start to step in and be like, all right, let's rock and roll.
My understanding was people were working around it. So they'd have multiple accounts.
You could go offshore brokerage.
You could go offshore. Either you didn't want to do that and risk, putting your money offshore. But my understanding was you could have like multiple accounts and then trade 3 trades within 5 days on this one, then another 3 trades. But that just creates all sorts of issues. Headline there, UN Secretary General Gutierrez, indications we have are. What does that mean? Indications we have are that it is highly probable that Iran talks will restart. All right, good news, man. Good news. We'll keep tabs on that. Taylor, data center and fiber optics play, LWLG up 7% today. Let's have a look. All right. Type this in. Light wave, eh? Okay. It's going to freeze on me, I can tell. Oh. Good. All right, this is nice. It went red to green, so pretty aggressive sell-off at the open, right to 930. You can tell somebody was offloading that. Somebody else's garbage is another person's treasure. Right up we go. We go green on the day above that 1140 area. Intraday high just got printed moments ago, which is 1233. We are still below that aftermarket pop that we got yesterday, 625. The high of which was 1269. So let's talk about that 12.5 before we even start talking about 1269. But not a bad look here. LWLG, if you're inclined to this one, it's just basically been putting in higher lows and higher highs ever since that implied balance open right at 940. Gets a green candle, pulls back a little bit, and then off it goes. I'm in SNAL, and it's doing nothing here. I got in for this rounding pattern shape, but it looks like, there's a seller at 40. Kind of not an area I would have really earmarked for resistance, but one that's showing up nonetheless. On the 5-minute chart, we have 2 lower highs in a row. So I'd like to sort of break trend, get above $140, and then maybe we can start talking about that $150 touch we'll have to wait and see. SNAL, big halter earlier on, still up 260%. Going to Adara.
Bit of a spark higher here in FORM, form factor. It's because there's a post here just came through from an ex-user by the name of Serenity, roughly 180,000 followers. Apparently this individual was a well-known Wall Street bets trader on Reddit who is now also on X. Either way, this Serenity individual saying that FORM could be a decent long play if you're looking for exposure in the silicon photonics and wafer space. So FORM on watch, AEHR was also mentioned in this post, and TER. Back to you.
Serenity now, insanity later. You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't.
I know you're not about that Seinfeld life, but all the viewers who
that,
watch Seinfeld will know exactly what I'm talking about. Neil's got his headphones on, but you know, yeah. Hey, Katina, man. What was that guy's name, man? Serenity now, insane later. He was like George's competition. George's mom loves him, and George hates him because George's mom is obsessed with this guy. What the hell is this guy's name? We need somebody to give me his name immediately. Come on. Not George, Tony. The other guy, George can't stand
my boy.
Not Newman. Come on, guys. It's not his dad either. I know he was working with his dad, but that's not who the guy that said that line was. Yes, Lloyd Braun, JK2 all the way. Yes, absolutely. Lloyd Braun. Dewey got it as well. Yeah, you don't care. Look at this guy is booing, man. Unbelievable. You can't let anybody else enjoy, huh?
I let you enjoy all the time. I've been hearing about Bloom Energy all morning. What are you talking about?
All right, man. Lloyd Braun's doing his thing, man. He's made it to the show. He's on the big time now.
All right, Lloyd.
We got about 10 minutes or so, give or take, before we start the news. We got Sia. She's locked and loaded. I'm still in this trade here on SNAL. BYND is also pulling back in a bit, guys, here off that 77.02 high. Talking pennies, not dollars, of course. Coming back into about 73. Lost the 10. It's lost 75 pennies, and it's on the way to 73, it looks like. But I don't see support, to be quite honest with you, until about 72. Now, that's the breakout level, but it also now is the volume-weighted average price, so happy accident there. We're going to be looking for a bounce off 72 if it does make it down there, but that's a pretty aggressive retracement on BYND here, Joey. So I'll send it to you because I don't really have much. Oh, we're going back to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. U.S. bouncing a little bit off the lows, nothing massive. I did just see a headline, though. U.S., according to two unnamed U.S. officials, the U.S. will be allowing the temporary waiver of sanctions on Iranian oil to expire as of this week. Now, apparently, this expiration for the 30-day waiver is going to be expiring on April 19th. That would be removing that temporary measure that helped some oil reach global markets during the war. So, again, that sanction waiver is going to end April 19th, according to these reports. Back to you.
All right, yeah, good stuff, man. I was just trying to read what Eric said there. In Spanish, I could pick a little bit of a part, but not all of it. So I'm not going to read anything. But something about Jeff Bezos and the CIA. All right, guys. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Bitcoin giving back the majority. So we had that breakout, that daily technical breakout. Now starting to head towards the low. A nice bounce up here into VWAP. Fails to put in a new high. You can see this move right here. Sure enough, boom, you break through that pivot, lower high, and then now you're starting to head a little bit lower. So let's keep an eye on it. Tesla's starting to curl over, but then you have this big dog over here at 194.63. You now surpassed that other supply zone that we were talking about not too long ago. Actually, oh no, we tapped right into it, the high of 194.94. So we couldn't break through it just yet. Let's head back there to see if it's grown in size. I don't think it needs to. I just want to look at the open interest leading into the earnings report. I think that's such an important factor of where you can potentially head. Obviously, the options don't have any form of a play, but there's a little trick, a trick of the trade that I learned a while ago from an individual here on the floor. And I remember there was a scenario, he's like, oh man, I got wrecked on this contract. But I'm like, dude, why didn't you just do what you taught me? You want to know what the trick is, Sharif?
What?
So, you know you can't trade options in the post-market or in the pre-market. So if you were going to go the options route, and I've said it multiple times before. So say you're going to buy a call before the close, leading into the report, the stock rips in your favor.
you're like, oh, nice, I have all these profits. You want to lock it in right now. You're not willing to risk any more of what you of the gains that you have. What you can do if you have the capital is you're holding this one NVDA call option. What you can do is essentially sell shares, so you can go into the post market, sell shares, and lock in that position's realized gains essentially, right? Why? Let me explain. How does that work, Joe? Well, you have this one contract. It's long shares essentially. Bang, no problem. You want to lock it in. You sell shares against it. So essentially what happens is if the stock starts to drop, the short shares start to realize a profit while where your long contract is losing some. And you can do the inverse of that as well too. So that's a little trick of the trade, and where, yeah, you need the capital, 1,000%. It's not usually, if you have that cash, then by all means, you can do that. But if you're looking to lock in money for maybe some of the cheaper ones in the post market, you can just sell or buy shares against that position.
All right, man. We got out of the SNAL position, so we'll take a 6-penny loss on that one. I'm back into ARAI. It's holding VWAP. It's stair-stepping up again. We're going to keep a tight stop on this one. Below VWAP, it ends the trade. I mean, there's only been one wick that went below VWAP, and that was a 1240 candle. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. I got 24s on. Oh, here comes back down into 21. Let's see if it gets bought up. We're going to keep a close eye on that. But I also want to mention AHMA is making yet another move, guys, here. So this one did lose VWAP. And quite frankly, it's still, on a bit of a lower high trend. If you draw that trend line, let's see if there's a decided break above the 50-penny area. And here it comes, 148. As we're speaking about it, it looks like it might be breaking out into that 150 area. But we still have a long way to go to that 173, because that 173 is the high of the day. But HAMA needs to be, there it is. Needs to be on your radar here if you're small cap gapper inclined. I've got really nothing on it at the moment until it clears up that 150 and shows me a decisive break in trend. The trend being, of course, lower highs. So that is my look there. Yeah, that's really all I got, man. Keeping an eye on BYND as well. Where the hell is it? Show yourself, BYND. But this is coming in pretty aggressively, guys. And this is what we were talking about. That 72-penny area could be money. That's the volume weighted average price. It's also the breakout level from earlier. So this one gives it back in a hurry. We'll see if buyers step in at around VWAP or not. If it makes that first 5-minute candle to make a new high, I'm game. But until then, it's basically uninterrupted in terms of lower highs since that 77.02 candle at around 12:30. So that's my look there. Nothing to do on that one other than wait. Shout out to Cool Brioche saying REPL is making a move. Let's look at Repel. Who that, Katina, man? REPL. Look at that. Oh, 18 4/5 and a nice stair step up, right? This is not bad. Cool Brioche, you've been smashing them lately. I like that. Oh boy. Hey lads.
Uh-oh.
No, we can't say uh-oh. We got to do a different one for Adam James.
Okay. But I want you to hold on before you read it.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Yeah. Translate
Buenos
that
dias. You don't think I don't know what buenos dias means? Good morning, guys. Come on, bro.
Just making sure, man.
Amigos. Bottle job, AFC. I hate this guy, bro.
Why?
You know what bottle job is?
No.
Means like you fumble. So you were in pole position to win the Prem, and you bottled it. So you screwed it up.
You messed it up.
Very British.
Very British.
Killing me, bro. Adam. Good vibes, but it's hard being an Arsenal fan, man. Let me just tell you that it is. Yeah, okay, Miss United fan over there.
Okay.
He is a United fan, guys.
Okay.
That's all I can say about that.
Okay.
And Neil's a Liverpool fan. That's all I can say about
and then
that.
Argentina, if we're talking about World Cup wise.
You like Argentina?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I can
Technically, I'm
support.
forced to like Argentina because of someone, but I actually support Portugal.
Who is that someone, Sia?
Just my partner. He does not like that I support Portugal at all.
He doesn't. Why?
Why?
He does not like Ronaldo. He likes Messi.
my
Days. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can see how that could be a heated discussion. Yes.
Ronaldo.
Many friendships have been lost over.
You think so?
Who's the GOAT? No, I don't. But we have to exaggerate for effect.
Who is the GOAT?
Huh?
Who's better?
Okay, you want the honest truth?
Yeah.
They're both fantastic in different ways. One, Messi's gifted. He's clearly gifted. He doesn't train nearly as much as Ronaldo. And if you're talking
That's
about
the thing, work ethic. That's
exactly.
what I'm hearing.
Ronaldo's
right?
work ethic is crazy.
I think that's like
That's like the Sidney Crosby, Alexander Ovechkin comparison.
A party P and you're a Gunners fan. Say that again.
It's like the Sidney Crosby, Alexander Ovechkin
Sidney
comparison.
puts in the work. Oh,
Sidney
Ovechkin's
puts in the work.
gifted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
It's not his fault he's gifted. He's just really good. All right, 1 o'clock. See ya. Which story are we talking about first?
We're talking about Tesla first. So Tesla has been upgraded from a neutral to sell by UBS analyst Joseph Spack, and now the price target has been raised to $352. Currently, the stock is up 3.61%. What I'm seeing here is that UBS is seeing a more balanced risk or reward set up after the recent pullback that is 21% low year to date. So now what does the stock reflect now? Near-term EV demand weakness and a long-term upside from physical AI, that is robo-taxis and all as we know it. So weak EV demand trends is still an ongoing concern, especially, as you guessed it right, Europe and in China. UBS still views Tesla as a leader in the physical AI space, not just in the EV space. Robotaxi and automation platform is still seen as a major long-term monetization driver by the analyst. And as we know it, the long-awaited Tesla Q1 earnings will take place April 22, post-market.
So a couple of things first caught my attention today. I felt like this was like a begrudgingly, or like they didn't really want to upgrade this stock from sell to neutral. That's the first thing. Second thing is, their reasons for upgrading it. Yeah, sure, they still see robotics and autonomy as major catalysts, but it's like, hey, this has pulled back so much, we can no longer justify the sell rating on it, hence why we're going to neutral. So it feels like an upgrade that they were forced into. What really caught my attention, though, is that they're expecting Q1 of this year, their energy segment to actually miss. And if you've been watching Tesla's earnings as of late, I won't say the past year or so, energy division, whether it's batteries or actually solar panels, generation itself, have been one of their fastest growing segments. So why they're expecting it to miss is a bit of a mystery. I didn't see it in the report, but that definitely caught my attention. Joey, what do you think about that?
Didn't we just have a report not too long ago when we were talking about deliveries? They brought up the energy segment and said that it was growing.
That's exactly.
So I don't know if it's going to miss. We'll have to wait for that report. As Shreve mentioned, it is one of its strongest growing segments, and you're starting to see that exponential growth within that particularly. I think it's going to continue to grow. There's no reason for it to slow down. As for the upgrade, there's multiple things going for it. But, I mean, listen, I don't know. I'm not going to say that I crap on Tesla, but I just try to look at it for what it is. Only a couple of models, different variations of it, losing market share left, right, and center. But there's a couple of names, and I've heard multiple analysts say it and classify this. AV, from the autonomous aspect, is one of the purest plays that we can have right now, I think, along with Palantir. This is what's going to be driving this name in the future. You have the AV segment, you have the RoboCab, the RoboTaxi, whatever you'd like to call it, and then obviously Optimus. We're not reporting on those numbers just yet, and that's why it might take a little bit longer. But when it does, I think, so this is what I know. Optimus is going to take a lot, in my opinion. I think it's going to take a lot more to catch on than what the autonomous vehicles are going to. I think that that's going to grow at an absolutely insane rate, especially when you get regulatory clarity in different jurisdictions. So in my opinion, what we have right now makes just a car company, energy storage essentially, but what we have in the future is a pure AI play, and I think that's what we have to remain forward looking on the stock.
And SNAL is going to halt up, guys. 148 halt parameter showing here. This needs a few more seconds, I think, then we're going to halt 148. We're halted on SNAL on the way up. It's a 180 high. We're a smidge below, though, that 150. So we're going to keep an eye on the top. It's already showing 151. Let's see how this one opens. Good look here for SNAL, up a little bit less than 300%. Let's get Adara's take on Tesla.
Yeah, my take is less on Tesla specifically and more. It's kind of interesting. UBS didn't just weigh in on Tesla today, Sharif. It also weighed in on Ford. So Ford here getting an upgrade as well with a $15 price target. This also traded higher. And this trend kind of continued too because we got Deutsche Bank weighing in positively on GM. As of this morning, these three were the only green names in a big way in that consumer discretionary sector, specifically with the automobiles. So I think nice sectoral play. makes sense you'd get two names upgraded by the same analyst in the same day. That makes sense in the same sector, like UBS with both Tesla and Ford. But the fact that GM got the nod from Deutsche Bank today too, I found an interesting little trend. So I just wanted to mention that Tesla's not the only upgrade in that auto space on watch.
Very much for that, Adara. You have any other comments you want to make?
No, again, I think we're the purest play, man. I think it's one of the pure plays. I really want to see the rollout. I think Optimus is going to be a little bit tougher for the average consumer to kind of grasp and take on, right? Because it'll probably be higher end.
Yeah.
What is the truer use case of it? Like, you really need to get the hardware down, right? The software maybe be there. The hardware is going to need lots and lots of work. But I think it's just the cab is what we're.
I'm going to put this to you. 2030. 2030, so 2.5 years from now, give or take.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3.5 years.
3.5,
from now,
yeah.
my bad. Is Optimus in, say, 1% of U.S. households, 0.5% of U.S. households? Does Optimus proliferate en masse by the end of the decade?
Listen, if this thing is a high-quality product and it's like, hey, it's really doing some of the tasks that you don't have the ability to do, then yes. If that's
So
not
it's
the
not
case,
going to be a novelty item then. It's not going to be I'm stunning. I want you to come over and check out my robot.
No,
it's like, get the new iPhone, which does the exact same thing as the iPhone before.
Well, that would be the 1%, right? Like the 1% of the individuals, the higher end. Like you go over to that individual who's doing well for themselves. You see that within their household. Will he come out with cheaper versions to have a larger addressable market?
Great point.
Right? I think he will. He will. Right? So I mean. I think it's maybe I'll be a little bit older, but I think the next generation, it might be one of those novelty items where you see it in the day-to-day household.
It looks like the chat's like absolutely no. Wendy's Tendies, no. Hot Doggy, not a chance. Jesse Martinez, hell nah. Wendy's Tendies, I think they're cool, but I ain't buying a bot anytime soon. Jeff at home. Robots already mass adopted in Asia? Not like that, though. Not the ones that like go into your house and do stuff for you. That's what we're talking about. Ram wants one. I like it.
No, she wants Wendy's Tendies, man.
Oh, she wants Wendy's
chicken
Tendies.
She wants chicken fingers.
Yes, well, that's not surprising.
What do you think? So are you getting one?
If I can afford one, I would love one.
I believe the majority of the individuals in this, the majority of the people in this room would get one.
I think so.
What are
We're
you
going to look over to the guys for a second. Tina Man, assuming that it's a reasonably priced item. No.
Neil's locked in.
Yeah, he's got his head. Assuming Optimus is a reasonably priced item, let's just say below 15 grand. Yes or no for an Optimus at home? Eventually, yeah.
Okay. Now, how about the individuals behind us?
Let's send it to Sia and Adara. Let's see what they think.
Yeah.
No?
No.
No.
I don't want a robot, nor do I need a robot.
Yeah.
I walk everywhere. I do everything myself. I prefer that. I don't want to have to rely on a robot. I don't even want to rely on the bus.
That's so true. Yeah, I don't need machine replacing
No robot
me
for
in
me.
any way, shape, or form.
Okay, you don't need a dishwasher.
I think you can have so much more time
So think about it.
expansion.
So what's in the majority of a house? Dishwasher, but you use it.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need. You could. No, it's not. Okay, so that's where you're standing, is that you think that these robots are going to take over the world like iRobot.
Well, they may.
But Adara, hold on, you wouldn't get an Optimus, but you would get a robo-taxi, am I correct?
No, I wouldn't get a robo-taxi either. I've considered the possibility of looking into the self-driving, but even then, I still think I'd fall asleep. Though I did talk to my second cousin who has a Model S, which I know is not a thing anymore, but she said the FSD is so good, it like knows if your eyes are closing, and it can wake you up. So if I were to do anything, I would not do the robo-taxi. I would have to have some modicum of control, or at least the ability to control it. That being said, like, the idea of driving and falling asleep is reasonable.
Yeah, but if you get there, you don't have to. There's no steering wheel in the cats.
But then I can't control the robo-taxi. That's exactly my point. If it goes off steer, I can't be like, oh my God, I still don't trust it 100%. I like to have some modicum of control, or the ability to control in a situation that goes bad. I want to have to open the door and run out. I want to pull a ladybird here. I'd rather just be in the situation where I can hold the steering wheel.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I think those are all very valid points from both of them, but I disagree with everything. I would have a robot, and I'd have a robo-taxi, and I'd reclaim my time to do other things, which is right now in this part of my life, a blessing because I have no time.
To be honest with you, I couldn't disagree more either. Like, if I don't have to touch a steering wheel again, I'm cool with that.
Same,
I'll
bro.
sit in traffic all day if I just get to sit back, kick back, and relax. You can't.
All right. Katina Man's like, buy one now.
I can only afford the robo-taxi, 30,000. Yeah, I can't get in there in the full time traffic.
You get a used Model 3, says, for a good amount there, yeah. All right, we have another big story here, Sia, about Amazon.
Definitely, we do have a big story here. So Amazon is eyeing Global Star deal as the satellite race heats up. So AMZN reportedly nearing a deal to acquire Global Star as of this morning. Global Star, GSAT, is valued around $9.37 billion, and AMZN has signed an $11.57 billion deal for the company, as reported by Reuters today. No official confirmation yet. Both the companies have not commented, but this deal can definitely strengthen Amazon's Project Leo, which was earlier Project Kuiper, satellite ambitions, and prove to be a very strong competitor for Elon Musk's Starlink. Another reason for this is that Apple has already invested up to $1.5 billion in Global Star, and the goal is to build a space-based Wi-Fi network with 3,000 plus satellites. Now, this structure includes $1.1 billion funding for satellites, $400 million for a 20% coming from Apple, 20% stake in the new satellite entity, and Apple remains a passive investor with no position on the board, but Global Star's stock has tripled in 12 months. Currently, Amazon up by 4% and Global Star up 10%.
If you've used the new text message feature on the new iPhone, I think they've had it for a couple of generations now, where it sends messages via satellite. That's what it's using. It's using this Global Star, their systems. And this is just another kind of company coming at the same thing that Starlink is coming at, the same thing that Project Kuiper and Amazon Leo is coming at. So I see this more as industry consolidation, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think it's going to be fantastic for us as consumers to be able to have internet wherever we go, not just locked into these terrestrial towers. But as I said about this story last time, is this disruptive to telecom companies? Are the telecom companies a short here?
Absolutely. They're falling behind. They're lagging in the technology. I mean,
and you said to me last time, you're like, well, what if they partner with them? Like, for
that's
example,
what you would have to do.
And exactly, why would these companies want to partner with telecom? The only reason I can think of is to get access to their already existing user accounts, right? Rather than having to sign up everybody anew.
That would be the big thing, right? It's kind of like what Uber's doing. It's like, hey, you be the middleman. Hey, we have this massive customer base. Let's get involved together so that you have more people signing up with that specific service. Now, first things first. You know who owns 20% of this company?
Apple.
Apple.
I know that.
So, I mean, listen, this is going to be a direct competition to what Starlink. But Starlink is way ahead of what these guys are releasing, and they're kind of delayed. They've been prolonging the release of their satellites into orbit, so they're not going to hit their quota by the end of the year. But if they do play catch-up, this is massive for the telecommunications service.
I think this is fantastic. Just having used it just like a week ago, it is that good. You don't really feel the difference between being at home and on Starlink. Now, having said that, they do block certain websites. So when you're on there, for example, not that I was trying to access my IPTV or anything like that to watch the Arsenal game on the airplane, but it blocked me. It wouldn't let me do it, even though I used a VPN. So they get really tricky with it. All the while, they allow you to stream off YouTube. So I didn't really understand what the hell is the difference, bro. I'm taking data from YouTube. What do you care if I'm taking data from somewhere else? Data is data, but in any event.
I hate how all those years ago, Apple, you know how you can't drop down to YouTube and listen to YouTube on the side?
Yeah,
like you have
remember that?
Yeah.
You have to get the YouTube premium app. I have, but I don't pay for it. It's my buddies. So in any event, that's our little take there. What are we talking about next, Sia?
We're diving into Meta. So Meta is set to overtake Google in digital advertising revenue. Now, Meta is projected to surpass Google in total digital ad revenue by 2026, and it's expected to generate $243.46 billion in this year by ad revenue alone versus the $196.17 billion in 2025, which is a 24% increase year over year. Now, Google forecast at $239.54 billion in 2026 versus $214.606 billion in the prior year, which is again a 12% increase year over year. And Meta is projected to capture 26.8% of global digital ad spend, and Google slightly behind at 26.4% ad share. Now, Meta's Advantage Plus automated ad suite has been gaining strong advertiser adoption. Why? I'll tell you, because the platform's ability to streamline campaign setup and enhance the return on marketing spend is astronomical. Amazon continues to grow, expected at $82.07 billion in ad revenue, which is again a spike 19% year over year with a 9% share. And Meta, Google, and Amazon will control 62.3% of global digital ad spend, which increases industry concentration. So the takeaway from this story is that advertisers are seeing better ROI, driving incremental budget shifts toward Meta. And Google still growing, but at a slower pace versus Meta. Meta up 4.3% and Google 3.56 currently.
Yeah, look at Google, man. Right back into the mid threes here. 330, 332 on GOOGL.
It's like 5% off its high.
Yeah, what a recovery. That just got hit really hard lately. Look, what stood out to me here was not that, well, I mean, the first thing that stood out to me was Meta's going to overtake Google. That's obviously a big development. But we also know that Google's revenue is much more diversified. 97% of Meta's revenue comes from digital ad sales. So there's a very much concentration risk there. That's the first thing that really stood out to me that they're going to take over as a number one. Number two thing, though, was I didn't think that Amazon had that kind of market share. Now, we know Amazon's ad sales are growing. We saw that in their last earnings report. We also commented about the fact that it's like high 80s, low 90% gross margins on these digital ad sales. So it's a huge revenue driver, and it's also starting to, I don't want to say overshadow AWS. It really doesn't, it hasn't, but it's inching in there because, number one, the margins are comparable, and now the headline number is also comparable to AWS. So what did you take from this whole thing?
Well, I mean, I think we both stand in the same. We're sitting in the same boat there, Sharif. We know that what Meta has is extremely concentrated, but it's such a powerhouse. It's essentially not even close. You have some, obviously, you have Google right behind it now, but just the power of Instagram and the social media platforms that Meta has the ability to take from and essentially generate this revenue is going to continuously grow. You have the diversification within Google, cloud being probably that next big thing, even though it currently is. It's probably going to surpass, I don't know if it'll ever surpass digital ad, but essentially at the end of the day, the diversification within Google is the important thing, but what Meta has is something you need to look for that next platform that's going to overtake Instagram, and I don't see anything along those lines in the pipeline. Like, okay, other than and we also forget about YouTube from Google as well too, right? So I think that's a big part of it. You have search, and then you have YouTube, which is an absolute money machine essentially. But there's so many users on Instagram, and then you have Facebook or Meta Facebook as well too, and then Threads. So there's multiple streams, even though it seems concentrated. There's multiple platforms that you can get.
That's actually a good point.
And then WhatsApp as well too.
Yeah. What took me kind of a little bit by surprise here was, well, not by surprise. It's what you and I have been talking about. We've been talking about the runway, right? Meta wants to spend 130 to 160 billion, I think, give or take, in CapEx in 26. And we've always been making the argument that the Microsofts, the Amazons, and the Googles could see a shorter term runway for that CapEx monetization because they're basically going to offer it vis-a-vis their clouds, neo-cloud offerings, and whether they're going to integrate all their AI aspects into cloud. Whereas Meta has to rely exclusively on generating new revenue from that advertising.
Absolutely.
So to me, it's
we're already seeing it in Amazon. We're already seeing like, hey, these guys are starting to make a little bit of money vis-a-vis their spend on essentially everything by AWS as well. Just the token, just the power for compute essentially. But what I'm getting at is, do we see in the future from Mark Zuckerberg, he has all of this spend that is. Do you see Meta coming out with a cloud division? Like, why
I
would?
don't.
But why would he not do that? Is essentially like, why not rent out your space?
You got a great point. I don't know the answer to why not.
why
but
would
I
he
just
not
don't
do
see.
that?
He hasn't really. He's done the physical thing where he's trying to get into the physical devices. We haven't seen him at all.
Dude,
trying to
Reality
get
Labs
into-
has been at a
I'm
net
just
loss
saying,
for how
bro.
long?
The Meta glasses is obviously out there. I mean, it's multiple generations now that have been out there. So he's obviously got a physical product push. And the reason, I think, is because he hates Tim Cook and he hates Apple.
Yeah, he
because they
doesn't like them.
restrict his ability to innovate inside the app. And so he wants to control the hardware, hence why he's pushing into that. I haven't seen ambitions from him, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, to want to go into cloud. But just let me get Ichiro's comment here pretty quick. Ichiro says, so many TVs have Amazon built in and everyone buys those TVs because they're so inexpensive. That is actually a great point. I think that that's one of the reasons as well, you know, that people were a little bullish on Roku and whatnot.
Yeah, but yeah. So
ahead.
what I was gonna say is, but like, what we've seen in the past is that Zuckerberg's hardware segment is not going. It's not going to be substantial or put in a dent into what Apple has established. We know that. Like,
It's not good.
It's not good. So why wouldn't he do a strategic pivot and be like, hey, if you really want to compete with Google, Amazon, and Azure, why would you not start to establish? And he's spending more money than all of them.
He's spending like pretty much.
Yeah. So why would you not kind of like maybe throw that out there, right?
I see your point. Yeah.
I know don't, but anyway.
No, I do. I legitimately do see your point. I don't know what the reason why he's not spending money. I have no idea. He's just trying to stay in his moat. Who
Like, what are you gonna come out with, like Muse Spark? Cool, bro.
All right. Adair, give us your take.
Yeah, I find this one interesting because it's always interesting sometimes to me how news kind of disseminates. So this visual from Wall Street Journal was flying around all day yesterday. This is from the original article. So this came out like 7 a.m. on the dot yesterday. It was on my watch list yesterday morning, the Trader TV Live watch list. So it's interesting that I think it only really gained traction in visual form. I think people were less talking about the actual like content and more just, oh, how cool it looks to see Meta surpass Google. I think A, this is going to be a longer term catalyst, and B, I don't think the market necessarily cares. Like I said, I'm seeing a lot of stock accounts circulate these, making their own versions. I think, again, it's something that looks cool. I think it's a good talking point. Do I think it's a market catalyst in the near term? Absolutely not. Do I think it could be one in the longer term? Potentially, but I think we need to actually see some of those numbers. We haven't even had Q1 of 26 yet for these companies, let alone Q4 27. So I think take your time, wait, see if this is something that bears out. As of right now, again, from an intraday near-term perspective, does not seem to be one that the market is super excited about beyond how cool it looks on a visual.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. And I just wanted to point out, you guys are all talking about Micron, and it has just gotten to the day high, 453.26. This thing is on its horse. Is this all-time highs?
Close. 470.
We're pretty close, yeah. We're about like, what are we, Joey? 4.5% off all-time high. So we're pretty close. That was printed back on the 18th of March. So Micron, killing it today. Keep your eye out on that if you're large cap gapper inclined. What are we talking about next, Sia?
Oil, Sharif. We're talking about oil. Oil pullback. There's demand destruction. Oil prices have been pulling back after the recent surge tied to the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. USO is currently down almost 4%. WTI down around 8%. Brent is up 3.18% currently. Now, according to the latest monthly report from the International Energy Association, that is the IEA, released on Tuesday, the world is currently grappling with the largest disruption to oil supplies in history. Now, the IEA has warned that demand destruction will spread, and global oil demand is now forecasted to contract by 80,000 BPD this year, and there is an expected 1.5 million BPD demand drop in Q2 of this year, and this is the sharpest since COVID-19. We are seeing early signs of demand slowdown in the Middle East and in the Asia-Pacific regions. Currently, the weakness is concentrated in jet fuel, LPG, petrochemicals, more specifically naphtha, which is used to make gasoline and certain kinds of paint. Now, it is important to understand that the key takeaway from this is that high prices are starting to reduce consumption globally. And the conflict has caused the largest oil supply disruption in history, again, according to the IEA, and March has seen the largest monthly spike price ever. So what is the market dynamic here? tight supply versus a collapsing demand expectation. Now, if there are fresh reports that are suggesting that the U.S.-Iran negotiations can resume this week, as we heard about it earlier this morning, so if there is any progress made in this area, we will see an immediate downside pressure on crude, and the markets will move, as you know it.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that this is the biggest shock to the supply ever. I thought the 1970s with the Arab oil embargo would have been worse, but I wasn't around then, so I don't know. That caught my attention immediately on this story. The other part is, by the way, guys, the meeting between the Lebanese ambassador, the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors hosted by Secretary of State Marco Rubio has ended after more than 2 hours. That's being reported by Axios, because obviously it is relevant here. What else did I have my key takeaways here? Do you think demand destruction for oil? I know it's bad, obviously, for the oil companies, your Exxons, your Chevrons, your Occidentals, whatever. Do you think it's bad for consumers, though, if there is demand destruction? I personally don't. Less people are driving, that means prices are lower. Or less people are using gas, prices are lower.
Other forms of transit.
Other forms, switching to possibly hybrids, electric vehicles get back in fashion. I don't know.
And how many, you got to ask yourself, like in a major city like this, how many people have said, you know what, screw this, I'm not paying for gas right now. Let's take the TTC or the GO train, right?
Absolutely.
So is there ways that it can hinder the economy? Absolutely. But does it boost it in other segments that you may not think of right away?
Well, I can tell you, I can just speak for myself. There was definitely demand destruction for me to drive to work because of the pathetic traffic that we have in the city, especially from where I'm coming from. It's really, it takes me 10 or 12 minutes to get down and 45 minutes to go home.
Yeah.
So to me, that destroyed my desire to want to drive to work.
But if we talk about demand destruction, remember in 2020, there was essentially think about this, city had no vehicles on the street at some point.
Absolutely, man.
Right?
And gas was like in negative territory. So yeah, all right. I think, you know, we've all heard enough of these oil stories as of late, but it is obviously important because it's still making moves. What are we talking about next, Sia?
It's Bitcoin time. So Bitcoin has been moving higher as broader risk sentiment has improved. So after following signals that the United States and Iran could resume peace talks, even as the naval blockade remains in place, this is the reason for the moving higher. Now, what are we seeing with regards to the market here is that it's reacting to the possibility that tensions may ease, which would reduce oil pressure and support global growth expectations. The move is in line with the strength in equities globally, particularly in the Asia region. Now, Bitcoin has pushed for a 4-week high near the 74,000 range, but ETH has also joined this race move, climbing towards 2,300, which is indicating a broad-based crypto strength over an isolated BTC flow. So since late February, BTC alone is up 10%.
Sure, Assassino. And we did get above that March 17th high, but barely. We're off the highs. The high today, 76,329. By the way, SNAL halted up. SNAL just got halted up, guys. So we are above that level. What I want to see, what are you looking for? A decided break above 80, or are you looking for reclaiming of that 85,000 shelf? Because look how long.
Can you zoom out a little bit?
Look at this 85,000 shelf over here. This was held pretty strictly. That's 85,000 right there. Yeah. So there's a bit of a gap between where we're getting resistance here, like let's just say 75.
Draw a trend line from our peak high.
Sure. You want that? You want the percentage off?
No. I just want us to go from all those pivots. Is through the low.
I see.
Has it breached?
A little bit. I wouldn't go ahead and call that a breach play. Yeah.
You want to see that hold.
I like it. I personally want to see us work back into 85. If we can get into that 85 level and start dancing around there, then you kind of feel like we may be getting into that support level. But I think there's a bit of a chasm here between the 75 area and 85. Now, obviously, we do have resistance back from, I want to say, April of last year into 75, hence probably why we're rejecting this area. But, I mean, I'm done looking for reasons why crypto is running. We do have that possible tailwind with the Clarity Act back in focus. Well, what's his name? I think it was Scott Bessent last week.
What did he say?
That was trying to basically push the Congress to start trying to pass the Clarity Act, which obviously would be good for crypto in general. But I don't really have any other opinions on crypto at the moment until I see some better technicals. How about you?
I think, I'm in the exact same boat. I mean, I didn't think this was necessarily going to be the narrative in which we experienced, especially that pullback from 126,000 down to 60,000, essentially, the high 60s or whatever it was. I mean, there might be a little bit of fear within the space as well, too, Sharif. We had that early October liquidation event and some more following that as well, too. So you might have to wait for that next wave of participants. But we also have to take into consideration the fact that we're sitting in pretty much right at the halfway point of the 2024 halving cycle. Right, the next one going to be in 2028. Typically, some bearish territory. We've seen 70% pullbacks in Bitcoin before. So, I mean, this is relatively healthy speaking. You don't hit that area, right? You don't hit that specific mark of 70% plus. But then what happens as you reduce the block reward? Okay, so that's going to be coming in 2028. Is that demand leading into that halving going to be where you see that exponential growth within Bitcoin? We had multiple analysts, including Tom Lee himself, saying $250,000 on this thing. Michael Saylor was saying $250,000. You're going from rewarding a Bitcoin to one and a bit. And
there was a lot of people saying $250,000. It wasn't even just the maximalists.
No, exactly. There's a lot of people saying $250,000. Okay, so it wiped a lot of people out. But I think that's something that we really need to take into consideration is the fact that the reward it's literally going to be half that.
Let me come at you in a different way here.
Okay.
I want to throw you a bit of a curveball.
Yeah, throw it.
Now, we've seen the de-dollarization trade where because the U.S. kind of, it's espousing more of an isolationist approach, you've seen central banks from all over the world start buying gold as opposed to hoarding U.S. dollars for their central reserves, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. If that had not happened, if there wasn't that kind of cycling out of USD into gold, would Bitcoin have been more of an attractive asset for these central banks? Am I just hoping for something here?
No. I think that's a very valid point and a great question. Did it take away some of that rotation, that move into gold from that digital gold aspect in which we would have to say yes? Because we know that, I shouldn't compare it to actual physical gold, but Bitcoin is just not an American-based asset. It's a global-based thing, right? Where it was typically bigger in Europe and in the Asian countries, where you started to see a little bit of a rotation, and you had China just hoarding essentially gold. So absolutely. And then now you have kind of the race to see who can be the largest holder of this digital asset with Michael Saylor and what he's doing, and the states wanting to be a global leader as well. And you have the BlackRock ETF, the IBIT, in which we chair, the most successful ETF launch of all time, ever. Like of all time ever, right? So I mean, there has to be some weight behind this cause, and there might be. My issue with this is that we have no specific use case other than store value and the dwindling supply, right? We already know that some South American countries are using it as their actual currency. Now, if you have a greater adoption of that, where you can physically pay for something using Bitcoin, I think then that's when you really see that that insane amount of growth within the underlying asset.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, just a quick update here that Pakistan is actively pushing for Iran and U.S. talks this week. This is coming from the New York Times. Again, just repeating that Pakistan is pushing for Iran-U.S. talks this week, coming from the New York Times. Let's move to our next story. JP Morgan, let's talk earnings. JP Morgan has delivered a strong Q1 beat with an EPS of 5.94 versus 5.45 estimated, which is a 9% increase, and revenue of $50.54 billion versus the $49.17 billion that was estimated, which is a 2.8% increase. Driven by the increasing strength in market-related businesses, net income has risen by 13% year over year to $16.49 billion, while total revenue has increased 10%. This shows continued operating leverage despite the macro uncertainty in the market at the moment. Now, fixed income trading revenue has surged 21% to $7.08 billion, and investment banking fees has jumped 28% to $2.88 billion. And the bank has also lowered its full year 2026 net interest income guidance to $103 billion from $104.5 billion. And this just in from Reuters, the JPM has backed a Trump administration proposal to end mandatory quarterly reporting. CFO of the company, Jeremy Barnum, is supporting the efforts to ease regulatory burdens and bolster U.S. capital markets. Currently, JPM down 0.48%.
Okay, so I have a couple of points here that I want to point out. It was a great report, but let me be the person to rain on this parade. Net interest income. Okay, despite the beat for the current quarter, they did lower their full year NII, net interest income guidance, from 104.5 billion down to a light 103, and I'm exaggerating, obviously. It's indicating that the Goldilocks era of these higher rates could be officially cooling. Never really know. Let's see what the next quarter brings. The other one that I want to talk about, credit card normalization. So the report highlighted a significant rise in credit card revolving balances. That is balances that are being carried over month after month. That makes more money for the company, right? JPM, you're going to pay them more in income, or in interest income, that is. However, it's not good if you're looking at it from a broader based economic perspective. It's signaling the consumer may be finally exhausting their excess savings from previous years, and they're leaning more heavily on credit cards. So that's something that I don't think is JPM specific, but more of a macro take. That's just something to be aware of there. And then apparently there's also an investment banking issue here. So the total revenue was up for investment banking, which is fine, but it was kind of lopsided in that it was driven almost entirely by debt underwriting and M&A. Meaning what? Meaning that the actual IPO market that we were talking so much about in 2025 has kind of cooled down towards the tail end of last year and into early this year. So has it really then recovered? Those are my takes from the report. Otherwise, I really don't have anything bad to say. This company's prints money.
Yeah, and that's what it does. Surprisingly so, Jamie Dimon slightly optimistic in it too, just stating some of the tailwinds within the economy, but also looking at some headwinds as he typically does, considering the war, the rising debt ceiling. So I mean, he's worried about that from a fiscal standpoint. What we have going on in JPM, I personally like the stock. Is going to continue to grow. Jamie Dimon is the right individual to have at the head of the office there, in my opinion. And you know what? This is one of the names that I'm not worried about because you have it growing at a substantial rate. You have 17% bank revenue growth, 7% here. Investment banking revenue jumped 19% to 23.38 billion, surpassing the 22.21 billion. So it's still growing, and I think Jamie Dimon, he hasn't even put the whole system on the blockchain yet, which the whole financial sector can become more efficient.
Talked about that, yeah.
Right? So it can become more efficient as well too. So I really like what Jamie Dimon and company are doing, and I really like the American banking system. They're always going to come out on top. They have to. That's how America's going to succeed.
You know your friend Adam James Abroad is? He's on Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador.
Is he?
He is in El Salvador.
Is that what it's called?
I follow him on Instagram. I see where he's at. I don't know if they actually call it Bitcoin Beach. But shout out to my man, Adam James Abroad, dropping 2 in the chat.
What's he saying?
SNDK trying so hard to break through the control bar. That's hilarious. Well, MU is moving big. Mike is up 6 2/3, but SNDK is still negative on the day. Let's have a look at SNDK super quick here for the OG Adam. This is a great looking chart, man. It had a monster day yesterday. It needs to recover a little bit. It's knocking the door of that $1,000, Joey. It's down 1 1/4. That's fine. Let's take a look at the 5. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. It's kind of stair-stepping up, Adam. It looks like it had resistance at 925, clears through 925 into 937, 940, and now it's using that 925 area support. So you're seeing a stair step up, but it looks like somebody was offloading, I should say, a storm right at the open. Not surprised, man. You make all-time highs the day prior. You have a green candle that looks like that with a low of 850 and a high 857 and a high of 989. You're going to have some people ringing the profit bell. And look at this, man. Look at the double bottom off the 50. Money. I didn't touch any of these memory names. I didn't make any money off any of these memory names, but that's okay. Can't make them all. All right. See, what are we talking about next?
WFC, Wells Fargo, mixed earnings, but let's take a look. Wells Fargo has posted a mixed Q1 results with an EPS of $1.60 versus the $1.58 estimated, but revenue of $21.45 billion missed by $340 million. Now, net interest income has come in at $10 billion, below expectations of 12.30, and consumer banking and lending has showed a solid momentum, with revenue up 7% year over year to $10 billion. And commercial banking, on the other hand, has also moved up slightly to $3.12 billion. And corporate and investment banking has risen 4% to $5.28 billion. And wealth and investment management has gained 14% to $3.88 billion. Provision for credit losses has increased 21.8% year over year to $1.14 billion, but it's slightly still below expectations. But CET1 capital ratio has taken a hit and dipped 10.3% versus 10.6%, and leverage ratio has declined to 5.9%. Now this, to me, looks like there is some kind of balance sheet pressure, and WFC down 4.36% at the moment.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, DKNG and PENN are going to be on watch. Not much of a move in either of these names, but keep an eye on the gambling space, seeing reports that Ohio is introducing a bill to increase taxes on sports gambling. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. So the first thing here is the miss on the top line, obviously. So it suggests to me that they're able to shore up costs internally, and they have to be credited for that. But we also have to highlight the fact that they're having trouble generating that top line number. So they're, that they're missing on total revenue. So are they able to generate organic growth as quickly as the market had hoped in this sort of post-asset cap environment? We know that they had an asset cap placed upon them for that whole fraud thing, that they were, they were opening up illegal accounts or, accounts for their customers illegally without their customers having requested that. So that's the first thing that stood out to me there. Organic growth doesn't seem to be as strong, but they're also saying commercial lending. So the lifting of the asset cap last year, they did show a massive 23% year over year bump in the commercial and industrial loans, one of the highest margin products for loans that they have. They are clearly buying kind of market share back from the mid-sized banks. That's prioritizing volume over high margins right now. That's kind of what I look at there. And then there's also credit quality deterioration. So they're saying here, provisions for credit losses jumped 21.7% compared to last year. That missed expectations. So the street was looking for more, but the fact that you're having to allot more money to these loan loss provisions means that you can't keep them, that money that is, on the other side of the balance sheet. And that was something that we talked about with the Canadian banks. Remember, in 23 and 24, these Canadian banks kept increasing the amount of money they were allotting to loan loss provisions because they were thinking Canadians are going to have higher rates of default on mortgages. It didn't materialize in the way that they thought, but they had to protect themselves by putting that money there. And that
Didn't
money
TD
there.
get in a lot of trouble for that or something?
No, TD was doing something foul in the United States. TD was fine in Canada.
Okay.
But yeah, we didn't end up having nearly as many defaults as they were anticipating. But that money has to be earmarked for that provision, meaning that it can't be used elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate with this name. You're still down 15%, 15 and a quarter here on Wells Fargo. That asset cap is really, really the rain on the parade here today for Wells Fargo. The net interest income also missing on that slightly as well too, Sharif. So, I mean, even though the bank is getting bigger, it may not be getting better, essentially. They did get the cap raised, though, they did get the cap raise not too long ago, but it's still not enough. Essentially, net interest not looking too good, the quality of the credit being a major issue. And I think that's pretty justifiable why the stock's down 15 and a quarter.
All right, see ya.
We're talking about Bloom Energy. So Bloom Energy has surged on expanded Oracle AI infrastructure deal. BE has rallied sharply with shares up 14% after hours and are adding to they added to a stronger prior session today, but the stock has gained 12.7%. This is all driven by an expansion in its partnership with Oracle. Now, Oracle will deploy up to 2.8 gigawatts of Bloom's fuel cell systems, which is a significant scale up that ties Bloom directly into AI data center power infrastructure demand. Personally, I love BE. I always talk about it when I'm going over my small cap segment. And Bloom has confirmed 1.2 gigawatts already contracted, with deployments that are already underway and additional capacity, which is expected to roll out next year. So this deal reinforces a major market narrative, which is that AI infrastructure requires a massive, reliable, and fast deployable energy solution that traditional grids cannot fully support. Bloom's fuel cells are positioned as a solution for high-density AI workloads with systems that are designed to handle increasing power requirements and align with newer standards like the 800V DC architecture. And just to end it all off, Bloom is effectively becoming a back-end infrastructure provider for hyperscaler AI expansion, embedding itself in a long-term data center build-out. And currently, let's look at where BE is, up 21.6%.
Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. You watch it, man. You watch it. I'm telling you.
Why do you want me to fail, bro?
Never, ever.
Why do you want me to fail?
Why would I say that? You know I like Bloom Energy. You were dumping on Netflix. I'm like, I like Netflix. You were dumping on Netflix.
But
for
I was
quite some
right
time.
for a long time. I was. And then as soon as it showed me higher lows and higher highs.
So you like it? All right, man. All right. I never, ever. The only stock that I was going against for you was stupid.
AEO.
Yeah,
well,
exactly,
that's fair.
ever.
I mean, that was a bet.
Because it costs me money at the end of the day.
All right. So Joey and I have been talking about this for a long time. Bring your own power. BYOP. This is how it's going to have to be for the foreseeable futures for anybody who kind of wants to build data centers on scale. People, communities are not going to put up with you increasing their power in the utilities bill because you want to run AI data centers. So you're going to have to make sure that doesn't happen. How do you do that? You build your own power stations. Now, we've seen that come in many different forms, whether you're restarting a nuclear power plant like Microsoft is, or whether you're buying gas turbines like XAI and Elon are, or whether now you want to start buying fuel cells. This narrative is just one of multi-different kind of funnels all into the same AI power kind of stack or narrative. And so I like this, and it's fine. Constellation Energy was amazing. Caterpillar, because we talked about the generators, amazing. Bloom Energy is just another avenue to downtown. That's kind of what I'm thinking there. I like it. It's extended. I made some money on it. Ooh. We're gonna take off a little bit here, Joey, because we want to wet the beak. If it retraces, fine. Yeah. If it goes, great. You can't catch the top and the bottom on everything.
Isn't Plug Power is the same size?
But Plug Power is just hot garbage.
It's hot garbage. But it's the same form of energy creation.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
cells.
So exactly. So as for Plug Power, not one of the better names, but I mean Bloom Energy, man. We can't really complain about it. You need something that's going to power this build out. There's going to be a few names. We've seen it within the Caterpillars, as Shreve just mentioned. You can essentially build your own grid. You take these massive power plants, essentially, take them off grid, you build your own, you have the backlog of generators as well, too, within Caterpillar. But what was that next source going to be? And that's why I was looking at a name like New Scale Power, SMR, hasn't been performing. Plug Power was honestly on the brink of elimination, starting to rebuild itself with this AI build out. So essentially, Bloom Energy going to be a major beneficiary. We know that Oracle is going to have to spend throughout the wazoo to meet their RPOs, and they have to fuel this essentially, and it's going to be Bloom Energy going to be
well said.
Of it, so
well said. All right, Adair, give us your take on BE.
I want to talk a little bit about an element of this story that I don't think was mentioned in the note, and I think is really, really, really interesting. So here in the press release, I've just highlighted it. There's just this one line. It's all quaint. It's all casual until you look into it. On April 9th, 2026, Bloom issued the warrant to Oracle on terms previously announced on October 30th, 2025. They don't mention the warrant anywhere else in this press release. So I went through the filings. I read through this whole filing because I wanted to know a little bit more details. So on April 9th, as I know Sean mentioned this earlier as well, but I think it's really interesting, Oracle was issued a warrant to purchase up to 3.5 million shares of Bloom at $113.28. So again, we're well over $113.28 now. The total investment was $400 million. Again, that agreement struck in October of 2025. But of course, weirdly, this warrant is announced, again, struck on, or I guess made official here, granted, issued to Oracle on the 9th. This deal announced on the 13th sends these shares flying to the upside. As of this morning, when Bloom was only up 15%, Oracle had a $316 million paper gain. So more Oracle benefiting from interesting practices. I just find the timing of the disclosure to be a little bit fascinating. I'm already expecting the comments in the chat. Adara's making fun of Oracle. Adara's hating on Oracle. No, I just think this is a really important thing to mention because I think it is worth noting the degree to which Oracle benefits financially from this deal, especially with the timing of the issuance of the warrants and then the disclosure of said warrants. Also, furthermore here, for ORCL from a technical standpoint, that 170 level, still a massive issue. Let me see if I can pull up. Actually, it's already up here. Look at that. So 170, we get to 170. Oracle does not want it. Now, it did the same thing on earnings, actually got a little bit higher on earnings day one, like 171/2 or so, and then pulled back. So it's interesting how stocks can be so high-powered, that can be so high-flying for 2 days straight, but sometimes technicals still overwhelm these fundamental catalysts. I just wanted to get into that a little bit. Back to you.
Very much for that. A great information. All right, Sia, what do we got?
NVO, Novo Nordisk is partnering with OpenAI to accelerate drug discovery. So the partnership reinforces the broader trend of pharma companies that are now integrating into AI to improve R&D efficiency and pipeline output. NVO is teaming up with OpenAI to leverage AI in analyzing complex data sets, identifying drug candidates, and accelerating the timeline from research to commercialization. And management has highlighted the ability to uncover patterns and test hypotheses at this point at scale, potentially shortening the traditionally long drug development cycle. And AI is expected to enhance multiple stages of development, especially early discovery in clinical trial design, where inefficiencies do remain significant. And you also have to keep in mind that NVO is doubling down on AI because it is competing with Eli Lilly in the high-growth obesity and diabetes market, where it has recently lost some first-mover advantage. Currently, NVO up by 3.4%.
Okay, so I love this catalyst, and it's one of the reasons I chose Thermo Fisher as one of my stocks. I haven't done well on it on the year, but that was one of the reasons, the justifications for getting into that name. I felt that one of the most underrated or yet to be realized stories of AI was going to be basically the shortening of the R&D window for these biotech, for these pharmaceutical companies. One of the reasons drug costs are so high is, well, yeah, they like to make profits. I'm not trying to get around that. But the fact of the matter is these R&D phases cost these biotech pharmaceutical companies, they cost them up several storms. And now you've got governments like President Trump insisting that these biotech companies give the United States citizens, Medicare and Medicaid, the most favored nation prices. You're likely going to see a corollary of that with other nations. They're going to pressure these drug companies to drop costs. Well, what the hell is that going to do to margins? It's going to eat into margins unless, of course, they're able to shore up costs from elsewhere. And that's what my thinking was here, that they were under pressure to drop prices, and as a result, they had to figure out some sort of technical efficiencies to be able to kind of maintain those margins. That's what I was thinking with this. It's nice to see it come to fruition. Obviously not well for Thermo Fisher, but for NVO. So this was one thing you and I talked about for a while. AI shortening the drug discovery window. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. But I also think that Novo Nordisk is kind of a one-trick pony at this point, to be honest with you. Sharif, you know that their battle with Eli Lilly just working. They want to make everything as efficient as possible. They had that feud with Hims and Hers going on as well. I just don't know how much this is going to impact the stock, to be honest with you. Outside of the GLPs, what do pipeline that I'm not aware of, you would probably have a little bit more of an idea. But the way that I'm looking at,
quite frankly, it's Eli Lilly coming out with Retta TrueTride. Everybody knows what Retta is in the bodybuilding community.
That's something we
and
know,
it's not Novo, it's Eli Lilly. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just like, that's what I'm getting at, the point that the fact that these guys are essentially a one-trick pony and other people are favoring what Eli Lilly has to offer right now.
I agree.
Now, we'll give them credit where it's due. They have the oral pill coming out as well.
So does Eli Lilly,
yeah, Eli Lilly's got it as well. So, I mean, the stock's down 73.6%. It's down for that reason, because I don't think they have anything necessarily in the pipeline that is going to be going to have any form of an impact.
Yeah, the market's certainly not reacting to it.
Exactly.
So I don't think teaming up with Sam Altman to use ChatGPT's best feature or whatever it is going to change the narrative of this.
Like I like the macro. I get your point completely. Yeah. Novo specific maybe doesn't move the needle for them, but the industry as a whole is where I feel like we're really going to.
What does that mean for its competitors? Like, what do we just?
They're going to have the same issue too.
Is Eli Lilly's teaming up with Anthropic, aren't they? Rival, yeah, exactly. I mean, someone's teaming up with rival Anthropic, and different company. But someone there's other people working with Anthropic.
And
so
added Novartis right there. Added Anthropic, added Novartis, chief executive to its board. Yeah, there you go. So, okay, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about J&G next. So J&J. Johnson & Johnson has reported a Q1 EPS of $2.70 versus a $2.64 estimated, with a revenue of $23.61 billion versus the $22.46 billion estimated, representing a 2.5% increase year over year. Growth. And I think this is a modest beat on both top and bottom lines. So the company has reaffirmed a full year guidance targeting $91.3 billion to $91.8 billion in sales and an $11.54 EPS midpoint. Now, pharmaceutical innovative medicine revenue has risen 4.7%, which is driven by oncology drugs like Darzalex and Carvykti, while medical devices have grown 4.6%. Key drugs has also seen a mixed performance, with Stelara declining 13% year over year due to upcoming patent pressures, while newer therapies like Tremfya and Spravato helped offset some weakness. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
The fact that Stelara dropped 61.7% in sales due to a biosimilar competition. And so when you look at that overall figure of innovative medicine, right? Well, why was it not affected when their sales of Stelara, by the way, in case you're wondering what the hell Stelara is, it treats moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis, as well as Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis by suppressing the overactive immune system. So it's an immunosuppressant. The point is, though, the reason that the innovative medicine section didn't really plunge off the cliff is because they had an almost 18% increase in their oncology. So that kind of helped move the needle a little bit, which I don't think is as a high of margin product. I don't know. J&J, let's take a look at the technicals, Joey. Let's take a quick look over here, see what this one's been looking like lately. Green Saber 005. Sharif, I worked for a company that did clinical trials. Fast-tracking side effects of drugs can become scary. Look, brother, I don't disagree with you at all, and I don't think any of us really want to get in or start taking a drug that hasn't been well studied, so I completely respect your opinion. I'm hoping AI is able to cut some of that. Now, just before we go to Adair, I know she's got news, but I wanted to tell you guys something. Like, look at this. This feels like an accumulation. And the reason I say that is you're seeing bottoming tails into the 50. So typically, when you're seeing a distribution, you're usually closing below a key technical area here on the daily. And here, you're seeing a support of that 230 to 235 level with some bottoming tails. So this could be an accumulation for an eventual break through 250. Let's just pause, go to Adair for a second.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to let you guys know here about Zoom. ZM on watch with an interesting catalyst here. I'm seeing news that Anthropic is preparing for the release of its Opus 4.7 model. This is going to be an AI design tool that could be ready as soon as this week for release. That's being reported by The Information. Now, why am I mentioning Zoom here? As you can see, very slight pop in the stock. You only get 30-penny pop here, but the reason Zoom is worth noting is because they do have an investment in Anthropic. They began investing in Anthropic actually in May of 2023, so they've been involved for almost 3 years now. Sometimes Zoom will pop an Anthropic-related news. Keep an eye on ZM, again, with that Anthropic model release impending.
All right, Joey, what do you think about J&J?
Sharif, I think the word of the day is a pretty simple one. I think we're going to have to go with pivot. Why? Because that's exactly what J&J did. They didn't just stick with the COVID vaccine like that one individual who's still in their high school mentality saying for like Pfizer and Moderna, essentially, right? You have the pharmaceuticals, you have the medical devices, and the cancer treatments essentially was helping drive J&J a little bit higher here. But the pivot is extremely key because you have Pfizers who can't get out of their own way and still talking about COVID-19 vaccines. That was a thing of the past. I mean, come on, you got to move on to something else, and J&J did exactly that.
Fair enough. Adira?
There's another element to this Anthropic story that I think is worth noting. Adobe and Figma both dropping pretty sharply here. Again, the information reporting that Anthropic's going to be releasing this new Claude 4.7 Opus model, which includes a design tool, as I mentioned. So this tool is going to be letting users build presentations, websites, landing pages. It's literally, what Figma and Adobe do. So again, Opus 4.7, this new Anthropic model, could be a direct competition with ADBE and FIG. FIG at intraday lows, ADBE near intraday lows. Back to you.
Looking at that, Joey?
What's that, my boy?
What does that say right there?
Which one?
That orange one.
Oh, yeah, I don't use Claude.
I had no choice.
Yeah.
Because Claude Computer, or Claude, what's it called? Claude Cowork, sorry,
Yeah.
It's Perplexity Computer. Claude Cowork is the one that we're using on the floor here. So your boy had no choice.
It's the best.
I haven't even used it yet, but everybody keeps singing the praise of this Opus. Well, I've got Sonnet here, Opus 4.6, and there's Sonnet 4.6. Efficient for everyday tasks, most capable for ambitious work. I'm an ambitious guy, man. I'm gonna have to switch.
It's the best thing, my boy. You almost got me reading another app.
All right, man. We're about 10 seconds from ending the show. Thank you, Sia. I know we didn't get to go through all of them. I appreciate you. Sia killed it as well. Derek killed it as well. Thank you guys so much. We are going to send you off to the big boys in 2 seconds because it is now officially. You want 30 seconds?
For what?
What do you need, Neil?
Bro, you guys were done every day, 10:59. Bye, Jody. Have a good one.
Yeah, they need to collect their thoughts.
But you guys had 3 hours to do that.
That's okay. No, don't use thoughts.
You guys just had 3 hours to do that,
Katina,
man. We'll give you all the time, man. We're kind.
Nah, because we're doing a bit of a different format now. We got the Katina man. He's going to be on the big board today. They're going to be going through the trade of the day. We got to send it to Neil, and they do their little back and forth. So
hold on. We should do a poll here. What the trade of the day is going to be here with Katina man. You had a couple of ones.
He had a couple. Well, he had the futures.
Yeah,
we know about that.
There it is. My bottom dollar's on
what do you have? Tesla?
The T triple Qs. No, he didn't have Tesla.
He didn't have Tesla. Okay.
He had AMD.
He had AMD.
He had NVDA.
NVDA.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's either going to be NVDA or the triple Qs.
It's easily the T triple Qs.
Booyah. He said booyah, so I don't know. Oh, was that to her? Okay.
Oh, we're setting up. So we'll see. We'll find out momentarily. Whenever the boys, I don't know if they're ready just yet.
I think
we're gonna let them get the screen.
Friend Neil might be. Should we send or no?
You're 2NY. You already lost. Your money is on Sean shorting the T triple Qs. Bro's been long the whole day.
My guy, the triple Qs are up 1 2/3.
What are you talking about?
What do you? He's pulling your leg, bro.
Yeah,
he
has to
actually
be pulling my leg.
Right? All right, guys. For Joey and I, we'll see everybody same bat time, same bat channel. Neil, is that away?
What up? I feel you should be contractually obligated. If you do the same bat time, same bat channel, then you have to use like the Batman thing. I know, okay, but the thing is obviously weed is not a thing today. It's not. Look, it's not. It's not a thing today. You know, oddly enough, in all of this market strength, Sean and I were actually discussing, we're talking about the SpaceX IPO and then how ridiculously bad Figma was, and we sort of lost track of time because Figma was just woodshedded, as you heard from Adara, so that's not looking good. But let's be real, it's a much different story in the overall market than pieces of you know what. I'm just saying, like Figma, and the reaction should be exuberance. It's not strength everywhere. Like there's a couple things that are worth noting. Like the market is strong today. There's a few disappointing Mag 7 names. Bitcoin lost the volume weighted average price and is trending down. That should be a theme as well. ETH actually is red from the open, so the crypto play has not continued as much as you would think. And when you think about what's going on in the overall market, one of the things that I'm pretty sure you hear it all the time. You'll hear us say it. You hear traders talk about it. They'll say, oh my goodness, I'm getting in at VWAP, or I'm retracing this to VWAP, I'm waiting for VWAP. And everyone's always wondering, what is this deal about VWAP? Because it's so important every single day that you trade, one of the most actively used indicators out there. And it's all about how you use it. Not just that it exists, but how you use it, Sean.
Great, so VWAP, yeah, basically the only line you need on your charts, I mean, it's a very key one, it is your volume weighted average price. And what it does is it takes in consideration the price of the stock given the volume that was traded there, and then paints a big line. So you do see here off open, you get a little bit of a extension through because you do have the biggest volume there. So creates a little bit of a VWAP push. But here's the open on the TQQQ. So this is a futures derived product. It's triple levered against the NASDAQ. And what we're looking for right here is movement, right? So right away, and you can see we don't even get into this trade until 10 o'clock. VWAP is your blue line, if you were wondering. So how do we use this? All right, pretty simple. VWAP is not necessarily just a line to say, hey, every single time we get there, we need to buy it, right? That's not the case. If it was that simple, then hey, we'd all be millionaires. But instead, let's try to learn how we trade with it. So we've identified already that the NASDAQ was starting to raise bids today, right? It was getting alongside of the trade. What we were waiting for was a pullback into VWAP to see if it was supported by that level. Well, look what we have here. This is multiple retests of VWAP until we eventually got it to come right back into us. And sure, we waited 3 or 4 or 5 minutes to let this thing develop and give us the trade. Once it fell back into VWAP, that's where we said, let's go. I'll use volume weighted average price as a support in this example. So the market comes back in, we let it mature up, fade out a little bit, wait for it to develop and show that it's a sign of support. And then you could see we take the trade and it just gets lifted all the way up to where we're still going right now on this trade. But the market doesn't want to go down here, so we support it with volume weighted average price. It's the blue line, and this is a perfect example where you don't need to jump in right away. It might not be the greatest indicator at open because of the situation with the volume. But once that settles down, let's see, it holds VWAP here, and then again right here, that's my go sign. I don't want to use it too early in the day, but if we can see some support and we get a feel for the market, that gives me a thumbs up to this VWAP trade.
Exactly, and remember, it's not necessarily magic VWAP. You've got to use it like any other indicator in conjunction with other strategies, making sure that it works for you. Institutions are going to be pegged off of that level in terms of performance when buying or selling a stock. So it's not just about support and resistance. Oftentimes, you can get some hints when it loses or pivots away from the volume weighted average price. Sometimes it's a flip in sentiment. Sometimes it's going to hold and give you that trend all day long. But you also have to be wary of when a stock loses VWAP and the sellers are going to be underneath. And the thing that's so useful about it is it allows you to tell whether a stock is winning or losing off of something other than like the previous close or where it opened from. It's a good place for a time of reference. But again, it's not magic. Like no indicator is ever going to be magic. And it's how you utilize it. A perfect example there with the futures and maybe not taking it right away at the open.
So exactly, Neil. Here's an example with Amazon. Let's go right to an equity. Now, look what Amazon did. So we had known that we wanted this name long, right? There was news based about Amazon, and you could see here right off the open. And again, there's the opening volume print, so you see VWAP getting a little confused. But once it gets going to the upside, it's an explosion. Well, okay, we missed the trade, right? How am I ever going to get long on Amazon? How can I get long on a strong stock? Well, let's find VWAP. So here's VWAP. It's our blue line. And what do? We see the exact same convergence again. Look what happens here right around the volume weighted average price, right? We have bounce, 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 wick to the low side, that's fine. But this is your go spot right here for Amazon, because once you've given some of these underneath wick lows, that can now be your stop. Wait for it to come back in. Like, don't buy Amazon. You don't need to buy it up here. You don't need that FOMO of this accelerated stock. What you're looking for is a pullback into a level of support. And VWAP, which is volume weighted average price, lets us know that today, Amazon up 3% at this point, gives us an opportunity to say, hey, it's a long on the day, but where can we find buyers? Remember, buyers are not going to want the stock to go trade underneath volume weighted average price. The bears want it underneath, the bulls want it over. This is up 3% here today. Wait for Amazon to come in. If you did, it's 245.50. Look, we're trading at 247 right now. This is how you use VWAP. It's a great tool to trade. One line on a chart, why not just go with volume weighted average price?
Exactly, because just because the stock is up does not mean it is strong. Being above VWAP is another indicator that gives you that opportunity. It's useful because you get to frame any stock as a fight between winners and losers, above or below. It's a great indicator. We love it. Hey, as a matter of fact, maybe we'll be talking a little bit more about it. We'll see in in maybe 30 or 40 minutes
Yeah,
or so.
we may have a guest.
We might have a guest about it. And speaking of, look, the market's at the highs right now, and we were just sort of saying, just because something is up, percentage-wise, doesn't necessarily mean it's been strong. There's probably lots of celebration of the fact that Bitcoin's at 74.7. It is. IBIT's up 2% from the prior day close. It's in an upward trend the last couple of days, but this is not strong. It's underneath the aforementioned VWAP. It's actually putting in lower highs and is not looking like the market is looking. And so the reason I'm in BMNR was simply, this was like my losing trade of the day was trying to go long on BMNR.
What are we being rude about?
What did I do?
Be nice about
being
Bitcoin.
rude, okay?
I didn't do
Praise
nothing.
it.
That might have been a mistake.
Except enjoy the jerk chicken. No, but seriously, like Bitcoin has been relatively weak, but I think the bigger story in crypto, I know we talk about Bitcoin, it's ETH. Ethereum might be up 3.6%, gapping up, but again, this has been trending down from about 10.30 or so. So as long as that holds, like there is some weakness out there in the market. Let's be real. But hey, like there's plenty to be happy about. Micron's up 7%. That's absolutely booming. I mean, basically, unless you're not long, I mean, if you're long Figma, where's my thing? Oh, shoot, I'm on the wrong page.
Remember I talked about that earlier? That's so funny.
The gates of hell isn't good enough. Do I have something worse than the gates of hell? Is that worse than the gates of hell?
I don't have anything worse. I have a flush.
Flush is not bad.
We used to have to throw up.
I had a puke key, and we don't have that one anymore.
Okay. Yeah, if I could sell anything, I told you already, I like to sell used cars. I think that'd be fun, a fun business to get involved with there. But yeah, VWAP, very important. There. What the?
I'm trying to sell Amway.
Wait a second. When we were talking about Figma before,
that's why we were bringing it up.
I was too busy looking at the chat.
It was $19 when we were talking about it.
So what was the story?
It was, where is it there? It was,
Anthropic. Oh, what a surprise.
It's always Anthropic.
I thought also Google could do some of the stuff that Figma's doing now as well. I mean, website creation and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's really too bad for Figma shareholders because they should have been bought out by Adobe. It just was not approved. I believe that was either 20 or 30 $billion. And now let's have a quick look at what Figma's market cap is.
That's on my choice.
Right now, FIG. Market cap, like I said, I believe, I don't know, why is it showing Oracle right there?
Cheap.
Why do I have this news piece here? Where is the market cap? There it is right here, 10 billion. So I feel like it was at least, wow, who's over there? Oh, Fabian. Monkey D. Luffe's over there. We saw his,
I like that.
what he's wearing over there. You should still watch One Piece with Aaron. It's not a fun adventure thing.
Yeah, every single time I try to suggest One Piece for movie night, I get shot down.
No, it's not even a movie.
But I know
40 minutes. It's like it's an easy watch.
I know, but our show right now, we haven't finished that baking show. So like when we
you're still on the baking show.
Yeah, she's in. My daughter's into this, which is great. Getting your kids into baking. It's fantastic because then she wants to make stuff.
That's one of the best things to get them involved with.
Yeah, so it's actually this one wasn't a baking show; it was a cooking show. It's on Netflix. I don't know. It's Junior Chef
baking. Some
Junior
baking
Chef
championships. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Not Is It Cake.
It's legit though.
I used to watch. You guys watch Is It Cake?
Yeah,
we used to. I got tired of it.
It's too much of the same thing.
I mean,
like
it's
we've
the
seen
same
it too many
bit
times.
over and
I love
over
literally the
shows, but
same stuff over.
You need to switch the concept up.
It's like, come on, man. You know it's not cake. You know, like I mean, come on.
I got pretty good at it.
What are we asking? Is it cake?
And like Aaron, like Rebecca's not the best at it, but like Aaron and I are on fire.
Really?
Like, the one.
I can never tell, especially the new seasons. It's like
you get on the fondant.
They show you something. You're so far away from it. You know?
True, but that's sort of the trick is to when they're baking, you watch them as they're making it.
Yeah.
And then you know what their decoy is like.
Yes,
if you've been paying attention, you can usually eliminate 2 or 3.
Oh, no. I mean at the first part where they have to, all of them are lined up and they have 30
those
seconds.
Are hard.
Yeah,
those are really hard. Back to the market for a second. Micron is a beast. Amazon is a beast. There's so many things that are beast. Is there anything that we're disappointed with?
I'll find something.
Well,
Apple.
Do
you think Apple's,
buried the lead?
Do you think Apple's green or, you're already on it.
No,
I was going to say, do you think Apple's green or red? But
I'm actually not worried about this because we've seen Apple struggle to be up on days where the market is blasting, right? Like it's sometimes turning into like a safety play, and when money goes back into some of the riskier tech stuff, like Apple doesn't really do as much. So I'm not terribly worried about it yet. Like you're still talking about something not 10%, the low's over here. It's still a good 7-8% off the bottom, just needs to chew through the 50. Consolidation is absolutely fine. All right, so I'm looking for a couple of opportunities here. Ooh, oh no, I thought this might bounce off of, spoiler alert, VWAP. That's not happening. That is distinctly not happening in SMCI. Ooh, I should be short this. Locates on this. Yeah, this SMCI might turn into a fade play. Things that are underneath the volume weighted average price when the market's this strong are sticking out like an absolute sore thumb. And if it's that obvious on weakness, then if the market gets boring, these things are already giving up. So it might have to add SMCI to the ish list. Up 4%, but not strong whatsoever. Let's go to SIA for happening now.
Thank you. Let's quickly take a recap over the numbers that we had this morning. So at 8:30, we did receive the PPI numbers month over month, standing at 0.5%, and the forecasted at 1.3. So the number did come out a bit lower than the forecasted number. We also had the core PPI month over month that came out at 0.1%. Previous was at 0.3% and forecasted at 0.5%. The ADP employment change weekly also came out this morning. Currently, the number stands at 39,000 with previous at 26,000. Now, I want to take a look at a couple headlines for today. Let's talk about AAL. American Airlines shares have jumped today after reports that United Airlines has floated a potential merger discussion with government officials, which would mark the largest U.S. airline consolidation in over a decade. Now, AAL has significantly lagged down 50% over the past 5 years, while its competitors, United and Delta, have gained 68% and 39% respectively. Currently, AAL almost up 8%. Next story I want to take a look at is Lululemon. So Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has launched an investigation into Lululemon over potential use of PFAS, which is a forever chemical, focusing on whether the company's products align with its health-focused branding. The probe will examine testing protocols, supply chain practices, and compliance with safety standards. So Lululemon has stated it does not currently use any PFAS, which has already been phased out in its limited usage in the year 2023, and primarily tied to its water-repellent materials. Management is cooperating with this investigation, but the issue still does raise concerns around the transparency and its potential reputational risks, which is already existing customers, core customer base. So the company has already flagged a weaker annual outlook, which is tied to its softer demand trends. And now, why PFAS concerns are particularly sensitive for Lululemon? Well, let me tell you, given its premium health-conscious brand positioning, meaning any credibility hit would impact its customer trust. Currently, Lulu down almost 2%, sending it back to you.
Yeah, that's. I thought the AAL thing was kind of exciting for UAL and AAL. I mean, I don't think it'll potentially ever get approved or anything like that.
What's the argument? They're always blocking these deals, and then all of a sudden now it's okay for a couple of big ones to go when they hung spirit, but who knows?
Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there, and with this new government, well, not new government, but with the current government, we are thinking that more deals are likely. We've seen a couple buyouts recently, so that's been nice. We're also seeing some updates out of Oragenics right now with ticker OGEN, of course, on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, and resolving liabilities, as well as restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Make sure you do check them out. Well, not our QR code, but go find them at oragenics.com, symbol OGEN on the NYSE American. And we want to thank them for their continued support of the program and some obviously important things happening in the space, right? I mean,
important.
we've seen so many. I mean, even now with anybody that has, anybody playing professional sports, minor sports, whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a nightmare for anyone that has a concussion, because then you got to go. You're basically out of it until you can pass the protocols.
There was this story of
some girl on his team had a concussion.
I'm trying to remember the baseball player's name. I don't really remember his name, but there was a kid who took like 7 years pro to get to the major leagues. And in his first at-bat, his first game and first at-bat in the pros, he got drilled in the head. And concussion, and it ended his career. And then there was a big petition.
Thank God for insurance. Or whatever.
Yeah, there was a petition online like 7 or 8 years after that to get him another at-bat. And the Miami Marlins had a big thing. They gave him a one-day contract. And he went to bat, and then he had to face like R.A. Dickey when he was a side. He struck out on like 3 pitches, but it was a great story. But it can be devastating.
Was R.A. Dickey throwing knuckleballs at the guy? I mean, come on, man, just throw him.
It's like, that was my beef. I remember watching and being like, if that moment happens, I understand you're playing a competitive game, but just give him one meatball. Like, I think you can handle that. Know the moment, R.A., strike him out later. But I want to shout out to Burner Email. We have Burner Email who sent a gift over there on TikTok. Or TikTok.
TikToks are really nice. I mean, if you're having breath issues or something like that, you can have. I mean, here, Neil, you need some.
This segment brought to you by. Oh, you still have those?
Yeah.
This segment brought to you by Pure Gum. There's like 3 left.
Yeah, you can have
but seriously, on TikTok, thank you to Burner Email. Thank you to JKL. We just got a super chat from you. And JKL, you know the rest. Cleared all silver trades. Money is money. Exactly. Adding to USO, waiting on Iran's response to today's meeting.
I don't know. I mean, what was the meeting today? I don't even know anymore.
We could be waiting a while on that. USO still trending to the downside. It's been pretty one-sided the last couple of days. At least yesterday, there was a pop you could make a play off of, but today it's like it went into VWAP and faded. So yeah, much of the same. You get USO pulling back. Silver looks incredibly strong still. I still like that SL. Yeah, it's pretty good bounce, man. You're at the 50 period. Hey, money's money. I just feel like that's still on trend here when you see SLV. So a couple of things that we're going to point out as the market is still adjacent to highs. Showed Apple a bit disappointing. Microsoft is back through VWAP and testing toward the lows here. So there's some.
I have a potential. I mean, I don't
in the armor.
I don't know if there's anybody doing any lessons on VWAP or anything around here, but right here is one right here for Robinhood. So it's very similar. It's actually similar to Amazon because they retested there as well, and they're retesting here. So you get Robinhood up 8% today. Monster move, obviously. But I'm almost thinking right now that we use VWAP the other way right now. You're starting to get a downside push here in the market pretty aggressively. Oh, by the way, we only have a small piece left, and 52.60 is where I was going to get out of the rest right there. We did real good on this TQ. Just for you guys asking about a piece, like just basically one more unit left, not one more unit, one more piece left where we're going to get out of it. So about 2.5% left on this trade, and then we'll dump out of the TQQs. But, out near the tops as we kept on getting into 53 there, made a top, got out on the way up, fell back, bounced off of the 25 period, took it again at that same top, looked like it was breaking the 50 period, so we got another piece out, ripped back, got out at that same top again of 53.05. Then we took, and then it just, I don't know what was going on here in the market, just basically 10 minutes of straight up ticking. So somehow we picked the top there. That was more of a fluke. Came back in, should have redid it there. Didn't, was setting stuff up, went to go get this stupid drink from Starbucks. Then we break down below, right here.
Big ass.
There's a venti iced coffee. It's free. I got 100 points. You get it for free. I don't know. Anyways, I don't think I'll be able to finish it.
Gigantic.
I didn't drink a coffee this morning, so that was the thing. I actually had, and I don't know, I called my doctor the other day, and I was like, hey, I haven't been around for a physical in a while, and so it's been 2 years. So he actually looked at me, and he didn't look at me, he was on the phone. Yeah. He goes, 2 years, he goes, that's not, I wasn't actually expecting to see you till 50. So that's another 4.5 years from now. But I said, okay. He said, okay, well, go get the blood work done and yada, yada.
Yeah,
so I got it, so I had a blood draw today. So I had to fast this morning. So I didn't get any of that shakshuka over there that was one of my
That's
favorite
why.
things.
That was like it's one of the best.
I know, and so I had a little bit of the banana when I came back there. So thanks, Randy, for getting those coffees. But all I was doing was drinking water right there. I don't know. I think once you get over, I always thought like once you get over 40, it's kind of like you should be maybe getting it yearly.
Regular.
But I don't know.
It's a little more regular. It really depends. Look, man, it depends. Like well, we're talking about health things. I don't mind like saying like glaucoma runs in my family, like on my mom's side. So like I'll go to my optometrist like way more often than the average person, just sort of knowing.
Another perfect reason.
And I haven't had any issues, but I'm not going to be an idiot about it, right? Like let's be real. Like you have to be smart like that and just sort of understand. Like everything is all about risk to reward at the end of the day. But oh goodness. You know what?
Everything's about risk to reward. That's hilarious. All we talk about all day is.
No, but it's so true. Like, it doesn't cost you much of anything to do your regular checkup, but like the downside, it's like the tail risk is pretty nasty. What's weird about this slight pullback in the market is we're having that thing again where it doesn't matter what's happening. I know I'll show you guys USO, but it's going down and everything else is just sort of following alongside of it. The only thing I'm looking at, so I'm close to getting out of BM&R, is that SMCI. But just to give you an idea, because I don't think I'll be reloading this. Not really. Whoops. That's right. BM&R went to the New York. Muscle memory, everybody. What are you going to do? BM&R used to be on the Amex as of like last week or something. So as it pulls into this bottom at the quarter, that's where I'm looking to get out. I now have a trail back into just underneath the 50 level. So that's one. But that'll be an exit, I think, if it trails out and bounces from here because it's close to target. It's SMCI for a continuation under VWAP. That's not popping. I might play it underneath the morning range low here, like 27 area. So give it to like 27.10 or something like that, and then try and grab it in close to 27 if we can. Because I think we're really falling back here. Lots of things are pulling back, and we're just getting a bit of like a trend break on the overall market. But I'd rather play something that's relatively weak. Right, like you can look at a lot of strength that could be pulling into support, but I know it's up 3.6%, but we just told you under VWAP and been under there for a while is relative weakness. It's already accelerating down this SMCI. All right. See if I can get some 90s here. Feel me.
I like some SMCI there. I mean, we liked some Robinhood there as well, but we did not take it on those levels. So we'll have a quick little look here. Market falling back in. We told you where our stop is going to be there in the 60s. So if that fills out for us, then we will get out. 64 is where I was targeting. And it was just to show you guys where that drop spot was, right into here. And I had set that up when we were up here. So I started to get out, and I was like, you know what, if we do fall back into this area, let's stop out. Generally, the 200 period, they're a good area to look at for any concerned trades on momentum change. Okay, I want to check back on Robinhood because we were just talking about it was 8.5%. Okay, so it does break through VWAP. I think it's a decent short there because you do have, everything's pointing down and we can get out if we do wind up breaking right there, basically 78. So this could be worth something. VWAP is actually at 77.85. So I think if Robinhood comes up, let's just try it. It's just such a strong stock today. I don't know if the short is going to be it. Let's put half a unit on there, and then we'll stop out at like 70. Oops, I almost put 77. 78 11s or so on a break higher. So we're going to put an order right here at 77.80s. I think I've just put it 85. We'll see if we get that fill, and then stop out on like a break, sort of above right into here, 78 and change. But Robinhood's going to be. I just think there's a lot of room to the downside if this does fail. You've now broken through VWAP for that first time. I mean, we could see if Amazon have done the same thing. No. So Amazon's nowhere near VWAP right now. So we got $2 to go until then. This is actually not a bad spot either, bouncing. We said we like the 200 period moving average when things get a little carried away from us. That might be a good play right there for Amazon as well. So needless to say, lots to look at. Let us know if there's anything in the chat for you guys. Nebius, we just got a chat.
Yeah, we got a super chat for Nebius, but just before, and we're going to throw that one up here. The Snail, or whatever it's called, SNAL, another fresh high, just tagged 420% up in the $2 level. I think I counted over 20 halts on this when I looked at my halt scanner, at least somewhere adjacent to 20 halts. So this is wild. Like, it's barely staying open. It looks like it's staying open longer than you would think. But all these are like halts in here. So just be really careful on this as it approaches that top. Super strong name for sure. But we did get a super chat and want to thank you to Anthony there.
And shank you.
Shank you. No, we do not want
to. We want to thank and shank you.
No, we definitely don't want to shank anybody. That would be bad. That would be bad. Thoughts on Nebius? Ball doesn't lie.
No, I mean, Nebius has been awesome.
Ball doesn't lie. And this is just starting a new breakout like 3 days ago on Nebius, and a long one. Like sometimes you think like the longer the consolidation, the better. Like you could draw like a smiley face, I guess what Michael will call it, smiley face, and breakout just 3 days ago. Really, it made that break. So yeah, it's a bit of a consolidative day, but the last 2 days have been absolute like gong shows. So as long as it holds on to that breakout high, like 135, I guess that would be. It's like grip it and rip it. Like the things that I think are the most fun is the market's trying to get to highs. Like there's 2 things that are fun when the market's close to the highs. The things that are breaking out as the market gets into the top, and the things that are starting to break because they're playing catch up, right? So like NBIS would be the former. And then I'm not a Fibonacci guy. Maybe you worry some trend lines to see how long you want to hold on to it because the trend is pretty steep at this point. But then there's other names out there that are just now, PayPal, getting off the schneid. Like they're only now like breaking moving averages and trying to break out next level. Now, unfortunately, PayPal is going to fail this top. I'm going to zoom this in. I wanted to mention this today. We didn't actually talk about PayPal today. But it's going to end up failing this prior high from February at 48.6. But that's okay. Like just because it failed it today, if it can hold on to green and maybe make another run at that tomorrow, the trend is starting to look a little bit better for PayPal. I don't know what the catalyst necessarily will be to take it higher. Don't necessarily remember. I think we checked. Maybe we didn't check when they report. I don't think we did check when they report. I have to double check when they report.
PayPal?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe a little later.
Yeah, I'll check a little bit later. It's really not that important. It might need a catalyst to break out that level, and it's not going to do it today. So I have my trailing stop kind of set on the trend line-ish here on BM&R as that goes, and we jumped into SMCI. Not really seeing anything else too crazy. Like consolidation trade under 27. Going to give it to kind of like this wick here. When it broke out the morning low, that'll be about 27.10. Well, not till May. I saw a Minnesota trader saying May the 5th. You know what's interesting about Minnesota? We kind of just on a lark was looking at some of the NBA championship.
Yeah, that's right.
odds.
Yeah, you like them.
And I'm just saying if you're looking at long, like really? I thought it was 5%. It's lower. So now down to 2% on Kalshi for Minnesota to win it all. This is a problem with NBA. It's like 44% OKC, 18% San Antonio. They're in the same conference, man. Like, it's ridiculous. I think the Minnesota actually is, if you're taking a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking
I love
about.
Ant.
Having stud players and whatnot, so we definitely like Ant over there, for sure. All right, we have a new position right now. I'm going to take this. I've canceled my Robinhood just because I don't want to take basically the exact same trade. So Robinhood's up 8.5%, okay? So shorting something that's up 8.5% can be difficult and if not profitable. But that doesn't mean that this trade's any better or one's better or worse. But for me, I'm actually going to try to stick with stuff that I've been talking about over the last couple weeks, and that is that in the afternoon, I do find it more difficult. We have the notes on here, and we got a super chat, and thank you so much. You're in the midday. Can't recall who it was, but someone super chatted and said that they had made $1,100 since last Thursday, basically following stuff that was written down on the notes. So I would say thank you for doing that, and thank you for putting on those trades. But more importantly, you're the one doing it, and it's about learning why that's on the sticky note and things like that. So I think I hopefully do a good job of explaining that. But for right here, I'm going to short Apple because we have this high right there. And we can use it off, and it's VWAP. So, like Neil and I just did those lessons over there. And it's like VWAP is not, and we should have, I don't know if he's going to show up today or not, but Brian Shannon does come in on Tuesdays and normally messages me if he's not, so he hasn't yet. So hopefully we'll have Brian soon. But he'll be the first to tell you, it's not a magnet, it's not like this is the be-all, end-all of lines that you look at. What you're actually looking to do is see how we react around the volume-weighted average price. So right into here right now, we've actually developed a pretty good support or resist, in this situation be resistance, to VWAP right now. You know, we've been bouncing off of it for 30 minutes. So that's, for me on a 1 minute chart, that's a lifetime. So right now we're seeing that. And, you know, the play rate here would have been when to take it. But we don't, you know, ifs and buts, right? We don't have it now. We didn't have it then, so we'll have it now. So we put a bid there at 60, take a little bit of profit. But there it is, man. We rang the sirens. We have a new trade. We put it on, and it's only half unit. So let's see if we can get this to work to the downside right now. But why did we pick on Apple? I think this is the most important part. It was red on the day. It was bouncing off of VWAP. We were looking short, the market's short, right? So we were looking short right there. And we found Apple. So it's just like scanning through, like it's literally what we do. We have alerts on here, Mara, there's Apple, there's JP Morgan. So there's different things that are hitting different levels. And no matter what, and we always talk about how all 6 of us, or however many you see on here, you have us 4 plus Obi plus Adara, we're all doing sometimes different strategies and looking for different opportunities. And one strategy may not work today, that works tomorrow. But for me, I'm always looking at that little VWAP trade right there. So, okay, Adara, over to you. And you got a story for us, or what's going on over there?
I do have a story for you guys. I also think, great point there. You know, I think this group is a really good example of people that trade very different things and have all found a little niche for themselves. So shout out to that, and definitely watch us every single day to see what everybody's trading. Let's talk here about USO. USO bouncing a little bit off of lows. Nothing massive here, but just a bit of an update with that meeting between Lebanon and Israel today. In the U.S. with Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State present as well. NBC reporting, citing an official, that the talks here between Lebanon and Israel, they basically said that they agreed Hezbollah should be fully disarmed and that Iran should no longer be allowed to dictate Lebanon's future. So we're getting a couple updates here from Lebanon and Israel. Nothing massive, but I guess we might be expecting more comments from the debriefing after that meeting, which concluded, I think, around 1 p.m. Back to you.
Okay. They're always going to we always have to make sure we're paying attention to this. We have traders that are going to be trading USO and energy names today. So I did trail out of BMNR. We'll see. It might still be heading to the downside. It is consolidating right around the prior close. We always talk about what are the key levels, right? Like VWAP is one of them, opens, maybe not as important as closes, pre-market highs and lows. Well, yesterday's close price is where it's gotten to. If it bounces, I'm looking right short at yesterday's top, which was the entry idea before. So that is one name, excuse me, that we're paying attention to. The Ovroman, I don't know if that, I don't know how to pronounce that name, is saying, what about ASML?
What about us?
What about this beast?
Well, they're reporting, that's why.
Yeah, they report. So they report, whoops, I just actually realized that it doesn't matter, I'll call it.
Oh, you're checking them out in Amsterdam?
Nah, we're already there. In this particular case, this is one of the times where this coming up as the first thing on the drop-down makes sense, and I don't mind it because the primary market is in Amsterdam for this, but I'll bring it up on the NASDAQ because most people are probably looking at it in US dollars, right? So that matters a little bit more. No, I think this is a name where it's probably more of a bellwether. It's not going to be I don't think anyone's really that jazzed to day trade it, but it just recently broke out going into these earnings. I find with ASML, it's easiest this is a buy the dip kind of company. If you have effectively a monopoly on something, then when people start to find it out of favor and the fundamentals are still there, buying the dips is easier than trying to chase the golden goose. But I love the trend break. You are going to have them report. I think when they report, it's like early in the morning for us.
Probably like
4 a.m. or some nonsense like that. But we'll come in and we'll get an idea. As a bellwether, it's always important to things like AMAT and LAM, how they are doing. And speaking of which, I see some interesting names on the board there. I can make out Oracle without turning around. What do you have going on there?
I actually don't have Oracle going on. Oracle's not on this board, but there are some other red logos here on the board. Neil, for what I think ASML, the ETA, I believe is 2 a.m. tomorrow. is when they're supposed to report. But let's talk about this. We had the financial disclosure of Kevin Warsh officially come out this morning. Now, we know we had been waiting on his disclosure, and that's why they had to delay this meeting that we were supposed to have here, the confirmation hearing with the Senate Banking Committee that was initially expected to happen on April 16th, because he just filed. It's very unlikely it'll happen then on the 16th. But either way here, you guys know me, I love reading filings. So I read through this entire financial disclosure, and I wanted to point out some public companies that are mentioned. I believe this is a pretty exhaustive list of the public companies that get some kind of shout out here with Kevin Warsh. Now, what makes Kevin Warsh interesting is A, he is by far the wealthiest person to ever be nominated here for this Fed chair position, like by far. But part of that is because he's married to a woman named Jane Lauder. And if that last name sounds familiar, yes, she is the Estee Lauder Harris. So let's take a look here at some of these holdings. Way more public companies on Jane Lauder's side than Kevin Warsh's, but Warsh, he's on the board of UPS and Coupang. As such, he does have shares in both. He's actually got massive dividends here for UPS. Then Honeywell and Eli Lilly, I guess he did some speaking engagements for both companies. He got paid a cool $122,000 by Eli Lilly for a speaking engagement. Honeywell over here gave him under $5K, didn't specify due to how small the amount was. Now, of course, Jane Lauder does hold Estee Lauder. Makes sense. She's involved. She's got dividends. She's got shares. She also holds HEI, MCO, RACE, the U.S. listed one, not the Milan listed one. Hilton, Compass, API. You've got ODFL, Old Dominion, CLH, ROP, and then she's got some ETFs. She's got the Spider and a Vanguard ETF here, emerging markets, so VWO, quite diversified. She's also an XIU and EFA. So if you were at all curious to what Kevin Warsh and his wife are holding, this is something that interests you guys. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. I love doing a lot of these really niche research projects, so definitely join us over there. And if you ever have any ideas for me, what I should do next for these visuals, tag me in the chat. Back to you.
$122,000 for speaking of Lilly. Hey, man, I thought Bill had it good with the speaking engagements. Wait till you see what he gets after he's Fed chair.
I was gonna tell you, like, that's what like all these people get. They get paid like.
I usually think it's like 20 or 10,
no, but like
20,
I was gonna
30.
say, even to go to like these different clubs and whatnot, like some of these guys that make appearances there, it's like, I don't know, man.
Until after
they get a lot there. Rick Ross. Yeah, so Minx in Miami. If you guys haven't heard that song, that's a good one. Adair, you like Rick Ross?
Rick Ross, big boss. No, honestly, I love Florida rap, as we know. I think this is kind of a well-known fact. I'm into a lot of the really random Florida guys that nobody talks about. I enjoy Rick Ross. I think he's kind of the granddaddy of Florida rap. I find the fact that he lied about being a PO to be just one of the funniest little pieces of rap lore ever. And then he said, I've never hid who I was, even after hiding who he was. I enjoy him as a rapper. I enjoy him as a figure. I enjoy Rick Ross.
Well, he has a song, Minx in Miami.
It's the character, right?
Check it out. It's a good one, Minx in Miami.
Everyone's just...
featuring French Montana and I think Max B or something. But anyway, it's a pretty good song. All right, just covering right now. Let's go, man. We don't necessarily need diamond hands, but we got them if we need them as we go. As we get bearish. And you know what, man? If we're going to go here, we just put this on 10 minutes ago. So it's 80s short into 40s. It's a 40-cent winner, man. I mean, we'll do that. Rate, okay, now we got to, so I'm out of half already. I'm going to get out another piece right there, just punch out 52s. Yeah, just because we went right into, again, a line that I like, and that is your 200 period moving average. So it falls right into our lap right there. We're able to take it all out, not all of it out, like I said, about half out. Right now, we'll wait to see if we can get it going just a little bit lower. And on that note, actually, I'm going to take out one, there we go. I'm going to take out one more piece as we fall back in. And then we'll wait for another piece in the low 40s, and then we'll see if we can get it going. Because, you know, it's like often we have these huge trades. Ooh. Wow, that bounced off of our stop. I was going to say, I have to take a piece out of the TQs. Normally we have these, not normally, but we're, you know, lucky to have sometimes these bigger winning trades, right? Sharif said, like, how come I always have the bottom? I don't. The bottom is right here, Sharif. But there it is. We have that trade. We talked about why we got it on VWAP. But then it's like, you know, you don't know. I don't know what the market's going to do, obviously. I mean, up 1.5%. So, you know, we sit there and we say, okay, well, we'll take 50 cents. We'll take, you know, the pre-market high. We'll take levels that, you know, have memory to them. And then all of a sudden it just blasts through. So holding something for the win is definitely a strategy that I try to do a little bit more, but then at the end of the day, you don't ever have that much on. So here's another drop in on Apple, and there it is. We take another piece. We take something at 52s, and then another piece here at 40s, and now we're starting to get a little lower now. So let's go. Right now we have about 40% left on this Apple trade, and it's working, man. It's now 50 cents in the money, so we're pretty happy. It's now 2-1 because, okay, slow down, Apple. There we go. We'll punch out some 20s. Okay, we'll take that, Phil, right there. So there it is, another out near that low, and that's what we're doing. It's Apple. We tweeted it out as soon as we took it, man. So hopefully you guys are following, and if not, it's at Trader TV Sean. There it is right there. Boom to the downside. And I guess I can add another mark down here right now. But let's see where Apple goes. We're both short, so hopefully the market will give us, okay. See, this is what I mean. I see this happening, and I'm instantly like, I got to buy this. So we'll bid it out again. Hopefully we'll get some 16s there. And say shout out to our friend Pat LaFontaine.
Yeah.
That was on.
I just found out that we don't have free locates on Figma.
Oh, okay. Well, it can't be expensive.
That's actually hard to borrow. It's not. It's the standard. If you're at Real Trading, you basically know when it's like you're paying for the short, but it's like the minimum amount. This is the minimum amount on Figma. But since that is Anthropic headline, it's been bouncing pretty decently. So a bit of a trend. 1, 2, 3. It's holding a trend line that I just want to take a shot when it breaks. Ideally, this would be the best if it reversed all the way to VWAP. Some people say VWAP, but it's VWAP. If it got all the way up there, but it'll be fine if it just makes a curl. In here, still no BM&R bounce. Bitcoin is still heading lower. Kind of intense. Bitcoin's still going lower. Oh, shoot. I have to hit confirm. Always does this. I'm telling you, the amount of times where I think I paid for the locate and I don't do the confirmation step, for sure. Oh, that's right, Ja. The PDT rule has been eliminated. It's great for small accounts, and congratulations. We don't have it here in Canada, so it's not like it's really never been.
Yeah, and Sharifa was reading something off,
like you still
something and just about the rules.
You still have to hold like a minimum. I think it's like 2,500 or something in your account to be able to get past that 3 trade rule in a single week. But that's a far cry from the 25, with that 25 grand. And I think ultimately, like it's. Most people would say it's overdue, and it came well before. I thought that it would come a little bit closer to when we eventually markets go 23.5, and there's been no real talk of that. So it seems like it's just been put on the wayside. No idea. Eventually, we think that's where the markets are directed, but. I thought by the time we got to middle of the year that there would be more discussion because it's not going to be 24-hour markets.
No.
Right. It'll be like a little settling for an hour or something like that was the idea. But I thought that would be close to each other. Get rid of the PDT rule because you're going to 24/7 or 23/5 trading. But I can't remember the last time I heard a headline about that. A bit disappointing. We thought we'd be seeing that this year.
Here it is right here. As of today, April the 14th, the SEC has officially approved FINRA's proposal to eliminate the PDT rule, pattern day traders. Here's what's changing. The 25,000 minimum is gone right now. The blanket requirement to maintain that 25,000 now has been abolished. 3 trades in 5 days restriction is also eliminated, so you don't have to worry about that. The replacement right now, and this is what Sharif was sort of talking about, I'll just call it up right here. FINRA is replacing the archaic 2021 rule right now with a flat 25K threshold. Brokers will now calculate intraday margin levels, calculate real time. So it's going to be more work here for the brokers based on the volatility of the assets. Now you got to figure out what assets you're trading, how volatile they are, your position sizing, risk exposure. So there's going to be more rules associated here. We'll get to more of this, but it looks like right now the handcuffs are now off of your trading if you were in the United States and looking to do some PDT style rules are now abolished.
It doesn't affect everybody.
So it's not affecting everybody. I mean, it's just that $25,000 mark. So it will be great for smaller accounts. I think we've already sort of established that. So if you do fall under that sort of threshold, you know, again, congratulations. I think it's been a time since 2001, like not too many rules, like 25 years. Day trading and everything has changed so much in that time.
To Dreamy Classics, they're like, what does it mean for prop firms? The advantage to prop firms, I mean, you can make the argument about PDT. It has far more to do with leverage than it is with getting around PDT. Well, a prop firm gives you
access to capital
amounts in prop that is a much bigger deal I think, to most traders in the PDT rule. But
it's like to take 1,000 shares of Apple, just say, for example, right there. That's a $250,000 position. You know, so like, you know, my day trading account wouldn't be holding that much just sitting there in cash to say, okay, or a margin, whatever you're doing, to take that kind of a trade. You would need a certain amount in there to do that. But here, sitting on a prop floor, you know, we could have millions of dollars behind us, and it's just a matter of, you know, position sizing rather than worrying about losing your own capital. Obviously, the PDT rule, therefore, as Neil was mentioning, retail. And traders that are potentially using smaller levels. Okay, good. Well, we're going to go to Sia first, and then we'll get back with Brian Shannon, our guest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much for that. We're going to take a quick look at the board today. Russell looking good. IWM in the green, up by 1%. The only thing I see right on my screen is energy minerals. But we know that energy is taking a hit in the market today, these days. But let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. I want to start off with BE. Bloom Energy, as we've been speaking throughout the show today, has been outperforming and beyond good today after the announcement of a major expansion in its partnership with Oracle's AI infrastructure deal. Currently, BE up 19%. CRDO up almost 19%. IONQ almost 15% up. SM is down almost 5%. Another name I do want to mention and talk about is PRAX. PRAX up almost 8% after the announcement today that the FDA has accepted its new drug applications for patients with essential tremor. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I know we're going to bring Brian in, but just to Byron Hart, at prop trading, you're like, oh, you can trade without losing capital. Well, when you prop trade, you don't put capital up. You're trading the firm's capital. So usually at a prop firm, you get a piece of the profit. Like they capitalize you. You have to adhere to whatever their rules are. They can have risk structures and limits, and you're using their money. You do as they see fit, but you get a percentage. So you're not putting your own money down at a prop firm. So there's no capital to lose like you would in retail. But we do have our guest. We talked a little bit about VWAP today already. Actually, a lot about it today, Brian. So it's a great time to have you on. The markets are up. The weather's getting nice. And heck, I'm sure you're having a good day too. But yeah, how you been and what have you been looking at today?
Good, nothing to complain about. I mean, we're getting stretched on the upside. I saw that Sean's short a little bit of Apple here, and you know, I missed it. I missed the big gap up last week. I wasn't willing to take a bet in front of the news. And we've had a lot of great trades, though, since then. And it, to me, is more of a day trade entry technique that, you know, buying bounces from the volume-weighted average price in strong stocks like Amazon today and Micron, and, you know, just letting the market tell us where to go.
I mean, here, Brian, whoa, as I throw my pens everywhere. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, no, we did. Here's an example, and I tagged you on this earlier about VWAP, and how I like to talk to people about it is, it's not like a magical formula here or anything that we're looking at, right? It's just it's an area of concern. It's something that we do know that there's a lot of institutions over here looking at VWAP and trying to figure out if the said asset is trading above or below, and potentially who's going to win, the Bulls or the Bears on any given day, yada, yada, yada. We can probably talk about this and more you forever. But how I used it right here, I think, was a good way. We saw a strong move here in the NASDAQ today, followed by a little bit of a retracement back in. And what I like to do, and maybe I can zoom this in to talk a little bit more about it, is we got a hold here of VWAP. So this is a 1-minute chart. So we had a couple minutes here in a row where we kind of held VWAP before going back up to the upside. So when we had the 50 period and VWAP there, not that this is a golden cross or anything, but I'm using VWAP as sort of a support indicator. So it came back in, it supported it, and then off to the races. I think this is a pretty effective way of using this indicator here on the market, especially after it's given you a little bit of show. Like, that wasn't until about 10:05.
Sean, if you look at my screen, I did not do this when you were just talking. See that circle right there?
Yep.
That's where I bought today as it bounced from the volume-weighted average price. That was, to me, the best entry of the day. In the NASDAQ later on, I used kind of the same technique for Amazon, and then it right over in here as it bounced from the volume weighted average price after that undercut. So that's why I don't buy the touch of it. You look at it, and here the touch would have worked briefly, but then you most likely would have gotten stopped out. So I bought here with a stop under there, and that was a beautiful trade, as was also Micron. And then I bought that one over here later in the day. And then NBIS is one that didn't work for me. I bought over here and basically scratched the trade as it came back down, didn't take any off. That was my fault for, not taking a little into strength along the way. But perfect entry is the way I look at it, Sean. That's exactly what I did today.
Brian, please say less. I need my team to clip this. I have Brian Shannon saying that I have the perfect entry on something. So I want them to make sure that they clip that and post it up. But all kidding aside, I think that's, we've learned a lot from you. So thank you for coming on and always explaining all that stuff. And kind of the opposite way there, and you just mentioned the Apple trade. It's kind of the same thing again. It's not playing the touch. Really, it's seeing that it held there as resistance, and then we made our way back up. I saw it fail again, and then to me that was go time right there, right? This is just a 25 period on a 1 minute chart, but there's the hold, there's the break down low, and here's the cover. As you know, I'm a very busy trader, so probably too many covers, but again, it lets me go to the downside to the point where now we're still holding on to 25% of this trade back in. But I think that's nice. An important thing to notice too. VWAP works both on the upper and lower sides. You can use it as support and resistance. What do you think about the idea of, especially here in the afternoon, Apple, one of the red names in the day, right? Like right now on Apple, maybe we could talk about if you see anything on a longer time frame here, but it's pretty choppy. We just found out today that we don't report till April 30th. So we got a couple weeks underneath here for Apple. Anything you're looking at with this name? I mean, I'm surprised it's down today, considering what kind of a market breadth we have and extension over 1.5%.
Yeah, it's kind of a no man's land, similar to where Amazon was a week and a half ago. We've got this orange right in here. That's the year-to-date anchor, and the red is off the all-time high. So it's just kind of consolidating in there. What you can't see as well is that blue 50-day moving average. The good thing is, we've got the rising 20 coming up, and just the way this market has been is I would not be surprised to see it break higher. It looks, like I said, very similar to what Amazon looked like. Amazon was stuck under this band of support in here that was holding as resistance. It gapped up and then just started taking off. So if Apple does a similar type of gap up here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Apple start making a run for 280 or so.
I want to ask you one more question, and I think Neil has something about the SPY over here. Why is everybody in the chat saying that Brian is killing Circle these days? Have you been posting about that trade at all, or making some moves on Circle? I know you've been on our show and you nailed a couple levels for us on Circle, but have you been trading that yourself? Is there anything you're looking at for CRCL?
Not in here right now. I'm not, but it nailed the anchor from the IPO, just absolutely perfect, and came down to the year-to-date anchor and the 50-day moving average. It's been, when you look at this 30-minute time frame, though, this type of activity just doesn't interest me. I don't have the patience for all that volatility in there, so I am not involved in Circle at all. Okay, I made a call or two in there, but I'm not trading it.
I mean, a great call or two in there, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's all that really matters. I want to talk to you about. It doesn't have
to be my account.
Well, what's interesting though is ultimately it's about making trades, but it has to start with an idea, right? Like you can't just do stuff randomly. Let's be honest, Brian. The SPY, longs have been working on these bounces. My question to you is, as we approach the highs, do you see that as maybe a good place to take some profit off? I literally had a guy in the back as I'm walking past. He's like, "What did you sell today?" And because that was his first thought. I was like, "Oh, we're going into the highs. What you bought on the dips, you should be looking to trim." Is there anything that you're looking to take out of basically what is a stone's throw away from reaching back into all-time highs here in the overall markets, and maybe a ring the register type of situation before we get continuation? Because oftentimes you'll say, "Well, we'll get to the top, resistance, and then pull back." And then the second part of that question is, if we dip on the highs, what are you looking to buy?
Okay, some of the strongest names out there, are really getting extended. So let me answer the first part. On the SPY, I think it's highly likely that we break through, and that gets everyone excited for a break to new all-time highs. And I look at this as a level of interest, just like the year-to-date anchor and the 50-day moving average down here. When we rallied up to this level, I was thinking, okay, we're probably going to consolidate a little bit, maybe pull back, and then get moving higher. Not that I want to short there, but that's what I was thinking would be the better scenario. Instead, we had to pivot and listen to what the market gives us, which is, we get these gaps up, pull back, get back above the volume weighted average price like we saw in the Qs. Those are times to be buyers. But as we get more and more extended, I want to make sure that I'm not holding large positions overnight on those new entries, especially. If you're long down here, fantastic. Keep raising your stop up under these higher lows and see what the market gives you. But to me, it's, I'd love to see it break out, run past 7, maybe 02, 03, and then begin maybe a little bit more meaningful pullback, and then see how it digests that, and then continue to move forward. But some of the names that have been so strong, just they rallied, like GLW, AAOI, ADTN. I mean, there's a whole list of these names that have just done spectacularly. And I was kind of thinking actually some of the space names would get going today, like ASTS. Fortunately, my rule of don't chase the gap, wait for VWAP, kept me out of ASTS, and I didn't get involved in there. You can see we gapped up on the open there and then just completely failed. So, Lunar is one I've had an eye on, but it's just too crazy. These moves are nuts. So, to answer the question, what ones am I looking for? Probably some of those bigger names that would likely pull back deeper. Netflix maybe is one that is going to pull back in this zone, create a higher low, perhaps pull back down into here. So just some of the names that have proven to stand out in this market, rather than look for stuff off the bottom. Although I see that some, and I know you guys like these names, IONC, RGTI, they're starting to move a little bit today. Even OCLO is moving. So it seems to be just spreading out right now, in that it's not just the quality names, that the quality names are getting extended and picked over, and some of the garbage is floating up off the bottom. And those are great, great to trade while they're moving.
Yeah, well, they're fun to trade. I think the thing about like the Rigettis of the world is, like, when they bounce, you can get like a few good day trades out of it, and how long it'll last, because these companies literally don't make any money. When the air comes out, it gets nasty. In the chat, there was a question about your thoughts on Intel. I know, this was one where you had mentioned like I forget how far back in the 50-year.
50-year.
It was a 50-year anchored VWAP.
50-year anchored VWAP.
Okay, so now that the stock has gone parabolic and is basically back at like 2021 highs, is there anything technically to look at on Intel? It seems like it's done a heck of a lot of work off of the lows and seems ridiculously extended. I know it's down today into a strong market, but what are your thoughts on Intel, which has been insane?
I mean, I think the move has been missed here. It just rallied from 640 to 66, so huge rally in here, and that it's going to need some time to work that off. Just kind of similar to this big rally that we saw over here. So when they get extended like this, just raise your stops up if you're long in them. If you're looking to trade them, do so on those 1, 2, 5 minute time frames. But in the next couple weeks, if it was to pull back to this prior peak and see that resistance become support, then rebuild for the next leg higher. But it's really, today it's just a little pause. We may still have some more upside left in this one. It's impossible to pick the tops in any of these names, as anyone, including myself, who has tried to short Carvana, which I'm not Carvana, but Avis, CAR, knows that is just insane and continues to go.
Yeah, no, that car was absolutely insane. By the way, Brian, right now you're going to get this. This is not the Dollar Club, but it's a club that we like to do. I got to get to some clubs, actually. I haven't been to a club in a minute. I guess I'm way too old.
I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, I think I'd be too old.
Is it still a thing?
At clubbing? I think maybe. I don't know. Brian, you go clubbing or?
What's that? No.
Okay, we're having too much fun. No, but Apple's working right now to the downsides. We're taking a little bit of profit here as we want to thank everybody for watching. We got Brian Shannon here from Alpha Trends, one of our good friends. And it's funny you mentioned that 50-year VWAP there, 40-year anchored VWAP on Intel. I wanted to get your opinion on something else that's changed that's been 25 years to today. Finally, we get the change. Do you maybe know what I'm getting at, Brian?
No, I don't.
The PDT rule today. That's completely abolished as of today. So right now, no more of that 25,000, no more 3 to 5 trades a week or anything like that. Now accounts will be able to, the brokerage will have to monitor based on volatility of the asset that they're trading. And if you get margin call, there's a certain limit, and then you're shut out. So it's more based on the margin call itself rather than the 25,000 and the amount of trades you can do per week. Any thoughts on that at all? Has that ever been something that, some of the traders that you work with, has that held traders back, sort of that PDT rule? It's been in place since 2001.
I think it does hold people back. It doesn't give you the flexibility to change your mind and go back and forth. Now, for the brand new trader, it's probably a good rule because it keeps them from being overactive and over trading. So I think that at the end of the day, it's we're all adults. Let's make the decisions for ourselves and not have the government tell us what we can and cannot do with our own money.
Yeah, no, I agree. Here in Canada, we've been lucky enough not to have that. So I was wondering, your opinion on that side of the border there. So all right. Let's talk about USO, and then maybe we can you can give us an idea that potentially you have that you've been looking at now. But you pretty much nailed some of the calls here on USO, and Dara had noted to me as well that you had the anchor VWAP from the start of the war. So we go back a couple days into USO, and I'm not sure exactly the day that we would have marked down into here for the start of the sort of war there in Iran. But an anchored VWAP has been holding pretty good. Did you want to discuss what that looks like on USO, or are you using oil or anything there to look at for the energy trade?
Yeah, so I look at the oil futures, which is I just pulled up here on TradingView, and this is what I consider the beginning of the move. So if we look at, for instance, change this to a daily time frame, that's where it really broke out right there on this war. So when we change it back to that intraday so we can see it a little bit more cleanly, the move began there and we pulled back to it. Each time we've pulled back into that anchor, the buyers have showed up and we've seen significant bounces. Here we are once again. We're not showing any support yet because on the 30-minute time frame on the right, it's just still lower highs and lower lows. But this is definitely a level of interest. And it seems to me that we've come down to this level over and over again, and it just kind of seems like this is the war premium on oil, that as long as we still have all this, back and forth, this level is likely to continue to hold. And if we're to lose it, so if we go the other way and let's say we break down, rally up, and then do this, well, then this whole rally could come right back down into there. And that would obviously continue to be bullish for the economy, bullish for stocks, and, pretty much everything else.
Yeah, Brian, as always, great thoughts, and there it is.
You can go back to Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. We got the author right here. Your second book, when's any third one coming out?
I can't talk about that right yet.
Okay. All right, you may be able to
when
promote
you say
it.
that,
I know a
Brian,
place you could maybe promote it at one point.
Look at the smile. Okay.
Good for you, Brian.
Okay.
That's really great.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, so where can people find you at Alpha Trends? Are you speaking anywhere? Any sort of engagements you want to remind people of?
No, nothing special. Just I'm there every day on X at Alpha Trends. So that's the best place to see what I'm doing and putting out there.
And a weekly contributor to Trader TV Live as well. So we want to thank you for coming every Tuesday at 2:45. Yeah, so great to have you on again. And everyone, go pick this up. It's Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, and it's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck with all the trades. And hopefully we'll be able to see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, there you go.
Some stories to talk about here. I'm going to start with USAR. USA rare earth spiking higher. Now, this headline is something we already kind of were aware of. The company's expressed it itself, but seeing reports that USA Rare Earths is actively pursuing acquisition opportunities around the world. So we already knew they were kind of trying to get involved in other businesses. They were trying to do some investment in France. Either way, it looks like now this could be a little bit wider of scale for USAR. One more headline that I want to mention to you guys, another headline. Be aware here, COIN pushing higher the information reporting that Coinbase is in talks with Anthropic to get access to that Mythos platform. We know that Mythos has generally been banned, but this will be an interesting look here for COIN. It is pushing higher. We're also getting comments from the State Department. I guess they posted about the U.S.-Israel trilateral meeting. They agreed to commence negotiations at a mutual agreed upon time and place. So basically, we learned nothing from that meeting. That is the long story short. We're going to go over to Sia, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adara. Let's take a look at the market right now. SPY in the green today, up almost 1%. Tech services in the green majorly, followed by energy in the red. CVX, Chevron has said it will trade some of its Venezuelan oil and gas holdings with the country's state-owned oil company, Petróleos de Venezuela, as the U.S. oil giant is looking to focus on producing extra heavy oil. Currently, CVX down 2.87%. Mixed sentiment in the electric technology sector. MU is still performing well, up 6%. As you all noticed earlier in the show today, we did also get earnings from WFC, JPM, and C with GS as well. So finance is a bit mixed at the moment. Earnings from Morgan Stanley and Bank of America expected tomorrow, so keep an eye out for that. Consumer durables, majorly in the green with Tesla, currently up 3.65%. In transportation, Uber currently trading flat after the announcement that Lucid will reportedly be purchasing 35,000 cars specifically designed for future robotaxi deployment. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Sia. You might have seen NVIDIA breaking through $195. It's not just a round number. It's not just a round number. This has been resistance since, I don't know, going all the way back to end of last year. Yeah, this was the end of last year that 195 was resistance. He had a single break. It was an abject fail, but now it's through. Obviously, how it performs at the close, at the end of the day, there's still like 90 minutes, or whatever, not 90 minutes. There's still an hour or less than an hour to go. It's power hour right now. I didn't see the graphic, but it is. So I think holding above 195 is huge. There were sellers there just like we saw before. And I am personally, well, I'll be a lot, not that I care, but why can't it be doing what AMD is doing? Oh, AMD. Oops, I guess AMD was better than, well, remains to be seen. I still think NVIDIA, in the long run, will end up being the better buy. But it hasn't been right. It hasn't been right currently because AMD is up from the lows like a good 25% from the bottom is AMD. No, but that NVIDIA 195 is key. I think when you get that 200 level, we could see another test of some sellers before there. Maybe we still look for some dips into 195 for sure. Absolute rocket. I didn't see a specific. Someone's saying there's a news story with NVIDIA this afternoon.
Is there?
I didn't see one.
There was one sort of with Microsoft. I did drop it in the chat. It happened when Brian was talking. Basically, we already knew that Microsoft was apparently going to be getting involved in some Norway data center action. Apparently, they're going to be renting like, I think, 30,000 NVIDIA chips as part of this Norway data center situation. Again, this is just a report from Bloomberg, initially reported in the afternoon, like the midday around 1. The second half, the NVIDIA half, was just reported. It's going to be in some Arctic Circle area of Norway, not Oslo. It's going to be like a smaller area.
Okay, because I thought I had heard it before, but okay. I guess it's an update of the story.
Interesting story there. I just wanted to highlight here so here's today's note, right? When we put this out at 8 a.m. or something like that. Here's our talk that we were talking about today, right? Market stabilizing after recent volatility. Obviously, the VIX was down to like 17 maybe this morning. Focus just to momentum names and risk appetite. So that's exactly what we talked about here today. There's IBIT. Actually, IBIT's momentum's been lower as of recently. Tesla, we saw that was a huge, like notice this word that's right here beside everything, long. NASDAQ up 1.6%. Long. When we came in this morning, NASDAQ was up 0.3. Long. So it's just like, there's NVIDIA long, there's Amazon long. Like, so we went to find strong names that have the get up to it, and we found them. And that's what it was right there, right? We talked about upside continuation and upside leaders are likely. Like, it's not, honestly, I can't really put it more, and we took advantage of that, right? Not only I'm still long right now, $1.30 in the money on these TQQs as we go right back up to the highs there. Thought it was pretty smart getting out there when it dropped down, but then there it goes to the upside. Neil just said he was asked if he got anything out in this move up. I'm not getting anything out at all. I'm doing the Brendan Wickens style of investing, man. I'm holding on forever right now because every time I get out, something wrong with getting out. Even although yesterday getting some out on Marvell. Well, I'm down $1 now, but I got at 133. I was about to say that it was working out in my favor because it did get down. Wow, even that Marvell buy down there would have been fine until that happened.
I think it depends on
depends on the asset.
There's swing accounts, there's swing trading, and then there's like your long term. Like the only time I'm ever selling anything in my long term is if there's something that I own that is bigger percentage of the portfolio than I feel comfortable with, just more than I wanted it to be. And that's typically the case. So I trimmed some GE Renova.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Like it's
just about, like, for example, Marvell, right? Like when you're buying it at 60 or 70 and it goes to 130 in a couple months, that's an outsized
it's also
move.
Big, outsized move.
You know, and then you can say, okay, based on the valuation, based on the chart, whatever, maybe I want to put that $1,000, let's just say, into Uber or into something else. Okay, something just happened to Apple right now, so we are.
The market just.
Yeah, the market just ripped right there. So I'm only holding on to something small right now. I still have the news in my ear, but I didn't hear anything. That was a decent move, and it might just have been the market taking out the highs. Okay, so I don't think it was anything at all there, actually. I mean, it could have been, obviously, but it looks like it was just the market running into highs there. I don't know what just created that, like Apple just bumped up there 40 cents or whatever. It was just stone cold chilling down there, but right now, Apple, I'll take a piece out.
Just hit 96 maybe?
Yeah, so that's, is Tesla at like $500 yet? Like, honestly, no tongue in cheek there, but yeah, Tesla up 4% as well, as that's trying to go higher and higher right now as well. So yeah, man, what a day. What a day. Today I didn't make the mistake. I checked the account and was happy to see, excuse me, what was in the account today. Let's go check out the banks. You know, we didn't look too much at the banks today. And Adara, at the Lloyd banks.
Is there a disappointing button?
Disappointing? There's this. Fail?
No, it's not, but it's not.
Are they too big to fail?
No, fail's not the word I was going to look for the banks. Disappointing, they're not a fail. JP Morgan is dead flat. Like this looks very healthy if that's like your resting heart rate or something. It's like, doing some exercise, and then we just sort of sat down in a chair for the rest of the day. And then you look at Wells, like Wells Fargo missed. It's holding VWAP. That's I suppose a good sign, but down 5%. So a little bit disappointing. Citigroup made some fresh highs. This is the one that's actually. Remember this morning, there was only one of these that was breaking out, and it's Citigroup, and that's still the case. So they're all exactly what they were this morning. Citigroup was a strong one, Wells Fargo was a bad one, and JP Morgan is doing nothing and flat, unfortunately. I wanted to get this poll up very quickly because I wanted to see everyone's thoughts, just our viewers' thoughts on this PDT. So thoughts on the PDT rule gone. If you're in the chat right now, all you got to do is type 1 if you think it's huge and you're happy with it. 2 is meh, you don't think it's a big deal. 3, you don't even know what the heck it is. You don't know what we're talking about. So 3 would be you don't know what
I'm going 3. I'm going 3.
You know what PDT.
Oh yeah, I know what it is.
So my gut tells me this will be a landslide for 1, and that there should be almost nobody that doesn't know what PDT is.
Well, I mean, if you're new to it, or Sharif did say that. So first of all, this
17% already. There's a lot of
Is it actually taking effect today? I don't know. I just know that today was when it got fast tracked. I believe that each broker is taking their time to implement it.
Yeah, it might not. The rule is changing, but whether or not it's actually physically, I saw the same thing when I typed into a search.
Yeah,
that it might not actually take effect individually at every broker, but. Again, here it is.
It says, as of the SEC has officially approved the proposal. So, if they've approved it,
the difference between approved and implementation.
Well, that would be on. I think that would just be on the broker side.
Right.
So as long as they can implement it, and Sharif did indicate that some brokers were maybe already potentially doing it, and you should get some sort of a warning. I don't know what system he uses. I use Gemini. What do you use when you ask a question?
Okay, can I be?
Yeah,
be real?
You're supposed to be real and honest.
Okay, so I was using Claude, and then I hit that limit where it's like now you have to get an account.
Okay.
And so I was using Perplexity before that, and then since the Claude thing, like the Ask Gemini button's just right here.
I noticed that.
So I've just been using that lately. But I tend to bounce around. Like my loyalty.
So sounds like Claude is your first.
Claude was awesome, and then Claude, and I don't know if I'll end up paying for it. I probably will. I don't know, I've tried to convince my wife that she should be using
Depends what you use it for. Like
in her workflow.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm using it enough to justify paying for it. I think when I convince my wife that it'll help her in her work, then we'll have it, is my guess. But anyways, it doesn't really make a difference. Even Citigroup, the market just pressed into the highs, and it's kind of weird.
Bank stocks.
Like Citi just breaking a bit of a trend here, unfortunately. Let's go to Sia at the desk. We got 30 minutes till the imbalances. The market's cruising. What's happening to Citi?
Yeah, I'll talk quickly here first. Keep an eye on the crypto space. This isn't really like a market moving catalyst, but I think it's one that's worth noting. Semaphore reporting that apparently the CEO or the co-CEO of Kraken has confirmed that Kraken has filed confidentially for an IPO. So crypto exchange Kraken is going to be going public. IPO season hasn't even started yet, but it already looks so good.
Thank you so much for that, Adira. So let's quickly dive into money talks. The U.S. dollar is under pressure. Traders are betting on the easing Middle East tensions, which could reduce demand for safe haven assets. Therefore, leaving the dollar headed for a 7th straight day of decline. The Canadian dollar has also risen to a near 3-week high against the U.S. dollar due to the peace talk optimism that has reduced risk aversion and also weakened the USD. But let's also take a look at the broader Forex markets here. Just a second. Yeah, the broader Forex market is also reacting to a risk-on shift with the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar advancing while the Japanese yen and the other major pairs are being pulled around by a changing sentiment and other policy expectations. That's all.
Yeah. Joe's all mic'd up here. He wanted to potentially weigh in and on the
It's spicy, right?
the PDT
I've
rule.
just
So what do you think?
read and
We still have
I've
Adira's
read-
mic on, I
I've sat and
believe,
did it.
live, Andre.
Yeah, I'm trying to-
right now you're hearing about the spicy jerk chicken. So, okay, what PDT? What do you think, Joe?
Some of the brokers disadvantaged to not remove that rule, right? Because you're kind of capping your total addressable market. Think about how many new traders or retail traders want to get involved with day trading, but don't have the ability to do so just due to the fact that they're under $25,000 threshold.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think any brokers are going to hesitate.
It would be because then you got to think like, this broker's under PDT, but then you have another one who's like, okay, yeah, we don't have
Right,
that.
so you're not
limit.
going to use the other
Yeah,
one.
exactly. So you just transfer your money out of it and then go to that next broker that gave.
Let me get. You're suggesting everybody moves over to Robinhood? Is that? No, but I think that's.
Well,
right.
I'm now with you on that one because I'm a shareholder too.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I think that's right, though. I think if you don't sort of get with the times, but I don't see why. Joe, were you hearing that some brokers are opting out of that? Like,
I didn't hear that. I heard you guys talking about it, but I don't understand why you would opt out of that, to be honest with you.
I don't think you can opt out of it.
No, I don't think it's about opting out. It's just a matter of whether it's immediately being implemented and how quick that's taking into
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd want to do it as quick as possible.
I would hope
you? You would. Okay, as soon as you get the green light to go, why would you not remove that rule to see if you get some more inflows within the retail space?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it could be. I mean, I think like you're going to start to see soon advertisements, right? Like, hey guys, like come sign up with us.
That being said, I've seen it multiple times here in the chat, and I haven't. I want to find somewhere I can confirm this. Multiple people are saying 45 days to implement.
Yeah,
that is. So it's not
45 days. What? Sorry.
To implement.
Oh yeah, I mean, so what?
Yeah, so
start advertising now. Just
exactly, like it's not retailers or sorry, it's not brokers not wanting to do it right away. It's just that there's a bit of a rollout implementation that's taking place.
I mean, imagine how much Robinhood, not SoFi, but Robinhood, IBKR, some of these names can make if you're going to have fee-free trading, and now all of a sudden you go from making 5 trades a week to making potentially 50 trades a week, right? So I think that does start it up, and I think it helps for crypto. I think it helps for everything, right? The more active hands in there, I think the better it is, and helps us traders too, right? I mean, we're looking for liquidity and halts and things like that, and I think the more retail that's involved, the better it is.
It's going to cause way more price action, but I saw there's a lot of interesting stuff in the.
Need more traffic, but no. Aside from that, no, that's all I really had to say, and I'm looking forward to rating that lunch.
Okay, yeah, we'll rate the lunch at 350. Let's rate it at 350.
It's already pretty legit.
Yeah, we wasn't saying now.
Yeah, or 340 or something. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I think the lunch is going to get a high rating today. Thanks, Joe, for that. Anybody that's talking about PDT, we're sort of a different beast because this is our world. Like the PDT rule, like I don't know if Robinhood's going to be advertising like on ESPN or anything here, as people be watching and saying, but I could see, sending out those emails and everything, getting that blast marketing. And I think it's a good idea to potentially, I mean, I didn't we saw, I don't know what Robinhood's doing right now because the market just blasted through highs right there. Remember, we were like, let's get away from shorting Robinhood. So I'm glad we decided to do that. And instead, like, look what a difference that trade is, right? We switched up our idea and said, let's go over here and short Apple. It's not, sure, it worked out today. Look, we'll make different calls in this all the time, but it's just like, it goes back to what we talked about. We do the lessons about VWAP. We do the lessons about being very specific. I've only traded 4 names today, waiting for setups, waiting for things to happen. So like when you see this, you take that, right? And I was talking about how looking and seeing in the afternoon, like if Robinhood's going to be up 9%, there is a good chance this can go up to 10%. Like it could keep going. Shorting something underneath VWAP, although it looked good at the time, you got to be careful understanding where the momentum is in names. And I think that just goes back to the sticky note and what we've been talking about all day long. Make sure you do join us. We don't say this enough because sometimes you traders are just joining us for the afternoon. We're live at 8 a.m. every single day where we go over Adara procures, Sharif as well, Brendan, everybody works on their watch list. We have one that goes out for free to every viewer. You can find that link in description. Go grab that watch list. Sharif's morning note is available to all the members. They're $5 a month there that you can contribute to. You get access to that morning note, which is like 13 to 15 pages of just gold information on the different stories that there are in the market that day and potential catalysts and whatnot going through. Man, I have a crazy headache again. I don't know.
It's a shelf. I think that's what it is. Mike the Rider is like, I love your enthusiasm, Mike. I thought it was 7:25 a.m. So there is a benefit. Some of the regulars, you might notice that obviously before we go on air at 8 o'clock, that's when you can see us and we start yapping away. The chat does open up usually before 8. Sometimes it's, I don't know, sometimes it's like 7:40, sometimes 7:20. Sometimes
wait a minute, Mike
like
Peter Ryder's in the chat early? What a surprise that is.
And first of all, Mike...
I've seen Mike talk to himself.
This is exactly what happens. And anyone that's... Mike, we've seen you do it so many times. There'll be 3 different mics all chatting in a legitimately, sometimes relatively coherent conversation with yourself.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Which is amazing to do before you've had a coffee in the morning. I don't know how you pull it off.
I'm just looking, I was like, Mike Peter Ryder talks to Mike Ryder? Wait, it's the same guy. He's,
like, what?
He's asking himself questions over here.
And he talks trash too.
He'll talk trash on TikTok about something, and then he goes and says the opposite on YouTube. It's like this is amazing, man. This guy's
I'm always watching, by the way, because I'll be sitting here watching this.
We tell everybody to join us on all platforms. This man took it seriously.
Well, he's not playing around.
He's joining us and all platforms. We want to make sure you guys all do that, whether or not you're on TikTok, Twitch, anywhere. I think that'd be awesome. And Mike, man, we absolutely love you. So we'll just go awesome for that one. Thanks, Mike. And we want everybody to participate in the chat. So make sure you do hit the like, hit the subscribe, get into that chat, and you hit $ something, and we'll be able to talk about that. We can throw up the visualizer. Andre's got it over there, and just show you what we're talking about. So far here today, I have to zoom in to see how many. I can't even see how many likes these things have. Oh, there it is. 182. So SNAL there, the top stock to go with today. Intel there, Palantir, Oracle, there it is.
Snail.
You click on it. Yeah, Snail there. What is the name of the company?
It is
Snail.
Snail.
Okay.
By the way, it's halted up.
It's not moving. It's moving up like much.
I think it's number 25 or 26.
It just halted on our halt scanner.
Yeah, it's halted at least 24 times today. You can count them up if you get really bored. But a halt to the upside, it's 324, so it's not at that point where you have to worry about it not reopening yet. That'll be like if it halts in the last 15 minutes or so, then you gotta worry about 4 o'clock. But it's breaking through the $2 level. Snail, is there even like an Anchors or an AI? No, it's just Snail. It's not even Snail AI. Holy bid! Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'd flip over, but I was just typing another symbol. It's going into a halt. Look at the bid.
Oh my God.
Going into the halt. Like that's ridiculous. 69. Like that's insane. Insane amount of size that just went into another halt. So 450% to the upside. That continues to run. Wow, Snail. I don't know what they do. Usually by now, like it would have been a story we would have checked. But just to recap, FIG, it doesn't hold at my level when it broke the trend here, and then it broke through this top. It's now starting to come back in. But Snail, this one is wild. What is the daily chart? All right. No one ever went broke taking profit. Just every now and then, like you want to look at one of these, it doesn't look like this, unfortunately. Like I'd love to tell you, I don't know what they do, but I do know that if you try to hit, anyone that's been trying to hit home runs more than like a few days on this is usually going to burn. It does have one move back here in November where it actually sustained a move. And the other thing I should always check out, if we're actually being real about this, I should look to see how many times this is split.
Here, I'll get this off. We can do that.
Oh,
no, this is from Mike DeRider.
Oh, this is never split. This is never split.
What?
Okay. So
Can we get a dare on this?
Yeah, these are all legitimate like moves into the $3 level. It hasn't split. Like it's been bouncing from penny stock to $2.50, $3 several times. So yeah, maybe it's got a little bit more room, getting that 2.5, that 3 up here. These are all legitimate levels. I'm used to looking at those prices and then I have to go check on e-signals to see if they're real prices or split prices. But this has not split apparently. I'm surprised.
It was SNAL there. I just didn't want to interrupt Neil there. But here's Mike DeRider. And I mean, thank you so much. I mean, I didn't, 2 years here you go. Thanks, Big Dog. I know it sounds cheesy, but 2 years ago when you were still working, he clicked on the TTV thumbnail. Thanks, Ramin. And it was about changed his life. So, we want to say shout out to everybody there. And we're glad, that you're able to join us every day and hopefully get some education. And we do want to thank everybody for their continued support as we just continue to do everything that we can to provide, the best content and hopefully educational as well. And we're doing some of those videos now. You can check us out on the shorts and all over the place, TikTok, Instagram, and everything as we look to get bigger and better for you here every single day. And speaking of getting better, I think we got to throw over to Sia.
Sorry, I'm going to once again jump in here with Snail. So you were wondering what's happening with Snail. There's no news, though, from today. There was news last week. And when I say last week, I mean last Monday. It looks like April 6th. They basically updated their software license agreement. That's the last news on this. That was through their subsidiary. Now, the market cap and float on this are also not anything super unique. This isn't like a sub-million share float name by any means. As of this rally, looks like $62 million market cap, so decent market cap. Float, though, pretty average. I mean, not super small, not super massive. 8.5 million share float for SNAL.
Away from those. What did Brian say about Carr? We can't remember. I don't think it's in his wheel.
It usually wouldn't be. Let's throw the super chat up. If anyone remembers, because Carr's up, Carr just made another high, almost at $400 now. Greg Trail, Sean Neil, thanks for the awesome show as always. When y'all say, I love the draw. When y'all say 200 MA, what candle time frame are you using for that? I run 15-minute for direction. I think it's probably, if it's from me, it's on the daily, or daily or weekly chart. It's always not an intraday. I don't use the 200 intraday. It'll always be on a daily chart or maybe on like a weekly chart. Snall probably doesn't even have a 200 period moving average. Not sure it's been around long enough. But for me, it'll always be on one of those two.
Oh man, this TQQ, yeah. I mean, I use it on all time frames. So this is a 1 minute here. This is a 5 minute down here. It'll be the green line on all of my charts. So the green line on all my charts is your 200 period moving average. Just trying to keep it consistent. Okay, so yeah, there's VWAP trade and there's TQQs right now. Extension, man, another 1.73%. Taco Tuesday, yeah. Trump always creates opportunity. I like that one better than Chickens Out one because, I mean, honestly, we are now moments away. And you talked about last week when you and Joe had that discussion about, when do we break through all-time highs? I mean, it's momentarily right now. So this is happening. And honestly, I don't really think too much is really, I mean, I guess it's getting resolved. We still have Ukraine, that is something going on there as well. So there still is a little bit more to do as far as, world peace. I don't think we're ever going to get to that. But anyways, we can talk about that later. We're now $5 away from an all-time high, and we've covered up everything that's happened with Iran and everything that's happened with every sort of controversy that we've seen, including oil doubling in price, and the market still shrugs that off and goes right back up to these highs. So I don't know what's going to stop the market. Something's stopping Apple, though. It's not making those moves higher or lower right now, so I'm going to put another bid out there. Take a 34, getting a little lighter now on AAPL as we saw that bump up there and scared me a little bit. Let's take a piece out near those lows on that most recent bump, and we'll see if we can hold something for the low. We have only 5% left, so womp womp on that one. Oh boy, did we have AMD today. Jeez, man, oh man. Hey, man, positive on every single stock today. Apple, AMD, Marvell, TQs, 4 names, 4 for 4. But we have outs here as well. This was our first out on AMD. Took an L on our first trade as we lost. We were trying to buy this dip into yesterday's closing prices right there. Did not work. See, I can hit fails just as much as we hit bangs. It's just been a lot of bangs. And then as soon as we retook that level of 47, we went long again, and then that was $3 win. Like, if we're gonna lose 50 cents but win $3, we'll take it. I don't even think it's a win. Just make $3 there. It dripped back down. We did reload it, not full again, but we reloaded it and then got stopped out there. Basically at the low. The low of the day is right there. I pretty much made 2 lows of the day. And then since that movement, you could see the extension. That was 246. And whatever, man. I mean, we're having a good day regardless, but that's 246.50. You're at 255. That was $9 ago on advanced micro devices. So, to go back to the notes that we made in the morning, yeah, man, it was a risk on day and a lot of big winners were available. I mean, even Marvell, like we only tried this once. We should have, and it's funny because you guys in the chat, I mean, shout out to everybody in the chat again, was like, oh, maybe it's time to reload Marvell there. And I was like, it's not really moving the way I'd hoped it would. Needless to say, that was a 132. It's at 134.50. And then the other trade I still have on, well, I have Apple short. So the only position I put on all day was on the short side was that Apple trade, and we're lighter on that one. And then here we go, man. I'm just going to hold this to see what happens into the close. And just a good day considering banks came and went. And I'm going to throw it to Neil in a minute. Let me just go quickly, just look at the broader market, and then we'll give it back. Lots of green. I mean, you can't really be, there's one of my picks, Eli Lilly, like, I don't know, down 0.6. I was hoping that would be up on a day like today, probably individual news. There was some news with Novo Nordisk.
Novo's had.
Yeah, so, okay. That just goes back and forth. I think you're going to be disappointed as an Intel investor with today.
That was exactly what I was going to bring.
Oh, okay, then leave it. I'll get there in a second. Yeah. I'll let you do that. That just stood out. I didn't even know you were doing that. Okay, and then after that, let me just look at where's the industrials, because we haven't looked at Caterpillar. We have ASML. They've changed the way these all were.
What the
Communications, like where's Caterpillar and all that? Industrial services, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so wow.
Why they gotta be so
No, that's not it. Okay, that's Wasteman. Amazon, here, producer manufacturing. Yeah. All right, so Caterpillar right there. So we have ASML tomorrow. So interesting to see how that winds up.
Why is Deere down 1% today?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's a lot of different things happening in today's market. But yeah, let's go over and look at the Intel chart with you.
Well, no, so I think one of the things that you have to keep in mind is, like, just because there is a bounce somewhere, or you catch a bounce somewhere, the truth be told, it wasn't a long. Like, Intel wasn't a long today. Just because there were probably a couple of places you could get away with a long. The stock, it's looking for a turn, and whoops, I wanted to have this up, but I still have that. See, I have that silly snail stock. But Intel's back into some pretty big levels. And obviously, like, there's some history and memory to stocks. Well, this is effectively on this monthly, the 3-month chart, this is like a triple top in here. And it's a lot of topping tail candles as you get into the 70 levels. So I think this could be a interesting reset level, not reset, but maybe like pullback level for Intel. It's been a heck of a rally lately. Like, you look at the last real, we had like a 3 or 4 day dip back when it was at $48. And it's been all up since then. Even the gap down, just go straight up. Like intraday, like this day where it pulls back, it holds the prior high and it still closes in the green. Like every day is just up, up, up. And then today we're actually going to get a legitimate down day. Maybe a bit of a head and shoulders action gets put in if it loses 63, like 63.5 or so. So my thought is, yeah, today you were able to find your way into a long, but just because you got a long win or here or there, you caught a couple of bounces, does not ignore the fact that I think Intel, my default tomorrow is going to be to look short. Doesn't mean I'll find a short, but I'm going to be looking short on Intel off those highs. We're going to go to SIA for crypto, another place where it's not as strong as you think.
Let's talk crypto. So Bitcoin has been moving higher as a broader risk sentiment has improved after following signals that the U.S. and Iran could resume peace talks, even as the naval blockade remains in place. BTC currently trading in the 74,300 region, down 1.7%. Also want to take a look at ETH. How are you performing, ETH? ETH currently down 2.3% at the moment. But I also want to take a look at Aptos. So market's attention is also on the fresh industry developments, including Aptos' network's tokenomics. That is update that his company has rolled out a major tokenomics overhaul, which is aimed at tightening supply and boosting a long-term value. So the update cuts stakes rewards to 2.6% and raises gas fees 10 times with fees that are designed to drive token burns. Now, the total supply for this is capped at 2.1 billion APT, while 210 million tokens are permanently locked by the foundation. And that's for your crypto update today.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Did not give you guys the early imbalances. Usually do so at about 3:30. The thing that's standing out is IonQ. You've got ChemView always there. A few million shares to the buy side. Verizon, a couple million sell. You've got IonQ, which you've seen these names say they're all rocket ships. 1.17 million to the buy side for IonQ. That easily stands out. The difference today for IonQ on a normal day, that would be a huge imbalance. Today, IonQ's done over 50 million shares in volume, but it's still a buy imbalance when the stock is at the high. So that does put a potential like flip trade out there. And when I say a flip trade, it's like, okay, we'll come out as a buy imbalance, and then now all of a sudden at 350, we see it as a buy, it presses into the high, and then at 355 or sometime before it, that pairs off or flips, and you use that to short off the high of the day because the buy and balance flips to a sell or just pairs off, which is usually something we like. Let's get to, we have a super chat, and I think from a viewer, I don't think I've seen a super chat from this viewer before. No, actually, that's not true. Ditka Mustache, no, I do remember seeing you before. That's a pretty distinctive name. You can never forget that. Yeah, that's, Ditka legend. Always enjoy the show. What are your thoughts on Sunrun? I'll always admit I cannot remember the last time this stock got pulled up. Probably.
No, I think Brian was talking about it actually.
I can't remember the last time I looked at this thing, to be real with you. So the problem, of course, is it's like a half broken stock. And I'll say half because when you go back far enough, like if I pull up a weekly chart of Sunrun, fighting a sneeze. Hopefully I won't. If I pull up like a weekly chart, or maybe I have to go to a monthly, I just want to see a little bit, give you a better look on the outside. Like when I say half broken, it's never bad when you've made a very distinctive bottom. You go back and like sort of like COVID lows here, it was like $10. It's already shown you a bounce off that level. So the fact that it's still like holding some higher lows above the 10 and it's shown an area where you can buy, that's not terrible in the really long run, but death, under the 50, under the 200, and a death cross, all while the market has been super strong. So it doesn't look incredibly good. It's got this little bear flaggy thing going on here. So if it can, technically you got to break this out or something because it's not participating today. So even on a day where market is strong, it's relatively weak. Like a lot about this looks terrible. And if it breaks down, at least you've got support on that monthly chart that I was showing you. Like terrible.
This looks hella terrible.
Terrible. Like this reminds me of, like I'll hate, like I'm hating on Webull these days. You know, like that's a name, from monthly chart's going to be useless for Webull.
Webull for.
Yeah, there you go. No, like there's just some things that don't look good. Now the difference is, at least you have a firm bottom there, but like things like Webull are so bad that they're at least curling and giving you breaks of like the 50 period or something. Whereas Sunrun, no, that's under those moving averages. It's kind of like a recent breakdown that it's doing. Not a huge fan of that. It's just an ugly looking chart, but there's plenty of ugly looking charts out there. Hate to tell you, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'm not even a big fan of the space.
I was, I mean, we always look at Sunrun. You can look at TAN, the TAN ETF.
I feel like
there isn't a horrible one, and there's for solar, you taking the lead.
It's usually
there, but there's a TAN ETF kind of not doing
too.
too much. And you're waiting for the government to maybe step in and, try to maybe fund some of the solar projects that are out there. It's still pretty expensive.
You might have to wait for another government.
Yeah, maybe. Although President Trump has said that he is a fan of solar, whether or not the actions.
But look at Enphase. Like even Enphase is down a boat.
I know. Yeah, they're all not doing.
And they haven't shown any signs of
not doing too well. Congratulations to the Maple Leafs. They put on a good show at home yesterday. 6-5 losers though. Wow.
So we finished what, one?
We only have one more game, and we're going to be in 5th place. So there's like a 45% chance or whatever that we can keep our 5th pick. So hopefully we can do that, or it goes over to the Boston.
Yeah, at least
Bruins.
it's not that stupid tank fit. I don't know if you saw. There was one particular NBA game which epitomized the utter nonsense of Tank Fest. I think it was. The Jazz versus I don't even remember who it was, but one of the teams dressed 4 dudes on 10-day contracts, and the 5th guy was a two-way player from the developmental league. There were 3, and they only played 6 guys the whole game. So no regulars played, just 6 bums.
And there's not like one stutter.
2 dudes played like 48 minutes a game. 3 guys had triple. It was a complete joke. It was a 40-point blowout, and both teams were tanking, and it was still a 40-point.
I mean, the league has tried to figure that out. I don't really know.
They got to do something. I can't deal with the NBA. Poopy
Pants? What were you about
I thought it was Sir Poopy Pants.
I thought it was too.
Just a quick. Are you the same person
only have
as
8
Sir
minutes.
Poopy Pants? If it's not, then welcome to a new viewer. Thank you for the super chat. UWMC or Nike for the long term. Am I allowed to say neither?
Which one? UWMC, Nike. I would choose. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, look, if you give me 2 names and one of which I've done nothing on, I haven't really looked at them, then like by default, if I have no choice but to pick, I'd be picking Nike. But I don't feel like the time is right on Nike yet, which is why I say the neither, because I'm not going to say that I like a name that I don't. I just feel like Nike's not cheap enough yet. I think Nike eventually gets cheap enough. But it's still in the downward press. I'd like to think that you can get it even, my goodness. I think it's 2017 or something, the lows that it's on. Check that. It's the 2017 lows that it broke. It's at 2014 levels, and there's nothing significant till it gets to like $40 on the monthly, on this like 3-month chart. So you're very much in a downward press. There's nothing really technically that looks good. And until, if they were a value relative to peers, I could make that kind of an argument. But you do not need to get lows. You don't need to have it. Intel was considered a piece of absolute junk by a lot of people. But look what happened when it made, so same chart, 3-month chart, support, and then look at the 200 period on that 3-month chart. And then look at how long it was down at that bottom. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods. Oh yeah, that's right. It's a 3-month chart. And look at how many candles you could have had the bottom on Intel. You don't need to always sit there catching a falling knife on a stock, especially when they have a good core business. Eventually you'll find accumulation usually. And even if you got that late, you're absolutely laughing. So Nike, like at some point I'd probably try it. I had a swing trade in Lululemon a couple of years ago that was okay. And then tried that a second time for a small win. And Nike, I'll wait for my chance because it's exactly the kind of name that I like for like quick little swing trades. Like a beaten up name that I think has just gotten beaten up too far. Eventually they usually do bounce somewhere, find a good technical bounce. It's just nowhere close to it for me yet. I think PayPal is the one that's on my radar right now. If I'm looking at something that's on my personal radar for a swing, PayPal it almost actually confirmed the breakout today, but it failed at 48.5. Unfortunately, it's going to close at $48. There's the failed. Oh, it didn't even break it. That's pre-market. So it didn't even get to the breakout level yet on PayPal. But that's the one I got the eyeballs on.
Yeah, I like the PayPal look as well. So we made a similar call on a beat-up name that was not working out very well, and that was Target. And yeah, it's done really well. We actually got our target up here around 120. So, nice little level that just came in on TGT. So you want to talk about, a beat up name, and we just kind of watched it right through here, these levels, and this is where we were able to pick it up. So we tweeted it out. You can go find it. It's actually time-stamped and everything. When we actually bought that name, and there it goes straight up to the upside. So like Target, also the good thing about Target is you get a dividend as well. So about 3, I could check the yield, but about 3% on Target. It was higher down there, but there it goes to the upside. So just another example of if you can wrap your head around potentially why we saw really, strong movements. And Walmart and Target are, not the same, but, Walmart was really getting elevated. We saw them get the addition into the NASDAQ, and they switched over from New York into NASDAQ, and just a really nice move higher there for Wally's World. And then we just was like, okay, if the consumer is good, man, maybe some Target love there. And then they had some management reshuffles. And then the dude from Nike came back. I forget his name, but he was a guy, it's like a very generic name. What's the new CEO's name of Nike, Adara?
Elliot Hill.
Elliot Hill. Hill? Is that what it is?
Elliot Hill.
There it is. Perfect. Good memory, Neil. Yeah, I remember it was like some sort of a kind of a generic name there. Elliot Hill. So he came back, and we could see maybe.
Elliot.
Yeah, Adara had that one graphic where it was like all of the newer CEOs that have come in, and and he was doing like the worst. out of all of them.
Well,
and it was, we looked at Starbucks, of course.
Brian Nichol.
Yeah, with new CEO there. But we're going to go to Adara for something else. Is that true? We're going to now, Adara? Okay, let's go over to Adara.
I'm going to see if I can find this visual, the most updated version, while I talk to you guys, because I'm actually really curious. But yeah, he's not doing too well. There's another visual that was just one-day performances of stocks when the new CEOs were announced. Obviously, that's a little bit less, I think, indicative of overall performance because it's like one day when it was announced. But either way, if I find that graphic, I'll drop it in the chat for you guys. It's been a while since I've updated it. Either way, I think Brian Nichol probably one of the better performing ones. Same with Kelly Ortberg. Let's talk about KD. This company is called Kyndryl Holdings. Right now, a little bit of a pop to the upside after the CEO of the company reportedly said that they are, quote, in contact and working with Anthropic. So CEO of Kyndryl claiming a connection to Anthropic, KD pushing to the upside into the close. And if you want any infographics or to just scroll through the many, many infographics that I have posted, X at TTV Research.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, Kelly Ortberg, of course, and Boeing. That was a good turnaround there for Boeing. But Boeing's been big. Like, Boeing's been had its ups and downs. Like, it goes through cycles, right? I mean, they were almost, if you go back to like some of those COVID numbers, how low Boeing had gotten to, I think it was like almost sub $100 or something like that.
Historically speaking, when the U.S. market's like doing this, Boeing is usually better than Airbus. It's the exact environment that you prefer, Boeing to Airbus. So I think that should hopefully maybe change a little bit. It's only 3 minutes till the imbalances. IonQ actually grew, so that would be the opposite of it pairing off. So it went from 1.1 to 1.5 million. It's still not. It's close. It's almost at the actual high, so it'll get to the high well before 355 in any kind of a pairing event. But this is the only thing on the early look that's actually on the radar for me. We do have another super chat in here.
Yeah, no comments, nothing. I said, thanks, Patrick.
Yeah, it's just, okay, I got to show it this way because I don't think we can do that if you don't put a message in there. Thank you for the super chat there, Patrick. You can always throw a message in. It could be a ticker. It could just be a, hey, what up? It doesn't really matter. That'd be nice. And then, of course, I see Lindmeyer in there. Speaking of dividends, Kimberly Clark could be a nice buy down here. Kimberly Clark.
I forgot to attach it.
Oh, there we go. Why do you? Oh, that's always a good question. It's always a fair question. I know we get it a lot, but it's still a fair question.
Yeah, it's so I really started doing it because, and it's not really a PDT rule type of thing, but it was just the Qs were expensive. So I was thinking, like, when we were looking at the Qs, and I'd sort of been doing TQs now for a couple of years, it was just always like under $100, and obviously literally the exact same patterns. So they all hold, and I think you can use any of them, to get a favorable position. But no, it was more about the cost of it, to be honest with you, like just how expensive it had gotten there, and to put on 1,000 shares or something is just it potentially is a lot, and I was just felt like I could ramp up more on the TQs. Just using more shares and just being more comfortable, holding something again for dimes rather than dollars. Like that was really what it was for me. And then we don't have to worry about SQQ versus TQQ. Plus, we also don't have any borrow costs for both of these. So you can sort of go either way. Take the short here with SQQ or the long with TQQ. And then actually, I actually kind of like the fact that it's triple levered. So you'll get a little bit more of a move. But again, like that, the same move has happened here today. It's just a matter of being able to, for me, trade something a little less on the value side of it, so I can put a couple more shares in than I would on the Qs. But No, it is a good question, and I could go back. The reason, we don't trade the futures looks a lot different on our platform, right? And so there's reasons.
There's a better reason why, and for anyone out there at real trading, this is low-hanging fruit if you happen to be here. Every single asset class you trade is a separate risk. So if you start, I'll finish that with the imbalance that just came out. I can finish that in a second. We got CNH, who cares? Rivian, 2 million shares to the sell side. Rigetti, 1.2 million shares to the buy side. IonQ, 1.1 million buy. Intel was just there at 1 million. There it is, still 1 million shares to the buy side. Where's like NVIDIA or any of the big names? AAL is a buy of 850,000. Yeah, really there's Amazon sells 660,000. Nothing too crazy. I would have expected, I really thought we'd see NVIDIA. On the day that NVIDIA broke 195, it's not even up here. That's kind of disappointing. No, but just to finish the thought when it comes to if you're at real trading, every asset class you trade is a separate risk. So if you start out as an equity trader trading the NASDAQ, New York, and you build up your buying power and your risk in that, to trade the futures, you then have to build it right back up again to trade on the CME. And that'd be the same thing for like if you could be anything on that. It could be the NYMEX as well. It would be the same thing on Forex. It'd be the same thing on crypto. So that's why you would see an equity trader trade SPY at real trading. You will see them trade Qs and SPY. You will see them trade IBIT instead of trading Bitcoin because that's the account that you build up. So it's just it's a practical thing more than anything else. Yeah, disappointing not to have seen NVIDIA on that list. So strong. Usually NVIDIA has like 2-3 million shares. Today it doesn't have an imbalance. Adara?
Just be very careful here, guys, because this is incredibly speculative, but SNAP did just push to high of day, so I want to discuss this story. I'm seeing some speculation, I guess going back to earlier this week, but now being circulated a lot more now, that tomorrow Snapshot could be announcing a layoff of 50% of its workforce. Again, incredibly speculative, in no way confirmed, but I am seeing, again, this headline circulate that tomorrow we could get a 50% layoff announcement from SNAP. If I get any more details, I will let you know. But seems like as of right now, an unconfirmed rumor. Just be aware of this one tomorrow. Back to you.
That'll
There's
do
a
it.
Thanos joke in there.
That'll do it for Snapchat. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
that's why it's there. Who knows? Like you snap your fingers, get rid of half.
Maybe just next time just do 49 or 51. Like don't make it half. It's a little too on the nose there, Snapchat. What are we doing here? It's cold.
Here's also what Neil's reason is 100% right. For me, no, but it's just the fact that like right now, you see how different this is? Every single tick here is a quarter of a point. It's different risk as well, to Neil's point. So it's like, I put on a short here on the futures, and it's just a completely different way of looking at the level 2 as opposed to what this looks like as a stock. So yeah, just to each their own. We used to have Arun on the show before. I don't think he's trading anymore, but that's something else where he used to trade futures on the show, and that's basically what I do. Joe and I will be the ones that will generally trade on the TQs or SPY. And it's funny because I only really look at the NASDAQ. I don't even look at the SPY. So most of the names that you'll see that I'm covering on every day tends to be NASDAQ names. And just before, as you guys are wondering, I have this stop at the 200 period here on the TQQs, and that's will be. Again, this will be my largest P&L name on the day. If it breaks that, we'll stop out. And then Apple's just kind of had like, I don't know, an up and down move. And of course, we just talked about that with the imbalance locator right here. And whether or not Apple was on here or not, I didn't see it. Here's Amazon coming out with a sell, so you can see like that effect that's had there. So at 350, you do get a downside push there, obviously in Apple. So something to think about with that name coming in, on Amazon, that comes in. I really like Amazon. I think even this move down, like if we had a little more time, this is like tomorrow's trade. I really think that's important. Pakistani media citing Iranian officials. We are ready. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, Pakistan, to their credit, I mean, they're the ones that sort of brought everybody to the table. So it would be kind of cool now that it's Iranian officials are ready. So that's good. So hopefully but what are they going to discuss? I mean, it's either, look, it's nuclear or it's not. Like, I don't know the story. That's what President Trump keeps hanging his hat on. Now, whether or not that gets going, I don't know.
Like, it's and nuclear ambitions and the straight not controlled. It's that, like, though, like, to me, it always seems like those are the things that would be the hard lines. And one of those is an absolute, the market, it has to happen. Like no matter how this goes, this trade has to open up because the long-term effects on the price of oil. Like even like we're sitting here and we're happy where oil is pulled back to. No, like it would still be expensive above 80. Grunfeld, thank you very much. Can we look at UNH? Buffett and I are patiently waiting. Is Buffett waiting anymore? I don't think he is. Buffett doesn't care anymore. He's retired.
Waiting for UNH?
Yeah, I mean I don't know Berkshire. It's Mark Abel's show now anyway, so I have no. Who knows? Like maybe this is something that Mark Abel doesn't even care about. No, UNH.
Do we even know what they've been buying lately? What was their most recent buy? Didn't they buy their own stock?
Yeah, there wasn't anything like super exciting that's bouncing out to me off the top of my head from their last filing. So that's saying something. Like I think we usually also get the more recent 13Fs about halfway through the quarter. So we'll probably get around mid-May the filings for Q1. So we don't really know what they did the most recent quarter, but we did know from that interview that Buffett is still hanging out at the office. He's going into the office every single day. He's very much involved, if not actually involved. So yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see that filing.
You know what? I should be paying attention because I think the last time, because I had a swing in this that failed the 200 period moving average. It was the regain. I don't know. This is like a lot of swings I'll take look like this, where it's like bad stock, regains 50 period moving average, consolidates, you take the long, gets to 200 period, and then fail. It would have been nice if it could fall through, it didn't. And now it's actually closing above the 200 period. So it looks like it's trying to hold over the 200 period again. Maybe it's woken up here, and it's right at that same 300 level that I like. So the 300 level coinciding with a 200 period hold, maybe there's something there for UNH. I don't know. I'm not that excited about it. As I said, the only thing I'm looking at right now is actually that PayPal, see if we can get through that $0.50. Could actually happen tomorrow. With only about 3 minutes to go, for what it's worth, UNH just kind of lost like $1 here at the end of the day. It might end up closing red the way it's going. INQ ended up pairing. QBTS stayed about 900,000 to the buy side, so nothing too crazy on the imbalance locator there. We do have another day. Oh, there it is. Almost 10% now on Micron. 9 points up on MU. Not quite to all-time highs, but the triple top on Micron. Oh, you better not fail that 470 Micron. You get put to the test. And there have been a lot of questions about SanDisk. What do you think about SanDisk going into the NASDAQ? And my answer was, you know what? This one I don't care about going into the NASDAQ. Look what this stock has already done. Like this is insane on the daily chart. Yeah, they report in 2 weeks. That's what's going to end up mattering. The expectations are insane for this company going into this earnings print. The NASDAQ 100, well, anybody that was buying it for that, I've got to assume that that's priced in, and the only thing that's going to matter now is put up or shut up with your numbers. Because this is one where they cannot miss anywhere. It better be perfect for SanDisk. Otherwise, you'll see what happened to Micron last time could happen to them. Micron got back to the highs, don't get me wrong, but Micron, before it did that, pulled back like 30% off the top. And SanDisk, if they miss, could do the same thing. But still 2 weeks away, plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, they could miss, pull back, and then just get bought up the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what Micron did, but it was still 25, 30% from the high.
All right, we are all out. So there it is, man. With only 2 minutes to go, we take out at the highs of the day. So we've got that trade on right there from the lows of the Qs, right there. Small piece left, like I said. I mean, didn't have a lot there. And then Apple, I just said, you know what, if I'm going to cover the Qs now, I'll just cover Apple. So we cover Apple as well. You know, could have made a move down there. We basically had 2% of both of those trades left on board, so not much going on right there. So, all right, there it goes, man. 133.50. Marvell ends the day up 1.8%. Pretty good day there for Marvell. Checking in on what we haven't even looked at Tesla all afternoon. That's a surprise. Normally we're on top of this one. Okay, so there's Tesla right now, 360.
It hasn't really been that great.
No, yeah, it hasn't been super exciting. I mean, it was up 3%. A lot of that movement happened obviously in the middle of the day there, as a lot of the NASDAQ peaked there. But as you can see, the NASDAQ's going to go out at the highs right now, and Tesla well off, as you mentioned there, those highs. So maybe something to look at over on that side for Tesla tomorrow. Maybe weakness, but I don't know. I still really like that stock. We have less than a minute now, only 30 seconds to be exact. Tesla moving, and then NVIDIA really did a lot of the heavy lifting, I feel like, in just in a general sense, because we finally do break over that 193, 194, 195 area. And yeah, it's smooth sailing now, right back up to all-time highs for NVIDIA. I think that's just,
catch AMD.
Yeah, moments away. I mean, you could even get to all-time highs tomorrow on NVIDIA. We come in and we're at 205. That's only up 2%.
Oh, shoot.
Yep.
And now the bell.
All done. Trump apparently going to be on Fox News. I just heard in my ear. So now
Recorded interview. It starts right now.
Perfect. So it starts right now. So go over there, check out what's going on there on Fox News. Now that we're gone, earnings start with big tech. I guess they've already started, but Netflix on Thursday. And then all the banks keep rolling through the next. couple
Intel
days.
next week.
ASML.
ASML tonight, sometime when we're all asleep. ASML is going to report, and it's going to matter a lot. For sure. No, but a great show today. And big shout out to Brian coming on through. It's always fun to have Brian as a guest. And, you know, we look forward to him every single Tuesday. Shout out to Sharif, Joe, Adara, Sia. What do you got, Joe?
Whoa, we got to rate that lunch, my
Oh, we didn't do that. Oh, yeah, we didn't do it. We forgot about rate the lunch.
Run through it. Let's run through it quick. I'm going last. So between you, Neil, Sean,
I already heard Neil.
I already did mine, but whatever.
What'd you do? What'd you give it?
I gave it a 7-7. The rice and peas were okay. There was actually a decent, like, for what they usually do with the jerk, there was a little bit more kick than they usually do. It's still, I think I called it like a 3 to Adara, I think, out of 10 in terms of like spice. But
okay.
But they're usually like a 1 or.
Like you didn't need a water.
No, you didn't need anything. I mean, so I was pretty happy with it, Joe.
Yeah. How about you, Sean?
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of just the drumstick, but you know, I did like it. Okay, it was cooked pretty good. Yeah, I'm a 7-something. I agree. The rice was well cooked. I thought there could have been a little bit more bean in there. The coleslaw was actually really tasty.
Very.
All right, forget this, man. I'm going to 7-9. I'm going.
Whoa!
Oh no, because the sides.
Whoa!
It was because of the sides. The rice and peas.
That's up there.
No,
that's respectable. That's
never said higher than
that's very respectable. I'm curious. Adara didn't eat the chicken.
I did eat the chicken.
Okay. Talk to me.
Yeah, I don't know why we're rating lunch. Honestly, it's hours after lunch. What I'll say is I found the chicken to be very spicy, and yet I pushed through. Proud of myself. I still have one drumstick left. So go me. I'm just proud I ate the chicken. My rating is I ate the chicken.
Okay, so she ate the chicken. So we'll give it a 5.
It's better than the alternative.
All right, well, you don't have to rate the lunch. I'm going to rate the lunch. And this is going to be one of Joey's highest scores. Jamming with Joe gives the jerk chicken a 7-6, with the whole plate being a total of a 7-7.
6-7.
7-7. I thought we were leaving on that. Yeah, okay.
So, that would be a good exit there.
No, I don't. Yeah, it would have been okay exit. I think we would have.
Let's go.
Okay, so there we go. So we got. So I'm the highest 7. So we got 2 7-7s and.
I was very surprised. You know what? This morning I wasn't looking forward to it because of what they've done in the past, but they stepped their game up. This was a good one here.
They really did.
Yeah, so I think we all got.
I'm not used to not being. I'm usually the high man.
You're usually the high mark. You're usually the high
I think it was the best jerk chicken, like definitely in a while, I would say. I mean, it was very, very tasty. But regardless of what you had for lunch, what we had for lunch, make sure you do join us for breakfast tomorrow.
And you rate your lunch.
Everyone can rate their own lunch. You can put it in the chat, whatever you thought your own lunch was. Maybe you made.
What did you say?
We're gonna get breakfast sandwiches.
Oh, that's disgusting.
That's my call.
You don't like the breakfast sandwiches? Whoa.
You don't like who said they don't like the breakfast sandwiches?
I thought you said that, Joe.
Me? No, I never said that.
Okay. All right, we're losing our way now. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Be well tonight.
They're delicious, the breakfast sandwiches. You said it was disgusting. You just said.
No,